Chapter 1 of The History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Therese. The History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 2, by Rev. James McCaffrey. Chapter 1. Religious Condition of England before the Reformation. With the advent of Henry VII to the throne, 1485, a new era opened in the history of England. The English nation, weakened by the Wars of the Roses and tired of a contest that possessed little interest for the masses, was not unwilling to submit itself without reserve to the guidance of a strong ruler, provided he could guarantee peace both at home and abroad. Hitherto absolutism had been unknown. The rights that had been won by the barons on the plains of Runnymede were guarded jealously by their descendants, and as a result the power of the king, more especially in regard to taxation, was hedged round by several restrictions. But during the long struggle between the houses of Lancaster and York, many of the great feudal barons had fallen on the field of battle or by the hands of the executioner, and the power of the nobles as a body had been undermined. While the lords could muster their own retainers under their standard and put into the field a strong army almost at a moment's notice, it was impossible for the sovereign to rule as an absolute monarch. It was because he recognised this fact that Henry VII took steps to enforce the Statute of Liveries passed by one of his predecessors, and to provide that armies could be levied only in the king's name. The day of government by the aristocracy had passed for ever to be succeeded by the rule of the people. But in the interval between the sinking of one and the rise of the other, Tudor absolutism was established firmly in England. In selecting his ministers, Henry VII passed over the nobles in favour of the middle classes, which were gaining ground rapidly in the country, but which had not yet realised their strength, as they did later in the days of the Stuarts. He obtained grants of tonnage and poundage, enjoyed by some of his Yorkist predecessors, had recourse to the system of forced grants known as benevolences, set up the Star Chamber, nominally to preserve order, but in reality to repress his most dangerous opponents, and treated Parliament as a mere machine whose only work was to register the wishes of the sovereign. In brief, Henry VII, acting according to the spirit of the age, removed the elements that might make for national disunion, consolidated his own power at the expense of the nobility, won over to his side the middle and lower classes, whose interests were promoted and from whom no danger was to be feared, and laid the foundations of that absolute government which was carried to its logical conclusion by his son and successor Henry VIII. By nature Henry VII was neither overbearing nor devoid of tact, and from the doubtful character of his title to the throne he was obliged to be circumspect in his dealings with the nation. It was not so, however, with Henry VIII. He was a young, impulsive, self-willed ruler, freed from nearly all the dangers that had acted as a restraint upon his father, surrounded for the most part by upstarts who had no will except to please their master, and intensely popular with the merchants, farmers, and labourers, whose welfare was consulted, and who were removed so far from court that they knew little of royal policy or royal oppression. The House of Lords, comprising as it did representatives of the clergy and nobles, felt itself entirely at the mercy of the king, and its members, alarmed by the fate of all those who had ventured to oppose his wishes, would have decreed the abolition of their privileges rather than incur his displeasure, had they been called upon to do so. The House of Commons was composed to a great extent of the nominees of the Crown, whose names were forwarded to the sheriffs for formal confirmation. The Parliament of 1523 did show some resistance to the financial demands necessitated by the war with France, but the king's answer was to dissolve it and to govern England by royal decrees for a space of 6 years. Fearing for the results of the divorce proceedings and anxious to carry the country with him in his campaign against the Pope, Henry VIII convoked another Parliament (1529), but he took careful measures to ensure that the new House of Commons would not run counter to his wishes. Thus the people, who were known to be jealous of the powers of the Church and to be sympathetic towards any movement that might limit the pretensions of the clergy, were forwarded to the sheriffs, and in due course reliable men were returned. That the majority of the members of the Lower House were hostile to the privileges of the Church is clear enough, but there is no evidence that any important section desired a reformation which would involve a change of doctrine or separation from Rome. The legislation directed against the rights of the Pope, sanctioned by this Parliament, was accepted solely through the influence of royal threats and blandishments, and because the Parliament had no will of its own. Were the members free to speak and act according to their own sentiments, it is impossible to believe that they would have confirmed and annulled the successive marriages of the king, altered and re-altered the succession to meet every new matrimonial fancy of his, and proved themselves such negligent guardians of the rights of the English nation as to allow him to dispose of the crown of England by will as he might dispose of his private possessions. Henry VIII. Was undisputed master of England, of its nobles, clergy, and people, of its Convocation and Parliament. His will was the law. Unless this outstanding fact, royal absolutism and dictatorship, be realised, it is impossible to understand how a whole nation, which till that time had accepted the Pope as the head of the Church, could have been torn against its will from the centre of unity, separated from the rest of the Catholic world, and subjected to the spiritual jurisdiction of a sovereign, whose primary motive in effecting such a revolution was the gratification of his own unbridled passions. It is not true to assert, as some writers have asserted, that before the Reformation England was a land shrouded in the mists of ignorance, that there were no schools or colleges for imparting secular education till the days of Edward VI., that apart from practices such as pilgrimages, indulgences, and invocation of the saints, there was no real religion among the masses, that both secular and regular clergy lived after a manner more likely to scandalize than to edify the faithful, that the people were up in arms against the exactions and privileges of the clergy, and that all parties only awaited the advent of a strong leader to throw off the yoke of Rome. These are sweeping generalizations, based upon isolated abuses put forward merely to discredit the English medieval Church, but wholly unacceptable to those who are best acquainted with the history of the period. On the other side, it would be equally wrong to state that everything was so perfect in England that no reforms were required. Many abuses, undoubtedly, had arisen in various departments of religious life, but these abuses were of such a kind that they might have been removed had the convocations of the clergy been free to pursue their course, nor did they justify an indiscriminate condemnation of the entire ecclesiastical body. It is true that the Renaissance movement had made great progress on the other side of the Alps before its influence could be felt even in educated circles in England, but once the attention of the English scholars was drawn to the revival of classical studies, many of them made their way to the great masters of Italy, and returned to utilize the knowledge they had acquired for the improvement of the educational system of their country. Selling and Hadley, both monks, Linacre, one of the leaders of medical science in his own time, Dean Colet of Westminster, whose direction of St. Paul's College did so much to improve the curriculum of the schools, Bishop Fisher of Rochester, described by Erasmus as "a man without equal at this time, both as to integrity of life, learning, or broad-minded sympathies," with the possible exception of Archbishop Warham of Canterbury, and Sir Thomas More, Lord Chancellor of England and one of the earliest martyrs of the faith in the reign of Henry VIII., were but a few of the prominent men in a movement that made itself felt throughout the entire country. Nowhere did Erasmus find a more enthusiastic welcome or more generous patrons, and nowhere were his writings more thoroughly appreciated than in England. Nor is it true to say that the advocates of classical learning were animated by hostility to the Catholic Church and their demand for an improvement in educational methods. Some murmurs were, indeed, heard in certain quarters, and charges of unorthodoxy were formulated vaguely against Colet and others of his party, but these were but the criticisms levelled in all ages against those who are in advance of their time, nor did they require serious refutation. The English Humanists had nothing in common with the neo-pagan writers of the Italian Renaissance as regards religion, and they gave no indication of hostility to Rome. Whatever other influences may have contributed to bring about the religious revolution in England, it was certainly not due to the Renaissance, For to a man its disciples were as loyal to the Catholic Church as were their two greatest leaders, Fisher and More, who laid down their lives rather than prove disloyal to the successor of St. Peter. Nor was education generally neglected in the country. The list of students attending Oxford and Cambridge, in so far as they have been preserved, point to the fact that in the days immediately preceding the Reformation these great seats of learning were in a most flourishing condition, and that for them the religious revolt fell little short of proving disastrous. The explanation of the sudden drop in the numbers of students attending the universities is to be found partially at least in the disturbed condition of the country, but more particularly in the destruction of the religious houses, which sent up many of their members to Oxford and Cambridge, and which prepared a great number of pupils in their schools for university matriculation, as well as in the confiscation of the funds out of which bishops, chapters, monasteries, religious confraternities, and religious guilds presented exhibitions to enable the children of the poor to avail themselves of the advantages of higher education. Nor was England of the 15th century without a good system of secondary schools. It is a common belief that Edward VI. Was the founder of English secondary schools, and that during the first 50 years after the Reformation more was done for this department of education than there had been done in the preceding 300 years. That such a belief is entirely erroneous may be proved from the records of the commissions held in the reigns of Henry VIII. And Edward VI., from which it appears that there were close on 300 secondary schools in England before 1549, and that Henry VIII. And particularly Edward VI. Ought to be regarded as the despoilers rather than as the patrons of the English colleges. Distinct from the universities and from the mere primary schools, there were in existence at the beginning of the reign of Henry VIII. 7 classes of educational establishments, namely cathedral, collegiate, and monastic colleges, colleges in connexion with hospital guilds, chantries, and independent institutions. These were worked in perfect co-ordination with the universities, and in most cases exhibitions were provided for the poorer scholars. The grammar schools which existed, says a reliable authority, were not mere monkish schools or choristers' schools or elementary schools. Many of them were the same schools which now live and thrive. All were schools of exactly the same type and performing precisely the same sort of function as the public schools and grammar schools of today. There were indeed also choristers' schools and elementary schools. There were scholarships at schools and exhibitions, thence to the universities, and the whole paraphernalia of secondary education. Nor was secondary education understood in any different sense to that in which it was understood up to 50 years ago. It was conducted on the same lines and in the main by instruments of the same kind, if not identically the same, as those in use till the present generation. It cannot be said with justice that the English people at the time were either badly instructed in the principles of their religion or indifferent to the practices of the Church to which they belonged. The decrees of the Synod of Oxford (1281), commanding the clergy who had care of souls to explain regularly in simple language, intelligible to their hearers, the articles of the Creed, the commandments, the sacraments, the 7 deadly sins, and the 7 works of mercy, were renewed more than once, and presumably were enforced by the bishops. The books published for the instruction of the faithful, as for example, the Work for Householders, Dives et Pauper, the Interpretation and Signification of the Mass, the Art of Good Living, etc., emphasize very strongly the duty of attending the religious instruction given by the clergy, while the manuals written for the guidance of the clergy make it very clear that preaching was a portion of their duties that should not be neglected. The fact that religious books of this kind were multiplied so quickly, once the art of printing had been discovered, affords strong evidence that neither priests nor people were unmindful of the need for a thorough understanding of the truths of their religion. The visitation of the parishes, during which some of the prominent parishioners were summoned to give evidence about the manner in which the priests performed their duty of instructing the people, were in themselves a great safeguard against pastoral negligence, and so far as they have been published they afford no grounds for the statement that the people were left in ignorance regarding the doctrines and practices of their religion. Apart entirely from the work done by the clergy in the pulpits and churches, it should be remembered that in the cities, and even in the most remote of the rural parishes, religious dramas were staged at regular intervals, and were of the greatest assistance in bringing before the minds even of the most uneducated the leading events of biblical history, and the principal truths of Christianity. That the people of England, as a body, hearkened to the instructions of their pastors is clear enough from the testimony of foreign visitors, from the records of the episcopal visitations, the pilgrimages to shrines of devotion at home and abroad, from the anxiety for God's honour and glory as shown in the zeal which dictated the building or decoration of so many beautiful cathedrals and churches, the funds for which were provided by rich and poor alike, and from the spirit of charity displayed in the numerous bequests for the relief of the poor and the suffering. The people of England at the beginning of the 16th century were neither idol worshippers nor victims of a blind superstition. They understood just as well as Catholics understand at the present day devotions to Our Lady and to the saints, images, pictures, and statues, purgatory, indulgences, and the effects of the Mass. Nor were they so ignorant of the sacred Scriptures as is commonly supposed. The sermons were based upon some Scripture text taken as a rule from the Epistle and Gospel proper to the Sunday or festival, and were illustrated with a wealth of references and allusions drawn from both the Old and New Testament, sufficient to make it clear that the Bible was not a sealed book either for the clergy or laity. The fact that there was such a demand for commentaries on and concordances to the Scriptures makes it clear that the clergy realized sufficiently the importance of scriptural teaching from the pulpits and the abundant quotations to be found in the books of popular devotion, not to speak of the religious dramas based upon events in biblical history, go far to show that the needs of the laity in this respect were not overlooked. It is said, however, that the use of the Scriptures in the vernacular was forbidden to the English people, and a decree of a synod held at Oxford in 1408 is cited in proof of this statement. The Synod of Oxford did not forbid the use of vernacular versions. It forbade the publication or use of unauthorised translations, and in the circumstances of the time, when the Lollard heretics were strong and were endeavouring to win over the people to their views by disseminating corrupt versions of the Scripture, such a prohibition is not unintelligible. It should be borne in mind that French was the language of the educated and was the official language of the English law courts and of the Parliament till after 1360. The French or Latin versions then current were, therefore, amply sufficient for those who were likely to derive any advantage from the study of the Bible, while at the same time the metrical paraphrases of the important books of the Old Testament and of the Gospels and Acts of the Apostles, and the English prose translation of the Psalms, went far to meet the wants of the masses. From the clear evidence of writers like Sir Thomas More, Lord Chancellor of England and one of the best informed men of his time, of Cranmer, the first Protestant Archbishop of Canterbury, and of Foxe, the author of the so-called Martyrology, it can be established beyond the shadow of a doubt that prior to the Reformation there existed an English Catholic version of the Scriptures which was approved for use by the ecclesiastical authorities. It is true, indeed, that the bishops of England made extraordinary efforts to prevent the circulation of the versions made by Tyndale and Coverdale, but considering the glosses, the corruptions, and the mistranslations with which these abound, no fair-minded person would expect them to have acted otherwise. Their action was not dictated by hostility to the reading of the Scriptures, but by their opposition to heretical doctrines, which it was sought to disseminate among the people by means of dishonest versions of the Scriptures. The English bishops were not content merely with prohibiting the use of these works. They were most anxious to bring out a correct translation of the Scriptures for general use, and were prevented from doing so only by the action of Henry VIII. And of the heretical advisers who urged him to make it impossible for the bishops to carry out their design. It would, however, be far from the truth to assert that everything was faultless during the years preceding the Reformation, or that all the clergy were as perfect as they might have been. England, like every other country at the same period, was afflicted with the terrible evils resulting from the appropriation of parishes by laymen and by religious establishments, a system which made it impossible for a bishop to govern his diocese properly, from the non-residence of both bishops and higher clergy, and from the plurality of benefices, which meant that a person might be permitted to hold two or more benefices to which the care of souls was attached, thereby rendering impossible the proper discharge of pastoral duties. More priests, too, were ordained than could be provided with appointments, and consequently many of the clergy were forced to act as chaplains and tutors in private families, where they were treated as servants rather than as equals, and where it was only too easy for them to lose the sense of respect for their dignity and for themselves, and to sink to the level of those with whom they were obliged to consort. It is not to be wondered at if evidence is forthcoming that in particular cases, more especially in Wales, clerical celibacy was not observed as it should have been, or that in several instances the duty of preaching and instructing the people was not discharged. Nor is it surprising to find that men who were comparatively unlearned were promoted over their heads of their more educated companions, to the disgust of the universities and of those interested in the better education of the clergy. Considering the fact that so many of the bishops were engaged in the service of the state to the neglect of their duties in their dioceses, and bearing also in mind the selfish use made too frequently of the rights of lay patronage, and the disorganization to which even the most enlightened use of such patronage was likely to lead, it is little less than marvellous that the great body of the clergy were as educated, zealous, and irreproachable as they can be proved to have been. As a result of the disorganization wrought by the Black Plague, the civil strife which disturbed the peace of the country, and the constant interference of the crown and lay patrons, many of the religious houses, influenced to some extent by the general spirit of laxity peculiar to the age, fell far short of the standard of severity and discipline that had been set in better days. While on the one hand it should be admitted freely that some of the monastic and conventional establishments stood in urgent need of reform, there is, on the other side, no sufficient evidence to support the wild charges of wholesale corruption and immorality levelled against the monks and nuns of England by those who thirsted for their destruction. The main foundation for such an accusation is to be sought for in the letters and reports (Comperta) of the commissioners sent out to examine into the condition of the monasteries and convents in 1535. Even if these documents could be relied upon as perfectly trustworthy, they affect only a very small percentage of the religious houses, since not more than 1/3 of these establishments were visited by the commissioners during their hurried tour through the country, and as regards the houses visited, serious crimes were preferred against at most 250 monks and nuns. But there are many solid grounds for rejecting the reliability of these documents. The commissioners were appointed by Cromwell with the professed object of preparing the public mind for the suppression of the monasteries and convents. They showed themselves to be his most obsequious agents, always ready to accept as testimony popular rumours and suspicions founded in many cases on personal dislikes, and, like their master, more anxious to extract money bribes from the religious than to arrive at the truth about their lives or the condition of their establishments. That they were prejudiced witnesses, arrogant and cruel towards the monks and nuns, and willing to do anything that might win them the approval of Cromwell and the king, is evident from their own letters and reports, while if we are to credit the statements of contemporaries, backed by a tradition which survived for centuries amongst the Catholic body in England, they were most unscrupulous and immoral in their attitude towards the unfortunate nuns who were placed at their mercy. Indeed, the charges which they make are so filthy and repulsive, and the delight with which they revel in such abominations is so apparent, that one is forced to the conviction that they must have been men of depraved tastes, quite capable of committing or of attempting to commit the crimes laid to their charge. Even if it had been otherwise, had the two commissioners been unprejudiced and fair in their proceedings, it is impossible to understand how they could have had an opportunity of making a really searching investigation into the condition of the monasteries and convents during the short time assigned for the work. They began only in July 1535, and their work was completed in February 1536. In favour of the reliability of these reports, the fact is urged that they were placed before Parliament, and that the members of both houses were so impressed by the tales of corruption and wickedness which they disclosed that they decided on the immediate suppression of the monasteries. If this were true, and if Parliament in the days of Henry VIII. Enjoyed the same rights and privileges as it enjoys today, such action would be in itself a strong corroboration of the veracity of the commissioners. But there is no sufficient evidence to prove that the reports or compilations made from them were ever submitted to Parliament. The king and Cromwell informed the houses of the charges made by the commissioners, and demanded their consent to the bill of suppression. The whole measure was passed in a few days, 11th to 18th March 1536, and there is no proof that the Comperta or a black book were presented to the members. On the contrary, it is clear from the preamble to the Act that in the larger monasteries religion was right well kept and observed, and that it was only in the smaller houses with less than 12 members that disorder and corruption existed, whereas in the reports of the commissioners no such distinction is observed, the charges being levelled just as strongly against the larger as against the smaller communities. Had Parliament been in possession of the reports, or had there been any adequate discussion, it is difficult to see how such an arbitrary distinction, founded neither on the nature of things nor on the findings of the commissioners, could have been allowed to pass. It is noteworthy, too, that many of the individuals whose names were associated in the Comperta with very serious crimes were placed in the possession of pensions on the dissolution of the monasteries, and some of them were promoted to the highest ecclesiastical offices in the gift of the crown. Besides, if the reports of Leigh and Leighton be compared with the episcopal visitations of the same houses, or with those of the royal visitors appointed in 1536 to carry out the suppression of the smaller monasteries, it will be found that in regard to the very same houses there exists a very open contradiction between their findings. Unfortunately, the accounts of the visitations have disappeared to a great extent, except in the case of the Diocese of Norwich. In this diocese the visitations were carried out very strictly and very minutely, and although some abuses were detected, the bishop could find nothing of the wholesale corruption and immorality discovered a few years later by the minions of Cromwell. Similarly, the commission appointed in 1536 to superintend the suppression, decreed in that year, the members of which were drawn from the leading men in each county, report in the highest terms of houses which were spoken of as hotbeds of iniquity only a few months before. Finally, if the monasteries and convents were really so bad as they are painted, it is a curious fact that although Leigh and Leighton were empowered by Cromwell to open the doors to many of the monks and nuns, they could find in the 13 counties which they visited only 2 nuns and 53 monks willing to avail themselves of the liberty which they offered. As a general rule, the monasteries were regarded with kindly feelings by the great body of the people on account of their charity and hospitality towards the poor and the wayfarer. Their leniency and generosity, as compared with other employers and landlords, their schools which did so much for the education of the district, and their orphanages and hospitals. Many of them were exceedingly wealthy, while some of them found it difficult to procure the means of existence, and all of them suffered greatly from the financial burdens imposed upon them in the shape of pensions, etc., by the king, or by the family by whom their endowments were provided originally. For this reason some of the religious houses, imitating the example of the landowners, generally began to form grazing enclosures out of their estates which had been hitherto under cultivation, a step that led in some cases to eviction, and in all cases to a great reduction in the number of labourers employed. Others of them set up tanneries and such like industries that had been best left to the laymen. These measures led to ill feeling and to a certain amount of hostility, but that the religious houses were not hated by the people is proved to demonstration by the rebellions which their suppression evoked in so many different parts of the country. It may be said in a general way that the relations between priests and people were neither particularly close nor particularly strained. The rights and privileges claimed by the clergy did indeed give rise to murmurings and complaints in certain quarters, but these were neither so serious nor so general as to indicate anything like a deep-rooted and sharp division between priests and people. The question of the rights of sanctuary, according to which criminals who escaped into the enclosures of monasteries and churches were guaranteed protection from arrest, led to a sharp conflict between the ecclesiastical and secular jurisdictions, but with a little moderation on both sides it was not a matter that could have excited permanent ill feeling. In the days when might was right, the privileges of sanctuary served a useful purpose. That in later times they occasioned serious abuses could not be denied, and on the accession of Henry VII. the Pope restricted the rights of sanctuary very considerably, thereby setting an example which it was to be expected would have been followed by his successors. The privilegium fori, by which clerics were exempted from punishment by a secular tribunal, was another cause of considerable friction. In 1512 Parliament passed a law abolishing this privilege in case of clerics accused of murder, etc., and though it was to have force only for 2 years, it excited the apprehension of the clergy more on account of what it heralded than what it actually enacted. When it came up again for discussion in 1515, even those of the clergy who were most remarkable for their subservience to the king protested vehemently against it. In a discussion that took place in the presence of Henry VII, one of the friars brought forward many arguments to prove that such a law was not outside the competence of the state, much to the disgust of the bishops and of Cardinal Wolsey. The king was most emphatic in his declaration that he intended to take such an action which would vindicate and safeguard his rights as supreme lord of England, but notwithstanding the sharp reproof to his opponents, the measure was allowed to drop. The excessive fees charged in the episcopal courts for the probate of wills, the gifts known as mortuaries claimed on occasion of death, the absence of the bishops and the clergy from their dioceses and parishes to the consequent neglect of their duties to the people, the bestowal of benefices, oftentimes on poorly qualified clerics, to the exclusion of learned and zealous priests, the appointment of clerics to positions that should have been filled by laymen on the lands of the bishops and monasteries, and the interference of some of the clergy, both secular and regular, in purely secular pursuits, were the principal grievances brought forward in 1529 by the House of Commons against the spirituality. But in determining the value of such a document it should be remembered that it was inspired by the king, and in fact drafted by Thomas Cromwell, at a time when both king and minister were determined to crush the power of the Church, and that, therefore, it is not unreasonable to expect that it is exaggerated and unfair. According to the express statement of Sir Thomas More, Lord Chancellor of England, who was in a position to know and appreciate the relations between clergy and people, the division was neither so acute nor so serious as it was painted by those who wished to favour religious innovations or to ingratiate themselves with the king and his advisers. But, even though there existed some differences of opinion about matters concerned with the temporalities of the Church or the privileges of the clergy, there is no indication during the 30 years preceding the revolt of any marked hostility to the doctrines and practices of the Church. In an earlier age the Lollards, as the followers of Wycliffe were called, put forward doctrines closely akin to those advocated by the early Reformers, notably in regard to the constitution of the Church, the Papacy, the Scriptures, transubstantiation, purgatory, and tradition. But the severe measures adopted by both Church and State has succeeded in breaking the influence of Lollardy in England. Very few if any followers of this sect remained to disturb the peace of the community in the early years of the reign of Henry VIII, though it is quite possible that the memory of their teaching and of the sturdy struggle which they had waged did not fail to produce its effects at a later period. It is true that in 1512 the statement is attributed to the Bishop of London in connection with the trial of an ecclesiastic that on account of their leaning towards heresy any 12 men of the city would bring in a verdict of guilty against a cleric placed on his trial before them, but it is impossible to believe that such a statement conveys an accurate view of the state of affairs. It is out of harmony with the results of the episcopal visitations, with the records of the few trials for heresy which took place, most of which resulted in the repentance of the alleged culprits, and with the considered judgment of such a well-qualified contemporary authority as Sir Thomas More. It is certain that during the first quarter of the 16th century the student of history will search in vain for any evidence of opposition among the clergy and people of England to the spiritual supremacy of the Holy See. Disputes there had been, some of which were peculiarly bitter in their tone, between the English sovereign and the Pope. Complaints had been made by the clergy against what they considered the unwarranted interferences of the Roman Curia in domestic affairs, but these disputes and complaints were concerned either with purely secular matters, as for example the annual tribute claimed by the Holy See since the famous surrender of the kingdom made by King John, or with the temporal side of the spiritual jurisdiction. The clergy and people resented generally the wholesale rights of reservation exercised by the Pope in regard to English benefices, the appointment of foreigners to offices in England, the heavy taxes levied by the Roman Curia directly or indirectly in the shape of annats or first fruits, the withdrawal of comparatively trivial cases from the local courts, and the exercise of jurisdiction over the highest dignitaries of England by the legates commissioned by the Holy See. But it is one thing to criticise the actual working of papal supremacy as interpreted by Roman officials, or to seek to limit its exercise in the everyday life of any particular church, and another to call in question the supremacy itself. The English clergy and people did, indeed, object to allow papal supremacy to be pushed too far in what they regarded as purely domestic affairs. But even in the most prolonged and heated discussions they never once questioned the fact that the Pope was supreme head of the Church in England, or that he was supreme head of the Catholic Church throughout the world. The Statute of Provisors (1350 1351), by which all appointments to English benefices were to be made by canonical election or by the nomination of lay patrons to the exclusion of papal provisions, is cited sometimes as a proof that the English nation disregarded the claims of the Holy See, but with equal justice and for similar reason it might be maintained that the Council of Trent rejected the supremacy of the Pope (Session 24, Chapter 19). The statute was called for owing to the spiritual and economic losses inflicted on the country by the appointment of foreigners, and its passage was secured mainly by the lay patrons, whose rights of patronage were infringed by the constant stream of papal provisions. It was neither inspired by hostility to the Holy See nor by any doubt about the supremacy of the Pope, and in itself it was a piece of legislation that might have merited the approval of the most loyal supporters of Rome. But as a matter of fact, lest their acceptance of such a measure might be misunderstood, the English bishops offered the most strenuous opposition to the Statute of Provisors, and insisted that their protest against it should be registered, a policy which, it might be added, was followed by the University of Oxford. The bishops demanded later on that it should be repealed. Their request was not granted, but from the numerous provisions made to bishoprics in England and from the appointments made to English benefices during the 15th and 16th centuries, it is evident that the statute was allowed to fail into abeyance. Similarly, the Statute of Praemunire (1353), by which it was forbidden under the penalty of forfeiture and outlawry to bring cases cognizable in the English courts before foreign courts, or to introduce into the realm provisions, reservations, or letters contrary to the rights of the king or his subjects, was passed to prevent an undoubted abuse at the time, and was enforced rarely, as the frequent appeals to Rome amply prove. These measures served to indicate at most only the attitude of the Crown towards the Pope, not the attitude of the English clergy and people. The loyal submission of the latter is evidenced from the papal appointments to bishoprics and benefices, from the first fruits paid willingly to the Holy See by those who were called upon to pay them, by the constant interference of the Holy See in regard to the division and boundaries of parishes, the visitation of monasteries, the rights of bishops, etc., as well as by the courts held in England, in virtue of the jurisdiction of the Pope. That the Pope was above the law, and that to dispute the authority of a papal decree was to be guilty of heresy, was a principle recognised by the English ecclesiastical authorities, and accepted also in practice by English jurists. The oaths of loyalty to the Holy See taken by all the archbishops and bishops, the tone and form of the letters addressed to the Pope, the assertion of papal rights against the errors and attacks of Wycliffe and Luther, the full admission of papal supremacy contained in Henry VIII's Assertio Septem Sacramentorum, and in the formal dying declaration of Archbishop Warham of Canterbury (1533), and the resolute attitude of two such learned representatives of the English clergy and laity as Bishop Fisher of Rochester and Sir Thomas More, are in themselves sufficient to establish the fact that in the days of Henry VIII England joined with the rest of the Catholic world in recognising the supreme spiritual jurisdiction of the Bishop of Rome. The controversies which had raged were not concerned with spiritual supremacy, nor were they peculiar to England. Much worse ones had arisen to disturb the friendly relations that should exist between the Holy See and France or Spain, and yet nobody would care to deny that both of these nations acknowledged their subjection to Rome. Neither were they between the English clergy or the English people and the Pope. They were waged rather between the Crown and the Holy See. As royal absolutism began to develop in Europe, the policy of kings was to increase their power over the ecclesiastical organisation in their dominions by lessening the authority of the Pope. This tendency is brought out clearly in the concessions wrung from the Pope by Ferdinand I. of Spain and Louis XII. Of France, but more especially in the Concordat negotiated between Leo X. and Francis I. (1516), according to which all appointments in the French Church were vested practically in the hands of the king. Henry VIII. Was a careful observer of continental affairs, and was as anxious as Francis I. to strengthen his own position by grasping the authority of the Church. He secured a de facto headship of the Church in England when he succeeded in getting Cardinal Wolsey invested with permanent legatine powers. Through Wolsey he governed ecclesiastical affairs in England for years, and on the fall of Wolsey he took into his own hands the control that he had exercised already through his favourite and minister. Had Leo X. consented to a concordat similar to that concluded with France, whereby the royal demands would have been conceded frankly and occasions of dispute removed, or else had he taken the strong step of refusing to delegate his authority indefinitely to a minister of the king, he would have prevented trouble and misunderstanding, and would have made the battle for royal supremacy much more difficult than it proved to be in reality. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1 of The History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 2, by Rev. James McCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The religious changes under Henry VIII. And Edward VI. The accession of Henry VIII. 1509–47 was hailed with joy by all classes in England. Young, handsome, well developed both in mind and body, fond of outdoor games and amusements, affable and generous with whomsoever he came into contact, he was to all appearances qualified perfectly for the high office to which he had succeeded. With the exception of Empson and Dudley, who were sacrificed for their share in the execution of his father, most of the old advisers were retained at the royal court. But the chief confidants on whose advice he relied principally were his Chancellor Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury and Lord Chancellor of England, Richard Fox, Bishop of Winchester and Lord Privy Seal, and Thomas Howard, afterwards Duke of Norfolk, Lord Treasurer of the kingdom. Soon, however, these trusted and loyal advisers were obliged to make way for a young and rising ecclesiastical courtier, Thomas Wolsey (1471–1530), who for close on 20 years retained the first place in the affections of his sovereign and the chief voice in the direction of English affairs. As a youth Wolsey's marvellous abilities astonished his teachers at Magdalen College, where the boy bachelor, as he was called because he obtained the B.A. degree at the age of 15, was regarded as a prodigy. As a young man he was pushed forward by his patrons, the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Bishop of Winchester, and won favour at court by the successful accomplishment of a delicate mission entrusted him by Henry VII, till at last in 1511 he was honoured by a seat in the Privy Council. New dignities were heaped upon him by Pope and sovereign in turn. He was appointed Bishop of Lincoln and Archbishop of York (1514), was created a Cardinal of the Roman Church (1515), and in a short time he accepted the offices of Lord Chancellor and Papal Legate for England. If he did not succeed in reaching the papal throne, a dignity to which he was induced to aspire by the promise of Charles V, his position as legate made him at least virtual head of the English Church. Instead of being annoyed, Henry VIII. Was delighted at the honours showered upon his Lord Chancellor by the Roman Court. With Wolsey as his obedient minister, and at the same time an ecclesiastical dictator, he felt that he had more authority in ecclesiastical affairs than was granted to Francis I by the Concordat of 1516, and though possibly at the time he did not advert to it, he was thus preparing the way for exercising in his own name the control that he had exercised for years through his chief minister in the name of the Pope. The dream of reconquering the English possessions in France induced Henry VIII. During the early years of his reign to side with the Emperor Maximilian and Ferdinand of Spain against Louis XII. But the comparative failure of the expeditions undertaken against France, the resentment of the people who were burdened with taxation, and the advice of Cardinal Wolsey led him to forgo his schemes of conquest for a time in favour of a policy of neutrality. The election of Charles V. in 1519 changed the whole aspect of affairs on the Continent and raised new hopes both in the minds of Henry VIII. And of his faithful minister. An alliance with Charles V. might mean for England the complete subjugation of France, and for Cardinal Wolsey the votes of the cardinals at the approaching conclave. While pretending to act the part of mediator between the rival sovereigns, Henry concluded a secret alliance with the Emperor in 1521 and prepared to make war on France. The failure of the forces dispatched under the Earl of Surrey, the disappointment of Wolsey when he found himself deceived by Charles V. at the conclaves of 1521 and 1523, and the outcry raised in Parliament and throughout the world against the French war, induced Henry VIII. To reconsider his foreign policy. The defeat and capture of Francis I. at Pavia 1525 placed France at the mercy of the Emperor, and made it necessary for Henry to come to the relief of his old enemy, unless he wished to see England sink to the level of an imperial province. Overtures for peace were made to France, and in April 1527 Gramont, Bishop of Tarbes, arrived in England to discuss the terms of an alliance. The position of Cardinal Wolsey, which had been rendered critical by the hatred of the nobles, who resented his rule as the rule of an upstart, and by the enmity of the people, who regarded him as the author of the French war and of the increased taxation, was now threatened seriously by the public discussion of difficulties that had arisen in the mind of the king regarding the validity of his marriage. The Lutheran movement that broke out in Germany 2 years after Cardinal Wolsey's acceptance of the twofold office of papal legate and royal chancellor found little favour in England. Here and there, at Oxford, at Cambridge, and in London, individuals were found to subscribe to a portion of Luther's programme, but the great body of the people remained unmoved by the tirades of the German reformers against Rome. Henry VIII., whose attention to religion was noted as one of his characteristics by the observant ambassador of Venice, did not hesitate to take the field against the enemies of the Holy See, and more especially against Luther himself. In a work entitled Assertio Septem Sacramentorum, Defence of the Seven Sacraments, published against Luther in 1521, he defended in no uncertain terms the rights and privileges of the Holy See, and in return for the very valuable services that he rendered to religion, he was honoured by Leo X. with the title Fidei Defensor, Defender of the Faith, 1521. The example of the king and the activity of Cardinal Wolsey and of the bishops made it impossible for the few individuals who favoured the German movement to spread their views. Were it not for Henry's eagerness to secure a separation from his wife, Catherine of Aragon, it is highly improbable that the anti-Roman agitation would have made any considerable progress in England. In 1499 Henry's wife, Catherine of Aragon, had been betrothed by proxy to his brother, Prince Arthur, heir apparent to the English throne. She arrived in England 2 years later, and the marriage was solemnised at St. Paul's on the 14th November 1501. Prince Arthur was then only a boy of 15 years of age, and of so delicate a constitution that fears were entertained by many that his wife must soon don the widow's weeds. Unfortunately these fears were speedily justified. In April 1502 the prince fell a victim to a pestilence that raged in the district round Ludlow Castle, to which he and his wife had retired. To prevent quarrels between Ferdinand and Henry VII. Regarding Catherine's dowry, a marriage was arranged between Catherine and Prince Henry. The necessary dispensation for a marriage with the deceased brother's wife was granted by Julius II. December 1503, and according to the agreement between the courts of England and of Spain, the marriage should have taken place as soon as Henry reached the age of puberty. But owing to certain political changes in Spain and the prospect of securing a better match for the heir presumptive to the English throne, Henry VII. Arranged that Prince Henry should appear before Fox, Bishop of Winchester, and lodge a formal protest against the marriage agreement that had been concluded during his minority, and which he now declared to be null and void. 17th June 1505. This protest was kept secret, but for years Catherine was treated with neglect and left in doubt regarding her ultimate fate. As soon, however, as Henry was free to act for himself on the death of his father, the marriage between himself and Catherine was solemnised publicly 1509, and on the 24th June of the same year the king and queen were crowned at Westminster Abbey. For years Henry and Catherine lived happily together as man and wife. Several children were born to them, all of whom unfortunately died in their infancy, except the Princess Mary, afterwards Queen Mary of England. Even before there was any question of separation from his wife, Henry's relations with some of the ladies at court were not above suspicion. By one, Elizabeth Blount, he had a son whom he created Duke of Richmond, and to whom at one time he thought of bequeathing the crown of England. In a short time Mary, the eldest sister of Anne Boleyn, succeeded to Elizabeth in the affections of the king. The fact that Catherine was some years older than her husband, that infirmity and sorrow for the death of her children had dimmed her charms, and that there could be no longer any hope for the birth of an heir to the throne, preyed on Henry's mind, and made him not unwilling to rid himself of a wife whom, however, he could not but admire, even though she had forfeited his love. Were he to die, there was no one to succeed him but the Princess Mary, and her right to the throne might be contested. Even though she succeeded, her marriage must inevitably create great difficulties. Were she to marry a foreign prince, he feared that England might become a province. Were she to accept the hand of an English nobleman, a disputed succession ending in civil war was far from being improbable. His gloomy anticipations were shared in so many of his advisers, and Wolsey, who had set his heart on uniting the forces of England and France against the Emperor, was not unwilling to set a seal on the new French anti-imperial alliance by repudiating Henry's marriage with the Emperor's aunt, if such a dissolution could be brought about without infringing the laws of God. Though it would seem that doubts had long since arisen in Henry's mind regarding the lawfulness of his marriage to his deceased brother's wife, and that questions of policy may have influenced the attitude of his advisers towards the projected separation, yet it is certain that it was the charms of the young and accomplished Anne Boleyn that brought matters to a crisis. With her experience of the gay and corrupt court of France, she was not likely to be mistaken about the influence of her charms or the violence of the king's passion. She would be the king's wife if he wished, but she would not be, like her sister, the king's mistress. Overcome by the force of his desires, he determined to rid himself of a wife of whom he was tired in favour of her young and more attractive rival. The fact that Catherine had been married to his brother Arthur was seized upon by him to furnish a decent pretext for the projected separation. His conscience, he averred, reproached him for such an incestuous alliance, and for his own peace of mind it was necessary, he maintained, to submit the validity of his marriage to the decision of the Church. There is no convincing evidence that the idea of a separation from Catherine originated with Cardinal Wolsey, though the latter, longing for a matrimonial alliance of his king with a French princess, and not aware of Henry's intention with regard to Anne, was probably not sorry when he learned of Henry's scruples, and it is not true to say that the first doubts regarding the illegitimacy of the Princess Mary were raised by the French ambassador in 1527. The whole story of the negotiations with France regarding Mary's marriage at the time makes it perfectly clear that the legitimacy was assumed. The divorce proceedings originated in Henry's own mind, and the plan of marrying Anne Boleyn was kept a secret from Wolsey and from most of the royal advisers. When exactly the question of a separation from Catherine was first mooted is uncertain, but there can be no doubt that early in 1527 active steps were taken to secure a condemnation of the marriage. Wolsey entered warmly into the project, but most of the bishops whom he consulted were not anxious to assist him, and what was still more serious, Fisher, the learned and saintly Bishop of Rochester, declared himself from the beginning a determined opponent. The capture of Rome by imperial troops, 1527, made it imperative that the terms of the French alliance should be completed at once, and Cardinal Wolsey set out for Paris as the representative of England. While Wolsey was absent in France arranging the terms of the alliance, Anne Boleyn took occasion to warn Henry that his great minister was unreliable, that in his heart he was opposed to the separation, and that without his knowledge or consent negotiations should be opened directly with the Roman court. An agent was dispatched to Rome and succeeded in securing an interview with Clement VII. After the latter had made his escape from Rome to Orvieto, December 1527. It was contended on behalf of the king that the dispensation granted by Julius II. Was null and void. In proof of this it was contended that in the bull it had been stated that Henry desired to marry Catherine, and that the marriage was necessary for preserving peace between England and Spain, both of which statements, it was alleged, were false; that at the time the disposition was granted Henry was only 12 years of age, and therefore incapable of accepting it; that several persons mentioned in the Bull, as for example Queen Isabella and Henry VII., had died before the marriage took place; and lastly, that when Henry reached the age of puberty he had protested against the marriage, thereby renouncing for himself the favours granted in the Bull of Dispensations. Later on it was contended by those who favoured the separation that the dispensation was issued by the Pope on the supposition that the marriage between Arthur and Catharine had not been consummated, and that therefore, since this condition was not verified, the dispensation was invalid. But here they were faced with the difficulty that the great weight of evidence favoured the view that the marriage had not been consummated, that in any case the dispensation was ample enough to cover both the impediment of affinity and public honesty, and that, whatever might be said against the Bull of dispensation, no such objection could be urged against the brief said to have been forwarded by the Pope to the court of Spain. As the English agents had been instructed to seek not merely the appointment of a commission to declare the invalidity of the dispensation and consequently the marriage, but also for a dispensation which would permit the king to marry a woman related to him in the first degree of affinity, whether the affinity had been contracted by a lawful or unlawful connection, it was thought prudent not to lay stress on the argument that marriage with the deceased brother's wife was prohibited by the divine law, and that therefore the Pope could not grant a dispensation such as had been issued by Julius II. At a later date great stress was laid upon this argument. Clement VII., while not unwilling to grant the dispensation requested, did not think it consistent with his own honour or that of the king to grant the commission according to the terms drawn up for him in England. A new embassy consisting of Edward Fox and Dr. Stephen Gardiner, Wolsey's secretary, was dispatched, and arrived at Orvieto in March 1528. The victorious progress of the French armies in Italy (1527–28) by relieving Clement VII. From the pressure of the imperial party favoured the petition of Henry VIII. Arguments drawn from canon law and from theology were driven home by Gardiner with a fluency and wealth of knowledge that astonished the papal advisers, and when arguments failed, recourse was had to threats of an appeal to a general council and of the complete separation of England from the Holy See. The decretal commission demanded by the English ambassadors was, however, refused, but in its place a decree was issued empowering Cardinal Wolsey and Cardinal Campeggio to try the case in England and to pronounce a verdict in accordance with the evidence submitted to them. As this fell very far short of what had been demanded by the English envoys, new demands were made for a more ample authority for the commission, and in view of the danger that threatened the Catholic Church in England, Clement VII. Yielded so far as to promise that he would not revoke the jurisdiction of those whom he had entrusted with the trial of the case (July 1528). Meanwhile news of what was in contemplation was noised abroad. Many of the English merchants, fearing that hostility to the Empire would lead to an interruption of their trade, especially with the Netherlands, detested the new foreign policy of the king, while the great body of the people were so strongly on the side of Catharine that were a verdict to be given against her a popular rebellion seemed inevitable. So pronounced was this feeling even in the city of London itself that Henry felt it necessary to summon the Lord Mayor and the Corporation to the royal palace, where he addressed them on the question that was then uppermost in men's minds. He spoke of Catharine in terms of the highest praise, assured them that the separation proceedings were begun, not because he was anxious to rid himself of a wife whom he still loved, but because his conscience was troubled with scruples regarding the validity of his marriage, and that the safety of the kingdom was endangered by doubts which had been raised by the French ambassador regarding the legitimacy of Princess Mary. To put an end to these doubts and to save the country from the horror of a disputed succession, the Pope had appointed a commission to examine the validity of the marriage, and to the judgment of that commission, whatever it might be, he was prepared to yield a ready submission. He warned his hearers, however, that if any person failed to speak of him otherwise than became a loyal subject towards his sovereign condign, punishment would await him. To give effect to these words a search was made for arms in the city, and strangers were commanded to depart from London. Though the commission had been granted in April, Cardinal Campeggio was in no hurry to undertake the work that was assigned to him. He did not leave Rome till June, and he proceeded so leisurely on his journey through France that it was only in the first week of October that he arrived in London. In accordance with his instructions, he endeavoured to dissuade the king from proceeding further with the separation, but as Henry was determined to marry the lady of his choice, even though it should prove the ruin of his kingdom, all the efforts of Campeggio in this direction were in vain. He next turned his attention to Catharine in the hope of persuading her to enter a convent, only to discover that her refusal to take any step likely to cast doubts upon her own marriage and the legitimacy of her daughter was fixed and unalterable. At the queen's demand, counsel was assigned to her to plead her cause. The situation was complicated by the fact that Julius II appeared to have issued two dispensations for Henry's marriage, one contained in the bull sent to England, the other in a brief forwarded to Ferdinand in Spain. The queen produced a copy of the brief, which was drawn up in such a way as to elude most of the objections that were urged against the bull on the grounds that the marriage had been consummated. The original of the brief was in the hands of the Emperor, and various attempts were made to secure the original or to have it pronounced a forgery by the Pope. But the Emperor was too wily a diplomatist to be caught so easily, and the Pope refused either to order its production or to condemn it without evidence as a forgery. This question of the brief was seized upon by Cardinal Campeggio as a good opportunity for delaying the trial. At last, on the 31st May 1529, the legates Wolsey and Campeggio opened the court at Blackfriars and summoned Henry and Catharine to appear before them in person or by proxy on the 18th June. Both king and queen answered the summons, the latter, however, merely to demand justice publicly from the king, to protest against the competence and impartiality of the tribunal, and to lodge a formal appeal to Rome. Her appeal was disallowed, and on her refusal to take any further part in the trial she was condemned as contumacious. But even still she was not without brave and able defenders. Bishop Fisher of Rochester spoke out manfully against the unnatural and unlawful proceedings, and his protest found an echo not merely in the court itself but throughout the country. The friends of Henry, fearing that the Pope might revoke the power of the legates, clamoured for an immediate verdict, but this Campeggio was determined to prevent at all costs. By insisting upon all the formalities of law he took care to delay the proceedings till the 23rd July, when he announced that the legatine court should follow the rules of the Roman court and should therefore adjourn to October. Already he was aware of the fact that Clement VII, yielding to the entreaties of Catharine and the demands of the Emperor, had reserved the decision of the case to Rome (19th July), and that the summons to the king and queen to proceed there to plead their cause was already on its way to England. Henry, disguising his real feelings, pretended to be satisfied, but in reality his disappointment was extreme. Anne Boleyn and her friends threw the blame entirely on Wolsey. They suggested that the cardinal had acted a double part throughout the entire proceedings. For a time there was a conflict in the king's mind between the suggestions of his friends and the memory of Wolsey's years of loyal service, but at last Henry was won over to the party of Anne, and Wolsey was doomed to destruction. He was deprived of the office of Lord Chancellor, which was entrusted to Sir Thomas More (October 1529), accused of violating the statute of Praemunire by exercising legatine powers, a charge to which he pleaded guilty, though he might have alleged in his defence the permission and authority of the king, indicted before Parliament as guilty of high treason, from the penalty of which he was saved by the spirited defence of his able follower Thomas Cromwell (December), and ordered to withdraw to his diocese of York (1530). His conduct in these trying times soon won the admiration of both friends and foes. The deep piety and religion of the man, however much they might have been concealed by his fondness for pomp and display during the days of his glory, helped him to withstand manfully the onslaughts of his opponents. His time was spent in prayer and in the faithful discharge of his episcopal duties, but the enemies who had secured his downfall at court were not satisfied. They knew that he had still a strong hold on the affections of the king, and they feared that were any foreign complications to ensue he might be recalled to court and restored to his former dignities. They determined therefore to bring about his death, An order for his arrest and committal to the Tower was issued, but death intervened and saved him from the fate that was in store for him. Before reaching London he took suddenly ill and died after having received the last consolations of religion, November 1530. Henry, having failed to obtain a favourable verdict from the Legatine Commission, determined to frighten the Pope into compliance with his wishes by showing him that behind the King of England stood the English Parliament. The most elaborate precautions were taken to secure that members likely to be friendly were elected. In many cases, together with the writs, the names of those whose return the court desired were forwarded to the sheriffs. The Parliament that was destined to play such a momentous part in English affairs met in 1529. It was opened by the king in person, attended by Sir Thomas More as Lord Chancellor. At a hint from the proper quarter, it directed its attention immediately to the alleged abuses of the clergy. The principal complaints put forward were the excessive fees and delays in connexion with the probate of wills, plurality of benefices, and the agricultural and commercial activity of priests, bishops, and religious houses, an activity that was detrimental to themselves and unfair to their lay competitors. Measures were taken in the House of Commons to put an end to these exactions and abuses, but when the bills reached the House of Lords, Bishop Fisher lodged an emphatic protest, for which he was called to account by the king. When Parliament had done enough to show the bishops and the Roman court what might be expected in case Henry's wishes were not complied with, it was prorogued (December 1529), and in the following month a solemn embassy, headed by the Earl of Wiltshire, Anne Boleyn's father, was dispatched to interview the Pope and Charles V. at Bologna. The envoys were instructed to endeavour to win over the Emperor to the king's plans, but Charles V. regarded their advances with indignation and refused to sacrifice the honour of his aunt to the friendship of England. The only result of the embassy was that a formal citation of Henry to appear at Rome was served on the Earl of Wiltshire, but at the request of the latter a delay of some weeks was granted. Unless some serious measures were taken immediately, Henry had every reason to expect that judgment might be given against him at Rome, and that he would find himself obliged either to submit unconditionally or to defend himself against the combined forces of the Emperor and the King of France. To prevent or at least to delay such a result, and to strengthen the hands of the English agents at Rome, he determined to follow the advice that had been given him by Thomas Cranmer, namely, to obtain for the separation from Catharine the approval of the universities and learned canonists of the world. Agents were dispatched to Cambridge and Oxford to obtain a verdict in favour of the king. Finding it impossible to secure a favourable verdict from the universities, the agents succeeded in having the case submitted to a small committee both in Cambridge and Oxford, and the judgment of the committees, though by no means unanimous, was registered as the judgment of the universities. Francis I. of France, who for political reasons was on Henry's side throughout the whole proceedings, brought pressure to bear upon the French universities, many of which declared that Henry's marriage to Catharine was null and void. In Italy the number of opinions obtained in favour of the king's desires depended entirely upon the amount of money at the disposal of his agents. To support the verdict of the learned world, Henry determined to show Rome that the nobility and clergy of his kingdom were in complete sympathy with his action. A petition signed by a large number of laymen and a few of the bishops and abbots was forwarded to Clement VII. 13th July 1530. It declared that the question of separation, involving as it did the freedom of the king to marry, was of supreme importance for the welfare of the English nation, that the learned world had pronounced already in the king's favour, and that if the Pope did not comply with this request, England might be driven to adopt other means of securing redress, even though it should be necessary to summon a general council. To this Clement VII. Sent a dignified reply (September), in which he pointed out that throughout the whole proceedings he had shown the greatest regard for Henry, and that any delay that had occurred at arriving at a verdict was due to the fact that the king had appointed no legal representatives at the Roman courts. The French ambassador also took energetic measures to support the English agents, threatening that his master might be forced to join hands with Henry if necessary, but even this threat was without result, and the king's agents were obliged to report that his case at Rome was practically hopeless, and that at any moment the Pope might insist in proceeding with the trial. When Henry realised that marriage with Anne Boleyn meant defiance of Rome he was inclined to hesitate. Both from the point of view of religion and of public policy separation from the Holy See was decidedly objectionable. While he was in this frame of mind, a prey to passion and anxiety, it was suggested to him, probably by Thomas Cromwell, the former disciple of the fallen cardinal, that he should seize this opportunity to strengthen the royal power in England by challenging the authority of the Pope and by taking into his own hands the control of the wealth and patronage of the Church. The prospect thus held out to him was so enticing that Henry determined to follow the advice, not indeed as yet with the intention of involving his kingdom in open schism, but in the hope that the Pope might be forced to yield to his demands. In December 1530 he addressed a strong letter to Clement VII. He demanded once more that the validity of his marriage should be submitted to an English tribunal, and warned the Pope to abstain from interfering with the rights of the king if he wished that the prerogatives of the Holy See should be respected in England. This letter of Henry VIII. Was clearly an ultimatum, non-compliance with which meant open war. At the beginning of 1531 steps were taken to prepare the way for royal supremacy. For exercising legatine powers in England Cardinal Wolsey had been indicted and found guilty of the violation of the Statute of Praemunire, and as the clergy had submitted to his legatine authority they were charged as a body with being participators in his guilt. The Attorney General filed an information against them to the Court of the King's Bench, but when Convocation met it was intimated to the clergy that they might procure pardon for the offence by granting a large contribution to the royal treasury and by due submission to the king. The Convocation of Canterbury offered a sum of £100,000, but the offer was refused unless the clergy were prepared to recognise the king as the sole protector and supreme head of the Church and clergy in England. To such a novel proposal Convocation showed itself decidedly hostile, but at last after many consultations had been held, Warham, the aged Archbishop of Canterbury, proposed that they should acknowledge the king as their singular protector only and supreme lord, and as far as the law of Christ allows, even supreme head. "Whoever is silent," said the archbishop, "may be taken to consent," and in this way by the silence of the assembly the new formula was passed. At the Convocation of York, Bishop Tunstall of Durham, while agreeing to a money payment, made a spirited protest against the new title, to which protest Henry found it necessary to forward a reassuring reply. Parliament then ratified the pardon for which the clergy had paid so dearly, and to set at rest the fears of the laity, a free pardon was issued to all those who had been involved in the guilt of the papal legate. Clement VII. Issued a brief in January 1531 forbidding Henry to marry again, and warning the universities and the law courts against giving a decision in a case that had been reserved for the decision of the Holy See. When the case was opened at the Rota in the same month, an excusator appeared to plead, but as he had no formal authority from the king he was not admitted. The case, however, was postponed from time to time in the hope that Henry might relent. In the meantime, at the king's suggestion, several deputations waited upon Catharine to induce her to recall her appeal to Rome. Annoyed by her obstinacy, Henry sent her away from court and separated from her daughter. After November 1531 the king and queen never met again. Popular feeling in London and throughout England was running high against the divorce and against any breach with the Emperor, who might close the Flemish markets to the English merchants. The clergy, who were indignant that their representatives should have paid such an immense sum to secure pardon for an offence of which they had not been more guilty than the king himself, remonstrated warmly against the taxation that had been levied on their revenues. Unmindful of the popular commotion, Henry proceeded to usurp the power of the Pope and of the bishops, and though he was outwardly stern in the repression of heresy, the friends of the Lutheran movement in England boasted publicly that the king was on their side. When Parliament met again (January 1532), the attacks on the clergy were renewed. A petition against the bishops, drawn up by Thomas Cromwell at the suggestion of Henry, was presented in the name of the House of Commons to the king. In this petition the members were made to complain that the clergy enacted laws and statutes in Convocation without consulting the king or the Commons, that suitors were treated harshly before the ecclesiastical courts, that in regard to probates the people were worried by excessive fees and unnecessary delays, and that the number of holidays was injurious to trade and agriculture. This complaint was forwarded to Convocation for a reply. The bishops, while vindicating the clergy the right to make their own laws and statutes, showed themselves not unwilling to accept a compromise, but Parliament, at the instigation of Henry, refused to accept their proposals. The king, who was determined to crush the power of the clergy, insisted that Convocation should abandon its rights to make constitutions or ordinances without royal permission, and that the ordinances passed already should be submitted to a mixed commission, appointed by the authority of the crown. Such proposals, so contrary to the customs of the realm and so destructive of the independence of the Church, could not fail to be extremely disagreeable to the bishops, but in face of the uncompromising attitude of the king they were forced to give way, and in a document known as the "Submission of the Clergy" they sacrificed the legislative rights of Convocation (May 1532). They agreed to enact no new canons, constitutions, or ordinances without the king's consent, that those already passed should be submitted to a committee consisting of clergy and laymen nominated by the king, and that the laws adopted by this committee and approved by the king should continue in full force. Sir Thomas More, who had worked hard in defence of the Church, promptly resigned his office of Lord Chancellor, that he might have a freer hand in the crisis that had arisen. In March 1532 another step was taken to overawe the Roman Court and force the Pope to yield to Henry's demands. An act was passed abolishing the annats or first fruits paid to Rome by all bishops on their appointment to vacant sees. If the Pope should refuse to appoint without such payments, it was enacted that the consecration should be carried out by the Archbishop of the province, without further recourse to Rome. Such a measure, tending so directly towards schism, met with strong opposition in the House of Lords from the bishops, abbots, and many of the lay lords, as it did also in the House of Commons. In the end it was passed only on the understanding that it should not take effect for a year, and that in the meantime, if an agreement could be arrived at with the Pope, the king might, by letters patent, repeal it. Henry instructed his ambassador at Rome to inform Clement VII. That this legislation against annats was entirely the work of the Parliament, and that if the Pope wished for its withdrawal he must show a more conciliatory spirit towards the king and people of England. The Pope, however, refused to yield to such intimidation. When news arrived at Rome that Henry had sent away Catharine from court, the question of excommunication was considered, but as the excommunication of a king was likely to be fraught with such serious consequences for the English Church, Clement VII. Hesitated to publish it in the hope that Henry might see the error of his ways. The trial was delayed from time to time until at last in November 1532 the Pope addressed a strong letter to the king, warning him under threat of excommunication to put away Anne Boleyn, and not to attempt to divorce Catharine or to marry another until a decision had been given in Rome. By this time the king had given up all hope of securing the approval of Rome for the step he contemplated. Even in England the divorce from Catharine found much opposition from both clergy and laity. Sir Thomas More and many of the nobles were on the side of Catharine, as were also Bishop Fisher of Rochester and Bishop Tunstall of Durham. Even Reginald Pole, the king's own cousin, who had been educated at Henry's expense and for whom the Archbishopric of York had been kept vacant, refused the tempting offers that were made to him on condition that he would espouse the cause of separation. He preferred instead to leave England rather than act against his conscience by supporting Catharine's divorce. Fortunately for Henry at this moment, Warham, the aged Bishop of Canterbury, who was a stout defender of the Holy See, passed away (August 1532). The king determined to secure the appointment of an archbishop upon whom he could rely for the accomplishment of his designs, and accordingly Thomas Cranmer was selected and presented to Rome. After much hesitation, and merely as the lesser of two evils, his appointment was confirmed. Thomas Cranmer was born in Nottingham and educated in Cambridge. He married early in life, but his wife having died within a few months, he determined to take holy orders. His suggestion to submit the validity of Henry's marriage to the judgment of the universities, coming as it did at a time when Henry was at his wits' end, showed him to be a man of resource, whose services should be secured by the court. He was appointed accordingly chaplain to Anne Boleyn's father, and was one of those sent on the embassy to meet the Pope and Charles V. at Bologna. During his wanderings in Germany he was brought into close relationship with many of the leading reformers, and following their teaching and example he took to himself a wife in the person of the well-known Lutheran divine, Osiander. Such a step, so highly objectionable to the Church authorities and likely to be displeasing to Henry, who in spite of his own weakness insisted on clerical celibacy, was kept a secret, though it is not at all improbable that the secret had reached the ears of the king. At the time when the latter had made up his mind to set Rome at defiance, he knew how important it was for him to sacrifice his own personal predilections for the sake of having a man of Cranmer's pliability as Archbishop of Canterbury and head of the clergy in England. On the 30th March 1533 Cranmer was consecrated archbishop and took the usual oath of obedience and loyalty to the Pope. But immediately before the ceremony he registered a formal protest that he considered the oath a mere form, and that he wished to hold himself free to provide for the reformation of the Church in England. Such a step indicates clearly enough the character of the first Archbishop of the Reformation in England. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of The History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 2, by Rev. James McCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To prepare the way for the sentence that might be published at any moment by the Pope, a bill was introduced forbidding appeals to Rome under penalty of praemunire, and declaring that all matrimonial suits should be decided in England, and that the clergy should continue their ministrations in spite of any censures or interdicts that might be promulgated by the Pope. The bill was accepted by the House of Lords, but met with serious opposition in the Commons. An offer was made to raise £200,000 for the king's use, if only he would refer the whole question. But in the end, partly by threats and partly by deception regarding the attitude of the Pope and the Emperor, the opposition was induced to give way, and the bill became law. By this act it was declared that the realm of England should be governed by one supreme head and king, to whom both spirituality and temporality were bound to yield, next to God a natural and humble obedience; that the English Church was competent to manage its own affairs without the interference of foreigners, and that all spiritual cases should be heard and determined by the king's jurisdiction and authority. The question of the divorce was brought before the Convocation in March 1533, and though Fisher spoke out boldly in defence of Catharine's marriage, his brethren failed to support him, and Convocation declared against the legitimacy of the marriage. Henry was now free to throw off the mask. He could point to the verdict given in his favour by both Parliament and Convocation, and could rely on Cranmer as Archbishop of Canterbury to carry out his wishes. In order to provide for the legitimacy of the child that was soon to be born, he had married Anne Boleyn privately in January 1533. In April Cranmer requested permission to be allowed to hold a court to consider Henry's marriage with Catharine, to which request, inspired as it had been by himself, the king graciously assented. The court sat at Dunstable, where Catharine was cited to appear. On her refusal to plead she was condemned as contumacious. Sentence was given by the archbishop that her marriage with Henry was invalid. 23rd April 1533. Cranmer next turned his attention to Henry's marriage with Anne, and as might be expected this pliant minister had no difficulty in pronouncing in its favour. On Whitsunday 1533 Anne was crowned as queen in Westminster Abbey. The popular feeling in London and throughout the kingdom was decidedly hostile to the new queen and to the French ambassador, who was blamed for taking sides against Catharine. But Henry was so confident of his own power that he was unmoved by the conduct of the London mob. In September, to the great disappointment of the king, who had been led by the astrologers and sorcerers to believe that he might expect the advent of an heir, a daughter was born, to whom was given the name Elizabeth. The Pope, acting on the request of the French and English ambassadors, had delayed to pronounce a definitive sentence, but the news of Henry's marriage with Anne, and of the verdict that had been promulgated by the Archbishop of Canterbury, made it imperative that decisive measures should be taken. On the 11th July it was decreed that Henry's divorce from Catharine and his marriage with Anne were null and void. Sentence of excommunication against him was prepared, but its publication was postponed till September, when an interview had been arranged to take place between the Pope and Francis I. Francis I was not without hope even still that an amicable settlement could be arranged. Throughout the whole proceedings he had espoused warmly Henry's cause, in the belief that England, having broken completely with Catharine's nephew Charles V, might be forced to conclude an alliance with France. But he never wished that Henry VIII should set the Holy See at defiance, or that England should be separated from the Catholic Church. To the Pope and to Henry he had addressed his remonstrances and petitions in turn, but events had reached such a climax that mediation was almost an impossibility. The interview arranged between the Pope and Francis I took place at Marseilles in October 1533. Regardless of all the rules of diplomatic courtesy and of good manners, Henry's representative forced his way into the presence of the Pope and announced to him that the King of England had appealed from the verdict of Rome to the judgment of a General Council. Notices of this appeal were posted up in London, and preachers were ordered to declaim against the authority of the Pope, who was to be styled henceforth Bishop of Rome, and whose sentences and excommunications, the people were to be informed, were of no greater importance than those of any other foreign bishop. The way was now open for the final act of separation. Parliament met in January 1534. The law passed the previous year against the payments of annats was now promulgated. According to this act, the Pope was not to be consulted for the future regarding appointments to English sees. When a bishopric became vacant, the chapter having received the congé d'élire should proceed to elect the person named in the royal letters accompanying the congé, and the person so elected should be presented to the metropolitan for consecration. In case of a metropolitan see, the archbishop-elect should be consecrated by another metropolitan and 2 bishops, or by 4 bishops appointed by the crown. Another act was passed forbidding the payment of Peter's pence and all other fees and pensions paid formerly to Rome. The Archbishop of Canterbury was empowered to grant dispensations, and the penalties of praemunire were levelled against all persons who should apply for faculties to the Pope. By a third act a prohibition against appeals to Rome was renewed, although it was permitted to appeal from the court of the Archbishop of Canterbury to the King's Court of Chancery. Convocation was forbidden to enact any new ordinances without the consent of the king, and those passed already were to be subject to revision by a royal commission. Finally, an act was passed vesting the succession in the children of Henry and Anne to the exclusion of the Princess Mary. The marriage with Catharine was declared null and void by Parliament on the ground principally that no man could dispense with God's law, and to prevent such incestuous unions in the future a list of the forbidden degrees was drawn up in order to be exhibited in the public churches. To question the marriage of Henry and Anne Boleyn by writing, word, deed, or act was declared to be high treason, and all persons should take an oath acknowledging the succession under pain of misprision or treason. That the Parliament was forced to adopt these measures against its own better judgment is clear from the small number of members who took their seats in the House of Lords, as well as from the fact that some of the commoners assured the imperial ambassador that were his master to invade England he might count on considerable support. In Rome the agents of Francis I, fearing that an alliance between France and England would be impossible were Henry to throw off his allegiance to the Church, moved heaven and earth to prevent a definitive sentence. The fact that the Emperor was both unable and unwilling to enforce the decision of the Pope, and that instead of desiring the excommunication and deposition of Henry he was opposed to such a step, made it more difficult for the Pope to take decisive measures. Finally, after various consultations with the cardinals, sentence was given declaring the marriage with Catharine valid and the children born of that marriage legitimate. 23rd March 1534. When the news of this decision reached England, Henry was alarmed. He feared that the Emperor might declare war at any moment, that an imperial army might be landed on the English shores, and that Francis I, yielding to the entreaties of the Pope, might make common cause with the Imperialists. Orders were given to strengthen the fortifications and to hold the fleet in readiness. Agents were dispatched to secure the neutrality of France, and preachers were commanded to denounce the Bishop of Rome. As matters stood, however, there was no need for such alarm. The Emperor had enough to engage his attention in Spain and Germany, and the enmity between Charles V. and the King of France was too acute to prevent them from acting together even in defence of their common religion. Meantime it was clear to Henry that popular feeling was strong against his policy, but instead of being deterred by this, he became more obstinate and determined to show the people that his wishes must be obeyed. A nun named Elizabeth Barton, generally known as the Nun of Kent, claimed to have been favoured with special visions from on high. She denounced the king's marriage with Anne and bewailed the spread of heresy in the kingdom. People flocked from all parts to interview her, and even Cranmer pretended to be impressed by her statements. She and many of her principal supporters were arrested and condemned to death (November 1534). It was hoped that by her confession it might be possible to placate Bishop Fisher, who was specially hated by Henry on account of the stand he had made on the question of the marriage, and the late Lord Chancellor Sir Thomas More. Both had met the nun, but had been careful to avoid everything that could be construed even remotely as treason. In the Act of Attainder introduced into Parliament against Elizabeth Barton and her confederates, the names of Fisher and More were included, but so strong was the feeling in More's favour that his name was erased. Fisher, although able to clear himself from all reasonable grounds of suspicion, was found guilty of misprision of treason and condemned to pay a fine of £300. Fisher and More were then called upon to take the oath of succession, which, as drawn up, included, together with an acknowledgment of the legitimacy of the children born of Henry and Anne, a repudiation of the primacy of the Pope, and of the validity of Henry's marriage with Catherine. Both were willing to accept the succession as fixed by Act of Parliament, but neither of them could accept the other propositions. They were arrested therefore and lodged in the Tower (April 1534). Commissions were appointed to minister the oath to the clergy and laity, most of whom accepted it, some through fear of the consequences of refusal, and others in the hope of receiving a share of the monastic lands which, it was rumoured, would soon be at the disposal of the king. A royal commission consisting of George Brown, prior of the Augustinian Hermits, and Dr. Hilsey, provincial of the Dominicans, was appointed to visit the religious houses and to obtain the submission of the members (April 1534). By threats of dissolution and confiscation they secured the submission of most of the monastic establishments, with the exception of the observants of Richmond and Greenwich and the Carthusians of the Charterhouse, London. Many of the members of these communities were arrested and lodged in the Tower, and the decree went forth that the 7 houses belonging to the observants who had offered a strenuous opposition should be suppressed. The Convocations of Canterbury and York submitted, as did also the Universities of Oxford and Cambridge. When Parliament met again in November 1534, a bill was introduced proclaiming the king supreme head of the Church in England. The measure was based upon the recognition of royal supremacy extracted from Convocation 3 years before, but with the omission of the saving clause, "as far as the law of Christ allows." According to this act it was declared that the king justly and rightly is and ought to be the supreme head of the Church in England, and to enjoy all the honours, dignities, preeminences, jurisdictions, privileges, authorities, immunities, profits and commodities appertaining to the dignity of the supreme head of the Church. An Act of Attainder was passed against Fisher, More, and all others who had refused submission. The first fruits formerly paid to the Pope were to be paid to the king, and bishops were allowed to appoint men approved by the Crown to be their assistants. By these measures the constitution of the Church, as it had been accepted for centuries by the English clergy and laity, was overturned. The authority of the Pope was rejected in favour of the authority of the king, who was to be regarded in the future as the source of all ecclesiastical jurisdiction. This great religious revolution was carried out without the consent of the bishops and clergy. With the single exception of Cranmer, the bishops to a man opposed the change, and if they and the great body of the clergy made their submission in the end, they did so not because they were convinced by the royal arguments, but because they feared the royal displeasure. Neither was the change favoured by any considerable section of the nobles and people. The former were won over partly by fear, partly by hope of securing a share in the plunder of the Church. The latter, dismayed by the cowardly attitude shown by their spiritual and lay leaders, saw no hope of successful resistance. Had there been any strong feeling in England against the Holy See, some of the bishops and clergy would have spoken out clearly against the Pope, at a time when such a step would have merited the approval of the king. The fact that the measure could have been passed in such circumstances is in itself the best example of what is meant by Tudor despotism, in the days when an English Parliament was only a machine for registering the wishes of the king. In January 1535 an order was made that the king should be styled supreme head of the Church of England. Thomas Cromwell, who had risen rapidly at court in spite of the disgrace of his patron, Cardinal Wolsey, was entrusted with the work of forcing the clergy and laity to renounce the authority of the Pope. The bishops were commanded to surrender the bulls of appointment they had received from Rome and to acknowledge expressly that they recognised the royal supremacy. Cromwell was appointed the king's vicar general, from whom the bishops and archbishops were obliged to take their directions. Severe measures were to be used against anybody who spoke even in private in favour of Rome. The prior of the London Charterhouse and some other Carthusians were brought to trial for refusing to accept the royal supremacy (April 1535). After an able and uncompromising defence they were found guilty of treason and were put to death with the most revolting cruelty. Bishop Fisher and Sir Thomas More, who were prisoners in the Tower, were allowed some time to consider their course of conduct. Fisher declared that he could not acknowledge the king as supreme head of the Church. While he lay in prison awaiting his trial, Paul III, in acknowledgment of his loyal services to the Church, conferred on him a cardinal's hat. This honour, however well merited, served only to arouse the ire of the king. He declared that by the time the hat should arrive Fisher should have no head on which to wear it, and to show that this was no idle threat, a peremptory order was dispatched that unless Fisher and More took the oaths before the feast of St. John, they should suffer the penalty prescribed for traitors. Fisher, together with some monks of the Carthusians, was brought to trial (June 1535) and was found guilty of treason for having declared that the king was not supreme head of the Church. The prisoners were condemned to be hanged, drawn, and quartered. In the case of the Carthusians the sentence was carried out to the letter, but as it was feared that Fisher might die before he reached Tyburn, he was beheaded in the Tower (22nd June), and his head was impaled on London Bridge. Sir Thomas More was placed on his trial in Westminster Hall before a special commission (1st July). Able lawyer as he was, he had no difficulty in showing that by silence he had committed no crime and broken no Act of Parliament, but no defence could avail him against the wishes of the king. The jury promptly returned a verdict of guilty. Before sentence was passed, the prisoner spoke out manfully against royal supremacy and in defence of the authority of Rome. He declared that the Act of Parliament which conferred on the king the title of supreme head of the Church was opposed both to the laws of God and man, that it was in flagrant contradiction to the Magna Charta, and that the King of England could no more refuse obedience to the Holy See than a child could refuse obedience to his father. Even after his trial and condemnation another attempt was made to induce him to submit, but he refused, and on the 6th July he finished his career as a martyr for Rome. The execution of Fisher and More showed plainly to all that the breach with Rome was not likely to be healed. When news of what had taken place in England reached Rome, Paul III was anxious to issue a decree of deposition against Henry. Had he done so, and had he been supported by the Emperor and Francis I, there is no doubt that many of the English noblemen would have joined the standard of the invaders, but the hostility between France and the Emperor saved Henry. Neither party was willing to aid the Pope lest the other should form an alliance with England. Fearing such a union, however, between Francis I and Charles V, Henry hastened to seek the aid of the Protestant princes of Germany. From 1531 he had been in communication with them, urging them to be careful about introducing religious innovations, but he was now so alarmed lest the Emperor and the King of France might join hands to assist the Pope in convoking a general council, that English envoys were directed to meet the Protestant princes at Schmalkald (1535) to arrange for common action. A close union between England and the Protestant states of Germany could not be effected, because the Protestant princes insisted that Henry should accept the Confession of Augsburg, and Henry refused to permit such interference in the religious affairs of England. Still English divines were instructed to remain at Wittenberg, and Lutheran theologians were invited to come to England for the discussion of religious differences. Meanwhile Cromwell was engaged in a visitation of the monasteries of England (1535). To bring home to the minds of the bishops the meaning of royal supremacy, he suspended their visitations while the royal visitors were at work. Cromwell, unable to undertake the duty himself, appointed delegates and supplied them with a list of questions that should be administered. His principal delegates were Richard Layton and Thomas Lay, both men, as is evident from their own letters, who were not likely to be over scrupulous about the methods they employed. They were harsh, rude, and brutal in their treatment of both monks and nuns, especially in houses where they suspected hostility to the recent laws. They used every means in their power to break up the harmony of religious life and to unsettle the minds of the younger members of the communities. In a few months the visitations were finished, and the reports of the visitors were presented to Cromwell. According to these reports most of the monasteries and convents were homes of sin and vice, and many of the monks and nuns were guilty of heinous crimes. But, though in particular instances there may have been some grounds for these charges, there is good reason for not accepting as trustworthy this account of monastic discipline. In the first place, the royal visitors traversed the country with such lightning-like rapidity that it would have been impossible for them to arrive at a correct judgment, even had they been impartial and honest men. That they were neither honest nor impartial is clear enough from their own correspondence. They were sent out by Cromwell to collect evidence that might furnish a decent pretext for suppressing the monasteries and for confiscating the monastic possessions, and they took pains to show their master that his confidence in them had not been misplaced. Their only mistake was that in their eagerness to black the character of the unfortunate religious, they exceeded the limits of human credulity. They positively revelled in sin, and the scandals they reported were of such a gross and hideous kind that it is impossible to believe that they could have been true, else the people, instead of taking up arms to defend the religious houses, would have risen in revolt to suppress such abominations. Nor is it correct to say that the Comperta were submitted to Parliament for discussion, and that the members were so shocked by the tale they unfolded that they clamoured for the suppression of these iniquitous institutions. There is abundant evidence to prove that Parliament was reluctant to take any action against the religious houses, that it was only by the personal intervention of the king that the bill for the suppression of the lesser monasteries was allowed to pass, and that it is at least doubtful if any but general statements founded by the Comperta were brought before Parliament. The story of the production of the Black Book, supposed to contain the reports, is of a much later date, and comes from sources that could not be regarded as unprejudiced. It had its origin probably in a misunderstanding of the nature of the Compendium Compertorum, which dealt only with parishes of the northern province. It is strange that though the commissioners made no distinction between the condition of the larger and the smaller monasteries, the Act of Parliament based upon these reports decreed only the suppression of the smaller monasteries, as if vice and neglect of discipline were more likely to reign in the small rather than in the large communities, and it is equally strange that the superiors of many of the houses, about which unfavourable reports have been presented, were promoted to high ecclesiastical offices by the king and by his vicar general, who should have been convinced of the guilt and unworthiness of such ministers, had they trusted their own commissioners. In the case of some of the dioceses, as for example Norwich, it is possible to compare the results of an episcopal visitation held some years previously with the reports of Cromwell's commissioners, and though it is sufficiently clear from these earlier reports that all was not well with discipline, the discrepancy between the accounts of the bishops and the royal commissioners is so striking that it is difficult to believe that the houses could have degenerated so rapidly in so short a space of time as to justify the Comperta of the commissioners. But what is still more striking is the fact that after the decree of suppression had gone forth, other commissioners, drawn largely from the local gentry, many of whom were to share in the plunder of the monastic lands, visited several of the houses against which serious charges had been made, and found nothing worthy of special blame. These men were not likely to be prejudiced in favour of the monks and nuns. They were well acquainted with the people of the district, and had every opportunity of learning the verdict of the masses about the discipline of the religious communities. They were therefore in a much better position to arrive at the truth than the royal commissioners, who could only pay a flying visit of a few hours or at most of a few days. The real object of the visitation and of the scandalous reports to which it gave rise was to secure some specious pretext that would justify the king in the eyes of the nation in suppressing the monasteries and in confiscating their possessions. The idea that the monastic establishments enjoyed only the administration of their lands and goods, and that these might be seized upon at any moment for the public weal, was not entirely a new one either in the history of England or in that of some of the continental countries. Years before, Cardinal Wolsey, for example, had dissolved more than 20 monasteries in order to raise funds for his colleges at Ipswich and Oxford, while not unfrequently the kings of England rewarded their favourites and servants by granting them a pension to be paid by a particular monastery. With the rise of the middle classes to power and the gradual awakening of greater agricultural and commercial activity, greedy eyes were turned to the monasteries and the farms owned by the religious institutions. Unlike the property of private individuals, these lands were never likely to be in the market, and humanly speaking a transfer of ownership could be effected only by a violent revolution. Many people, therefore, though not unfriendly to the monks and nuns as such, were not disinclined to entertain the proposals of the king for the confiscation of religious property, particularly as hopes were held out to the nobles, wealthy merchants, and the corporations of cities and towns that the property so acquired could take the place of the taxes that otherwise must be raised to meet local and national expenditure. For months between Parliament met (February 1536), everything that could be done by means of violent pamphlets and sermons against the monks and the papacy was done to prepare the country for the extreme measures that were in contemplation. The king came in person to warn the House of Commons that the reports of the royal commissioners, showing as they did the wretched condition of the monasteries and convents, called for nothing less than the total dissolution of such institutions. The members do not appear, however, to have been satisfied with the king's recommendations, and it was probably owing to their feared opposition to a wholesale sacrifice of the monasteries that, though the commissioners had made no distinction between the larger and the smaller establishments, the measure introduced by the government dealt only with the houses possessing a yearly revenue of less than £200. Even in this mild form great pressure was required to secure the passage of the Act, for though here and there complaints might have been heard against the enclosures of monastic lands or about the competition of the clerics in secular pursuits, the great body of the people were still warmly attached to the monasteries. Once the decree of dissolution had been passed, the work of suppression was begun. Close on 400 religious houses were dissolved, and their lands and property confiscated to the crown. The monks and nuns, to the number of about 2,000, were left homeless and dependent merely on the miserable pensions, which not unfrequently remained unpaid. Their goods and valuables, including the church plate and libraries, were seized. Their houses were dismantled, and the roofless walls were left standing or disposed of as quarries for the sale of stones. Such cruel measures were resented by the masses of the people, who were attached to the monasteries, and who had always found the monks and nuns obliging neighbours, generous to their servants and their tenants, charitable to the poor and the wayfarer, good instructors of the youth, and deeply interested in the temporal as well as in the spiritual welfare of those around them. In London and the south eastern counties, where the new tendencies had taken a firmer root, a strong minority supported the policy of the king and Cromwell, but throughout England generally, from Cornwall to Devon to the Scottish borders, the vast majority of the English people objected to the religious innovations, detested Cromwell and Cranmer as heretics, looked to Mary as the lawful heir to the throne, in spite of the decision of the court at Dunstable, and denounced the attacks on the monasteries as robbery and sacrilege. The excitement spread quickly, especially among the peasants, and soon news reached London that a formidable rebellion had begun in the north. In October 1536 the men of Lincoln took up arms in defence of their religion. Many of the noblemen were forced to take part in the movement with which they sympathised, but which they feared to join lest they should be exposed to the merciless vengeance of the king. The leaders proclaimed their loyalty to the crown and announced their intention of sending agents to London to present their petitions. They demanded the restoration of the monasteries, the removal of heretical bishops, such as Cranmer and Latimer, and the dismissal of evil advisers like Cromwell and Rich. Henry VIII. Returned a determined refusal to their demands, and dispatched the Earl of Shrewsbury and the Duke of Suffolk to suppress the rebellion. The people were quite prepared to fight, but the noblemen opened negotiations with the king's commanders and advised the insurgents to disperse. The Duke of Suffolk entered the city of Lincoln amidst every sign of popular displeasure, although since the leaders had grown faint-hearted no resistance was offered. Those who had taken a prominent part in the rebellion were arrested and put to death. The oath of supremacy was tendered to every adult, and by the beginning of April 1537 all traces of the rebellion had been removed. The Pilgrimage of Grace in the North was destined to prove a much more dangerous movement. Early in October 1536 the people of York determined to resist, and by the middle of the month the whole country was up in arms, under the leadership of Robert Aske, a country gentleman and a lawyer well known in legal services in London. Soon the movement spread through most of the counties of the north. York was surrendered to the insurgents without a struggle. Pomfret Castle, where the Archbishop of York and many of the nobles had fled for refuge, was obliged to capitulate, and Lord Darcy, the most loyal supporter of the king in the north, agreed to join the party of Aske. Hull opened its gates to the rebels, and before the end of October a well-trained army of close on 40,000 men, led by the principal gentlemen of the north, lay encamped 4 miles north of Doncaster, where the Duke of Norfolk, at the head of 8,000 of the king's troops, awaited the attack. The Duke, fully conscious of the inferiority of his forces, and well aware that he could not count on the loyalty of his own soldiers, many of whom favoured the demands of the rebels, determined to gain time by opening negotiations for a peaceful settlement, 27th October. 2 messengers were dispatched to submit their grievances to the king, and it was agreed that until an answer should be received both parties should observe the truce. The king met the demands for the maintenance of the old faith, the restoration of the liberties of the Church, and the dismissal of ministers like Cromwell, by a long explanation in defence of his political and religious policy, and the messengers returned to announce that the Duke of Norfolk was coming for another conference. Many of the leaders argued that the time for peaceful remonstrances had passed, and that the issue could be decided now only by the sword. Had their advice been acted upon, the results might have been disastrous for the king, but the extreme loyalty of both the leaders and the people, and the fear that civil war in England would lead to a new Scottish invasion, determined the majority to exhaust peaceful means before having recourse to violence. An interview between the leaders and the Duke of Norfolk, representing the king, was arranged to take place at Doncaster, 5th December. In the meantime a convocation of the clergy was called to meet at Pomfret to formulate the religious grievances, and a lay assembly to draw up the demands of the people. Both clergy and people insisted on the acceptance of papal supremacy, the restoration of all clergy who had been deposed for resisting royal supremacy, the destruction of heretical books, such as those written by Luther, Huss, Melanchthon, Tyndale, Barnes, and St. Germain, the dismissal of heretical bishops and advisers such as Cromwell, and the re-establishment of religious houses. Face to face with such demands, backed as they were by an army of 40,000 men, Norfolk, fearing that resistance was impossible, had recourse to a dishonest strategy. He promised the rebels that a free parliament would be held at York to discuss their grievances, that a full pardon would be granted to all who had taken up arms, and that in the meantime the monks and nuns would be supported from the revenues of the surrendered monasteries and convents. Aske, whose weak point had always been his extreme loyalty, agreed to these terms, and ordered his followers to disband. He was invited to attend in London for a conference with the king, and returned home to announce that Henry was coming to open the Parliament at York, and that the people might rely with confidence on the royal promises. But signs were not wanting to show that the insurgents had been betrayed, and that they must expect vengeance rather than redress. Soon it was rumoured that Hull and Scarborough were being strengthened, and that in both cities Henry intended to place royal garrisons. The people, alarmed by the dangers that threatened them, attempted vainly to seize these 2 towns, and throughout the north various risings took place. The Duke of Norfolk, taking advantage of this violation of the truce, and having no longer any strong forces to contend with, promptly suppressed these rebellions, proclaimed martial law, and began a campaign of wholesale butchery. Hundreds of the rebels, including abbots and priests who were suspected of favouring the insurgents, were put to death. The leaders, Aske, Lord Darcy, Lord Hussey, Sir Thomas Percy, Sir Francis Bigod, together with the abbots of Jervaux and of Fountains, and the prior of Bidlington, were arrested. Some of them suffered the penalty of death in London, while others were sent back to be executed in their own districts. By these measures the rebellion was suppressed in the north, and the rest of the counties were intimidated into submission. Had the Emperor decided upon supporting the people of the north, the course of English history might have been different. But as war had broken out once more between France and the Empire, both nations, anxious to maintain good relations with England, abstained from active interference in English affairs. Pope Paul III, deeply interested as he was in the English Revolution, summoned to his assistance one who understood better than most of his contemporaries the character of the king and the condition of the country, namely Reginald Pole. The latter, turning his back on the favour of the king and the offer of the Archbishopric of York, had left England rather than approve of the king's separation from Catharine. Henry, however, hoping to induce him to return to England, maintained friendly relations with Pole and requested him to state frankly his views on royal supremacy. Pole replied in a long treatise, afterwards published under the title Pro Ecclesiasticae Unitatis Defensione (1536), in which he reproved the conduct of the king and warned him of the dangers that his religious policy might involve. Henry, though deeply mortified by the substance and tone of this work, pretended not to be displeased, and in the hope of silencing his distinguished kinsman, whom he now both feared and hated, he urged him to come back to England. Pole's mother and brothers besought him to yield to the royal wishes, or else he should prove the ruin of all those who were dear to him. Though deeply affected by their appeals, he preferred duty to family affection. He went to Rome, where he was created a cardinal (1536) and appointed to assist in drawing up a scheme of ecclesiastical reforms in preparation for the General Council. Soon news arrived in Rome that a rebellion had broken out in England, that the people were ready to die in defence of their religion, and that the king might be forced to adopt a more conciliatory attitude towards Rome. It was decided to appoint Cardinal Pole papal legate and to send him to England. Such an appointment coming at such a time filled Henry with alarm. He feared that James V of Scotland might be induced to lead an army across the borders to the assistance of the northern rebels, and that France and the Emperor might unite their forces against one who was regarded by both as little less than a heretic. He induced the Privy Council to address a letter to the cardinal (January 1537), reproaching him for his ingratitude and disloyalty to the king, and inviting him to come to Flanders for a friendly discussion with the English agents. Before the legate could leave Italy, the Pilgrimage of Grace had been suppressed, and all hope of a successful mission in England was lost. He passed through France and Flanders, where he received a very cold reception from Francis I and the regent of the Netherlands, both of whom had been requested to deliver him to Henry VIII. After a short stay in the territory of the Prince Bishop of Liege, he returned to Rome in August 1537. But though the rebellion in the north had been suppressed, it was sufficiently grave to show Henry the danger incurred at home by religious innovations, while the legatine mission of Cardinal Pole made it advisable to prove to the Catholic rulers of Europe that England had not gone over to the Lutheran camp. The greatest objection taken by the Conservative party in England to the 10 Articles drawn up by the king and accepted by Convocation in the previous year, 1536, was the absence of express reference to any sacrament except baptism, penance, and the Eucharist. At the meeting of Convocation, 1537, the battle was waged between the Catholic-minded bishops led by Tunstall of Durham and the Lutheran party led by Cranmer. At last the other 4 sacraments were "found" again, and a settlement agreeable to both parties arrived at and embodied in a treatise known as The Institution of a Christian Man. It consisted of 4 parts: the Apostles' Creed, the 7 Sacraments, the 10 Commandments, and the Our Father and Hail Mary. 2 separate articles dealing with justification and purgatory taken from the 10 articles previously issued were appended. The bishops submitted the Institution to the judgment of the king, inviting him as supreme head of the Church to correct whatever was amiss with their doctrine. But Henry, anxious to hold himself free to bargain with the Lutheran princes, if necessary, refused to take any responsibility for the work beyond ordering that it might be read in the churches for 3 years. Hence it was called the Bishop's Book. Against this, and as a concession to the reforming party in England, Henry was pleased to approve of a translation of the Bible presented to him by Cranmer, and to order copies of it to be provided for the use of the faithful in every parish church (1537–38). William Tyndale, who had fled from England to Wittenberg, set himself to complete a translation of the Bible, which translation was published and smuggled into England in 1527. The translation was in itself bristling with errors, and the marginal notes were stupidly offensive. The bishops made desperate attempts to secure its suppression, but despite their efforts the obnoxious translation and even many of the more objectionable works written by the same author continued to find their way into England. The king, though nominally supporting the bishops, was not sorry that such works should be spread amongst the people, as a warning to the Pope of the consequences of a refusal to comply with the royal wishes. In 1530, however, he took counsel with the bishops and learned men to see what might be done to procure a good English translation of the Bible. They agreed that the reading of an English version of the Bible was not necessary for salvation, that, though the Scriptures in the vulgar tongue might be useful in certain circumstances and for certain people, they were more likely to be harmful at a time when erroneous books and heretical books were being propagated. Furthermore, they advised that a proper correct translation should be made and placed in the king's hands, so that he might order its publication whenever he thought that a favourable moment had arrived for such a work. Cromwell was, however, determined to push forward the new religious teachings. He was in close correspondence with an apostate Augustinian friar named Coverdale, who had been obliged to leave the country on account of his heretical opinions. At Cromwell's instigation, Coverdale set himself to prepare a new translation of the Bible, and it was completed and published about 1535. Unlike that of Tyndale, who had gone to the Greek and Hebrew originals, Coverdale's Bible was made from the Vulgate with the aid of the German Lutheran translation. It was, if anything, even more objectionable than Tyndale's, but Cromwell intended to force it upon the clergy in the Injunctions drawn up for their guidance in 1536, though apparently on further consideration he doubted the prudence of such a step, and the clause regarding the English Bible was omitted. In 1537 Cranmer presented the English Bible to Cromwell for approval. It was supposed to contain the Old and New Testament, truly and purely translated into English by Thomas Matthew. But in reality it was only a compilation of the works of Tyndale and Coverdale made by one John Rogers. Though very objectionable from the point of view of Catholic doctrine, it was approved by Cromwell as Vicar General, and copies were ordered to be placed in every church (1538). Nearly 2 years later Coverdale's Great Bible, with a preface by Cranmer, was published. The results of the free use of such translations were soon apparent in the religious discussions that took place in many parts of England. Henry began to fear that he had acted unwisely in allowing the people to make their religion for themselves, and besides, as Cromwell had fallen, the conservative bishops like Gardiner and Winchester were in the ascendant. In the Convocation of 1542 grave objections were raised against these various translations, and with the approval of the king it was resolved to undertake a revision of them. But while the committee appointed for this revision was at work, a messenger arrived from the king forbidding Convocation to proceed further, as His Majesty had decided to take the matters out of the hands of the bishops and submit it to the universities. The bishops protested against this order, but their protests were unheeded, and an English Bible that had been condemned by Convocation was forced on the clergy and people against the advice of the ecclesiastical authorities. In 1543, however, an Act was passed in Parliament at the request of the king, forbidding private individuals to take it upon themselves to interpret the Bible in any public assembly. Noblemen, gentlemen, householders, and even merchants might retain the English translation and read it, but this favour was denied to the lower classes, unless the king, perceiving their lives to be amended by the doctrines he has set forth, thought fit to give them liberty to read it. Early in 1536 Queen Catherine died. Her heart had been broken by the conduct of the king and by separation from her daughter, the Princess Mary. Time and again she had been commanded, under the threat of the severest punishment, to accept the sentence of Cranmer's court, but both herself and the princess refused steadfastly to subscribe to such a dishonourable verdict. After Catherine's death, and merely to save her life, Mary signed a document agreeing to the abolition of papal supremacy and the invalidity of her mother's marriage, though nobody attached any importance to a submission that was obtained in such circumstances. The death of Catherine was a great relief to Henry and Anne, more especially to the latter, who had some reason for believing that she herself had lost her hold on the affections of the king. Henry had already grown weary of the woman for whose sake he had put his lawful wife away and separated his kingdom from the Catholic Church, and the disappointment of his hopes for the birth of an heir to the throne confirmed his intention of ridding himself of a partner who was regarded by his own subjects and the nations of Europe only as his concubine. She was arrested on a charge of misconduct with her brother and other gentlemen of the court, was tried before a body of the peers, and was put to death at Tyburn, 17th May 1536. Cranmer, who in his heart was convinced of her innocence, promptly held a court and pronounced her marriage with Henry null and void. On the very day of her execution he issued a licence for the king to marry Jane Seymour, one of Anne's maids of honour, and before the end of the month the marriage was celebrated. In June Parliament confirmed Cranmer's sentence by declaring the invalidity of Henry's previous marriages and the illegitimacy of Mary and Elizabeth, and by fixing the succession on the heirs of the king and Jane Seymour. Furthermore, in case there might be no children, it was empowered the king to determine by his will who should succeed. The object of this was to enable him to appoint as his heir his bastard son, the Duke of Richmond, but this intention was frustrated by the death of the Duke, July 1537. While Parliament was in session, Convocation assembled once more. Cromwell, as the king's vicar general and spirituals, claimed the right to preside either in person or by proxy. Many of the new bishops who had been appointed since 1533 were distinctly Lutheran in their ideas and tendencies. Latimer of Worcester, who was well known to favour German theology, was supported by 5 others: Shaxton, Goodrich, Edward Fox, Hilsey, and Barlow. Though Latimer on a former occasion had been censured by Convocation, he was selected to deliver the opening sermon, in which he inveighed against purgatory, images, altars, relics, pilgrimages, the carelessness of the clergy, and the abuses of the spiritual courts. Convocation having approved of Cranmer's verdict regarding Henry's marriage with Anne Boleyn, a petition was sent up from the lower house to the bishops complaining of the erroneous views propagated by various preachers in the province of Canterbury. The vast body of the older bishops were determined to condemn these heretical views, which were little less than the renewal of the Lollard teaching, with a slight admixture of Lutheran theology, but Cranmer, Latimer, and Fox were equally determined to prevent such a condemnation. The dispute promised to be both warm and protracted. Cromwell, however, appeared in the assembly with a book of 10 articles drawn up by the king for securing religious unanimity, and insisted that the prelates should accept them. The articles were moderate in tone, and generally were not in opposition to the old theology. They approved of transubstantiation, emphasised the importance and necessity of baptism, penance, and the Eucharist, without affirming that these were the only 3 sacraments, declared that good works were necessary for justification, that prayers might be offered for those who were dead, that the use of the word purgatory was not to be recommended, that reverence should be shown to images and pictures, and that the older ceremonies should be retained. The great objection to these articles was not the doctrine they set forth, but the fact that they were issued by the king's authority. That the King of England could revise the beliefs and ceremonies of the Catholic Church was in itself a revolution, and should have opened the eyes of the Catholic-minded bishops to the full meaning of royal supremacy. Furthermore, Convocation declared that the Bishop of Rome could not convene a general council without the permission and co-operation of the Christian princes. A few weeks later Cromwell issued a set of injunctions to be observed by the clergy charged with the care of souls. They were to set forth the articles drawn up by the king, to discourage pilgrimages and the observation of holidays that had not been abrogated, not to lay too much stress upon images and relics, and to warn the people to teach their children in English the Our Father, the Creed, and the 10 Commandments. They were to give 1/40 of their income to the poor, 1/5 to the repair of the churches, and those who held the richer benefices were commanded to spend their surplus revenue in maintaining a student or students at Oxford and Cambridge. In the autumn of 1536 3 sets of royal commissioners were at work, one superintending the suppression of the lesser monasteries, a second charged with communicating Cromwell's instructions to the clergy and removing those priests who were unwilling to accept them, and a third entrusted with the collection of royal taxation on ecclesiastical benefices. By these commissions the entire face of the country was changed. The monastic institutions were suppressed, and the servants and labourers in their employment were turned adrift. The relief to the poor and the wayfarer was discontinued, and the tenants awaited with nervousness the arrival of the new grandees. The possessions of the religious houses, instead of being spent on the development of education and the relief of the taxes, found their way for the most part into the royal treasury or into the pockets of the officials charged with the work of suppression. Oxford and Cambridge were reduced to sullen submission and obliged to accept a new set of statutes, to abolish the study of canon law in favour of civil law, to confine the divinity courses to lectures on the Scriptures, and to place in the hands of the students the classical authors together with the humanist commentaries thereon, instead of the tomes of Duns Scotus or St. Thomas. Such changes, as has been shown, led to rebellion in different parts of the country, but especially in the north, where loyalty to Rome was still regarded as compatible with loyalty to the king. After the suppression of the rebellions in the north and the failure of Cardinal Pole to bring about an European coalition against Henry, the war against the great monasteries was begun (1537). Those situated in the northern counties were charged with having been implicated in the rebellion. Many of the abbots were put to death or imprisoned, and the goods of the communities were confiscated. Several others, in order to escape punishment, were induced to surrender their property to the king's commissioners. In some cases the abbots were bribed by promises of special favours for themselves; in others they were forced to yield up their titles to avoid charges of treason on account of documents supposed to have been discovered in their houses or evidence that had been extracted from some of their monks or retainers. During the years 1538 and 1539 the monasteries fell one by one, while during the same period war was carried on against shrines and pilgrimages. The images of Our Lady of Ipswich and of Our Lady of Walsingham were destroyed. The tomb of St. Thomas of Becket was rifled of its precious treasures, and the bones and relics of the saint were treated with the greatest dishonour. Everywhere throughout the country preachers inspired by Cromwell and Cranmer, the latter of whom aimed at nothing less than a Lutheran revolution in England, were at work denouncing images, pilgrimages, invocation of saints, and purgatory. So long as money poured into the royal treasury from the sale of surrendered monastical property and of the ecclesiastical goods, or so long as a blow could be struck at the papacy by desecrating the tomb of a saint who had died as a martyr in defence of the Holy See, Henry looked on with indifference if not with pleasure. But the news of such outrages could not fail to horrify the Catholic world, and to prove to Paul III that there was little hope of any favourable change in Henry's religious policy. It was determined to give effect to the bull of excommunication that had been prepared for years, and to call upon the Catholic powers of Europe to put it into execution, either by a joint declaration of war or by an interruption of commercial relations with England. The time seemed specially favourable for the publication of such a sentence. After years of active or smouldering hostility, the two great rivals, Charles V. and Francis I., had arranged a 10 years' truce (June 1538), and Cardinal Pole was sent as legate to Spain and France to induce the Emperor and Francis I. to take common action. James V. of Scotland promised his assistance, and a papal envoy was dispatched to Scotland to bear the cardinal's hat to Archbishop Beaton and to encourage the king to cooperate with the Catholic rulers of the Continent. When the news of these preparations reached England, Henry was thoroughly alarmed for the safety of his kingdom. The brothers of Cardinal Pole, Sir Geoffrey Pole and Lord Montague, his mother the Countess of Salisbury, Henry Courtenay, Marquis of Exeter, Lord Delawar, Sir Edward Neville, Sir Nicholas Carew, and others were arrested, nominally on the charge of treason, but in reality because the Poles and the Courtenays were regarded as dangerous claimants to the English throne. With the exception of Sir Geoffrey Pole, who turned king's evidence, and the Countess of Salisbury, who was kept in confinement for years, the others were put to death, and commissioners were sent into Cornwall to suppress all attempts at rebellion. During the spring of 1539 preparations for repelling an invasion were pushed forward with feverish activity, and so great was the loyalty of the vast body of the English people, and so hateful to them was the idea of a foreign invasion, that many, who detested Henry's religious policy, came forward with their assistance. The fortresses along the coast and on the Scottish borders were strengthened and replenished, the fleet was held in readiness in the Thames, and a volunteer army trained and equipped was raised to contest the progress of the invaders, or at least to defend the capital. Negotiations with the Protestant princes of Germany for the conclusion of an offensive and defensive alliance were opened, and to prevent a commercial boycott a proclamation was issued that except in case of wool foreigners trading in England should be obliged to pay only the duties and customs imposed upon Englishmen. But as events showed there was no necessity for these warlike preparations. Francis I. could not dare to forward an ultimatum to England unless aided by the Emperor, and Charles V., confronted with a Turkish invasion and a Protestant rebellion in Germany, found it impossible to undertake an expedition against England. Nor was the project of a commercial boycott likely to be more successful. The Flemish merchants in the Netherlands were too deeply interested in English trade to permit them to look favourably upon a scheme that was likely to prove as ruinous to their own country as to England, particularly as the recent proclamation in favour of foreign merchants offered them a special opportunity for pushing their wares beyond the Channel. A new Parliament was summoned to meet in April 1539. Cromwell, who was a past master in the art of selecting and managing such assemblies, took care that men should be returned who were likely to favour the projects of the king, and in this action he succeeded beyond expectations. An Act of Attainder was passed against Cardinal Pole and against the Countess of Salisbury, as well as against those who had been executed a short time before. As the 10 Articles on Religion published by the king and the improved version of these articles known as the Bishop's Book had not proved sufficient to suppress religious controversy in the kingdom or to prevent England from being regarded as the heretical nation on the continent, Henry determined to lay down a fixed rule of faith that should be accepted by all his subjects, and that should prove to the Emperor and to France that England, though separated from Rome, was still loyal to the Catholic religion. A commission of bishops was appointed to prepare a report on the principal points of faith that had been called in question, but the bishops were divided into two hostile camps. While Cranmer, Latimer, Shaxton, Goodrich, and Barlow were strongly Lutheran in their tendencies, Archbishop Lee of York, Gardiner of Winchester, Tunstall of Durham, and Aldrich of Carlisle were opposed to all dogmatic innovations. Though Cromwell supported secretly the reforming party, it soon became known that Henry VIII. Favoured the Conservatives. As no agreement could be arrived at by the bishops, the Duke of Norfolk, who was rising rapidly at court as a champion of conservative interests, took the matter out of the hands of the bishops by proposing to the House of Lords 6 articles dealing with the main points of difference between the Catholics and the Lutherans of the Continent. On these articles the laymen did not venture to express any opinion, but Cranmer, Latimer, and their friends held out till at last Henry appeared himself and confounded them all with God's learning. The decision was embodied in an Act of Parliament entitled "An Act abolishing diversity of opinions," which having received the royal assent was placed upon the Statute Book (1539). The articles agreed upon by Convocation in Parliament and published by the king's authority were: 1. That in the Eucharist the substance of the bread and wine is changed into the body and blood of Christ. 2. That communion under both kinds is not necessary for salvation. 3. That clerical celibacy should be observed. 4. That vows of chastity should be observed. 5. That private masses ought to be retained. And 6. That auricular confession is expedient. Denial of the first article, namely, that regarding transubstantiation, was to be deemed heresy punishable by death at the stake, and denial of the others was felony punished by forfeiture for the first and by death for the second offence. Priests who had taken to themselves wives were commanded to put them away under threat of punishment for felony, and people who refused to confess and receive the Eucharist at the usual times were to be imprisoned or fined for the first offence and to be judged guilty of felony for the second offence. The Act of 6 Articles, as it is commonly known, or the Whip with 6 strings, as it was nicknamed contemptuously by the Reformers, marked a distinct triumph for the Conservative party led by the Duke of Norfolk among the peers and by Gardiner and Tunstall amongst the bishops. Cranmer made his submission and concealed his wife, but Latimer and Shaxton with greater honesty resigned their sees rather than accept the Act. The vast body of the clergy and people hailed it with delight as a crushing blow delivered against heresy, and as proof that Henry was determined to maintain the old religion in England. But if Cromwell had received a check on the question of dogma, he determined to curry favour with the king and at the same time to advance the cause he had at heart by securing the suppression of the remaining monasteries. An act was passed through all its stages in one day, vesting in the king the property of all monasteries that had been suppressed or that were to be suppressed. This was done under the pretence that the monks, being ungodly and slothful, should be deprived of their wealth, which, if handed over to the king, could be devoted to the relief of poverty, the education of youth, the improvement of roads, and the erection of new bishoprics. Under threat of penalties, nearly all the great monasteries surrendered their titles and lands except the abbots of Glastonbury, Reading, and Colchester, all of whom were arrested and put to death (1539). The punishment struck terror into the hearts of the others, and by the surrender of Waltham Abbey (March 1540) the last of the great English monasteries disappeared. Finally, to show the state of complete subserviency to which the English Parliament was reduced, it passed an act giving to the royal proclamation, with certain ill-defined limits, the force of law (1539). It was evident to all that the position of Cromwell at court had become very insecure. While England was threatened with an European coalition, he had suggested an alliance with the Protestant princes of Germany, and as Henry's third wife, Jane Seymour, had died (1537) after having given birth to a son, later on Edward VI., he determined to cement the bond of friendship by a new matrimonial alliance. The Duke of Cleves was brother-in-law to the Elector of Saxony and one of the guiding spirits of the Smalcaldic League, and as he had given mortal offence to the Emperor by his acceptance of the Duchy of Guelders, Cromwell decided that a marriage between the Duke's sister Anne and Henry VIII. Would secure for England both the alliance of the League of Smalcald and at least the neutrality of France. Though Henry detested the Elector of Saxony and his friends as heretics, and though the Six Articles aroused considerable resentment in the Lutheran camp, the close union between Charles V. and Francis I. and the uncertainty of what steps they might take made it imperative to push forward Henry's marriage. The marriage treaty was signed in October 1539, and in December Anne of Cleves landed at Deal. Henry, who had been led to believe that Anne was both accomplished and moderately beautiful, could not conceal his disappointment when he met his prospective bride, but as his trusted counsellors could devise no plan of escape, he consented with bad grace to go through the ceremony of marriage (6th of January 1540). Henry was displeased and made no secret of his displeasure. Cromwell, whom he blamed specially for this matrimonial misfortune, felt himself in considerable danger, though at the same time he resolved not to yield without a struggle. The contest between Cranmer, backed by the Lutheran party, in the council, and Gardiner, the Duke of Norfolk, and the Conservatives was sharp, though by no means decisive. The king appeared at one time to favour one side, at another the other side, unwilling to commit himself definitely to either, especially as Cromwell was still reaping a rich harvest from the suppression of the Knights of St. John and from the taxes imposed on the clergy. Parliament met again in April 1540. To the surprise of many, Cromwell was created Earl of Essex (17th April), while a little later Bishop Sampson was arrested as a supporter of the Pope. The hopes of Cromwell and of the reforming party rose rapidly, and they believed the victory was within their grasp. The committee of bishops was at work considering the sacraments, but as both the old and the new clung tenaciously to their opinions, no progress could be made. Suddenly on the 10th June an officer appeared in the council chamber and placed Cromwell under arrest. The long struggle was at last ended, and the men who had followed Gardiner had won the day. The war clouds that had driven Henry to negotiate with the heretical princes of Germany had blown over, and Cromwell, who had taken a leading part in the German negotiations, must be sacrificed to satisfy his enemies at home and Catholic opinion on the Continent. He was committed to the Tower to await the sentence of death, which he knew to be inevitable, but, before handing him over to the executioner, Henry insisted that he should perform for him one last service. As Cromwell had involved him in an undesirable marriage with Anne of Cleves, he should provide evidence that might set his master free to seek for a more congenial partner. At the command of the king, Cromwell wrote a long letter in which he showed that Henry never really consented to the marriage with Anne, against which marriage the existence of a prenuptial contract was also adduced. On the strength of this Parliament demanded an investigation, and a commission was issued, empowering the Archbishops of Canterbury and York and others of the clergy to examine into the validity of the marriage. Convocation decided that it was null and void (July 1540), a decision with which Anne expressed her complete satisfaction. She was assigned a residence and a pension of £4,000 a year. On the 28th July 1540 Cromwell was led to execution at Tyburn, where he expressed publicly his adherence to the ancient faith, for the destruction of which in England he had contributed more than any single individual, with the exception possibly of the king. A few days later Henry was married to Catherine Howard, a niece of the Duke of Norfolk, the recognised lay head of the Conservative party in England. The penalties prescribed in the Statute of the Six Articles were enforced with great vigour, and at the same time those who maintained papal supremacy were treated with equal severity. While the men who denied transubstantiation were burned as heretics at Smithfield, their opponents, who dared to express views derogatory to royal supremacy, were hanged, drawn, and quartered as traitors. Latimer retired into private life. Cranmer showed no signs of open opposition to the king's religious policy, and, practically speaking, all traces of the new teachings that had disturbed England for years disappeared. The aged Countess of Salisbury, mother of Cardinal Pole, was put to death in 1541, 2 years after sentence of attainder had been passed against her by Parliament, as were also a large number of priests and laymen suspected of having been implicated in an attempt to bring about another rebellion in the north. In consequence of this plot, Henry determined to undertake a journey to York (1541) with the hope of strengthening his hold upon the people, and possibly also of securing the friendship of his nephew James V. of Scotland, who had remained loyal to Rome and to France. The Archbishop of York made his submission on bended knees, presenting the king with a gift of £600 as a sign of the repentance of the people for their recent disobedience, an example that was followed in many of the cities and towns. But James V, unwilling to trust his life and liberty to the king, refused to cross the English border. Henry returned to London, only to find that serious charges of immorality were being brought against his wife, Catherine Howard. She was arrested and put to death with her chief accomplices (1542). Though the king could not conceal his joy at finding himself free once more, he hesitated for some time before choosing another wife. But at last, in 1543, his choice fell upon Catherine Parr, a young widow 20 years his junior, who was believed to favour royal supremacy, though she had been married previously to one of the leaders of the Pilgrimage of Grace. It is said that once at least she stood in serious risk because she ventured to disagree with her husband's theological views, but, however that may be, it is certain that she had the good fortune to survive the king. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 3 of The History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 2, by Rev. James MacCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The struggle between the old principles and the new continued, notwithstanding all Henry's attempts to secure unanimity. As early as 1540 a set of questions had been circulated amongst the bishops, and as a result of the replies received and of the discussions that took place in Convocation, a book was issued entitled A Necessary Doctrine and an Erudition for Any Christian Man (1543). It was issued by order of the king, and for this reason is known as the King's Book, in contradistinction to the Bishop's Book, published with his permission but not by his authorization. Just as the Bishop's Book represented a revision of the 10 Articles, so the King's Book was an extension or completion of the Bishop's Book, in many respects even more Catholic in its tone than the original. The king was now nearing his end rapidly, and both parties in the royal council strove hard for mastery. Gardiner and Bonner, Bishop of London, stood firm in defence of Catholic doctrine, and once or twice it seemed as if they were about to succeed in displacing Cranmer from the favour of the king. But the dangers of an attack from the united forces of France and the Emperor, especially after the Peace of Crepy had been concluded (1544), and made it necessary for Henry not to close the door against an alliance with the Protestant princes of Germany by an attack on Cranmer, who was regarded by them as an active sympathiser. Once indeed Henry ordered that the archbishop should be arrested, but a sudden change of mind took place, and the order for the arrest was cancelled. A new Parliament met in 1545. The royal exchequer had been emptied by the war with France and Scotland, and to replenish it an Act was passed empowering the king to dissolve chantries, hospitals, and free chapels, and to appropriate their revenues for his own use. Henry addressed the Parliament on Christmas Eve 1545 in a speech in which he deplored the religious differences that divided his people, differences which were due, he said, partly to the obstinacy of the clergy, some of whom wished to cling to all the old ways, while others of them would be content with nothing less than a complete renewal, partly to the fault of the people, who spoke scandalously of their clergy and abused the Scriptures they had been permitted to read. In itself this speech was a sad commentary on Henry's religious campaign, containing as it did a confession that despite all his violence and persecution, religious formularies imposed by royal authority were not sufficient to preserve religious unity. During the year 1546, though many persons were still sent to the stake for denying transubstantiation, the power of Cranmer and his party was on the increase. The Earl of Hertford, uncle of the young Prince Edward, and Cranmer secured the upper hand in the council, and the Duke of Norfolk, together with his son the Earl of Surrey, was imprisoned in the Tower (December 1546). Surrey was tried and executed, and a similar fate was in store for the Duke, were it not that before the death sentence could be carried out, Henry himself had been summoned before the judgment seat of God. 28th January 1547. For some weeks before his death the condition of the king had been serious, but the Earl of Hertford and his party kept the sickness and even the death a secret until all their plans had been matured. On the 31st January, Edward VI. Was proclaimed king, and the triumph of the Lutheran party seemed assured. On the death of Henry VIII. All parties looked forward to a complete change in the religious condition of England. On the one hand, those who longed for a return to Roman obedience believed that royal supremacy must of necessity prove both unintelligible and impracticable in the case of a mere child, like Edward VI. 1547–53, while on the other hand those who favoured a closer approximation to the theology and practices of Wittenberg or of Geneva saw in the death of Henry and the succession of a helpless young king an exceptional opportunity for carrying out designs against which Henry had erected such formidable barriers. To both parties it was evident that at best Edward VI. Could be but a tool in the hands of his advisers, and that whichever section could capture the king and the machinery of government might hope to mould the religious beliefs of the English people. For more than a year before the death of Henry VIII., Edward Seymour, Earl of Hertford and uncle of Edward VI., the Earl of Essex, brother of Catherine Parr, Viscount Lisle, Lord Admiral, and afterwards Earl of Warwick, all of whom were in favour of religious innovations, had been advancing steadily in power, to the discomfiture of the conservative section, led by Bishop Gardiner, the Duke of Norfolk, and the Lord Chancellor, Wriothesley. The death of Henry VIII. Had been kept a secret until the Earl of Hertford had all his plans matured for securing control, and for the proclamation of Edward VI. 31st January 1547, then a boy of 10 years. Henry VIII. Had bequeathed the crown to his son, and on his death without heirs to his daughters in turn, the Princess Mary, daughter of Catherine of Aragon, and Elizabeth, daughter of Anne Boleyn. By his will also he appointed a council, the members of which were to govern the kingdom as a body till the king should attain his 18th year, but he sought to provide against any serious innovations by authorising the king to repeal all changes that might have been made by the council during his minority. If one may judge from the terms of his will, Henry's religious views at his death were evidently what they had been when in 1539 he passed the Statute of 6 Articles, but at the same time it is a noteworthy fact that he excluded Bishop Gardiner from the list of executors of his will, and appointed 2 divines well known for their leaning towards German theology as tutors to the young king. In nearly every particular the Council of Executors failed to carry out the wishes of the late king. The Earl of Hertford, created later on Duke of Somerset, became Protector with almost royal powers, and instead of defending the religious settlement, the majority of the council set themselves from the very beginning to initiate a more advanced policy. Cranmer, as Archbishop of Canterbury, could be relied upon to support such a course of action, while, of the principal men who might be expected to oppose it, the Duke of Norfolk was a prisoner in the Tower, and the Lord Chancellor Wriothesley was dismissed to make way for a more pliable successor. The bishops, who were regarded merely as state officials, were commanded to take out new commissions. Cranmer obeyed without protest, as did all the others except Gardiner, who questioned the authority of the council to issue such a command, at least until the supreme head of the Church should have reached his majority. Those who had been held in check by the repressive legislation of Henry VIII. Felt themselves free to renew the attacks on the practices and doctrines of the Church. The royal preachers who had been appointed for the Lenten sermons, Dr. Barlow, Bishop of St. David's, Ridley, one of Cranmer's chaplains, and others, not content with abusing the Bishop of Rome, declared war on images, relics, and even on the Lenten fast and abstinences. Against such novelties Gardiner addressed an indignant protest to the Protector and Council, warning them that during the minority of the king there was no power in England competent to change the religious settlement that had been accomplished by Henry VIII. But his protests fell on deaf ears. The war against images was carried on vigorously, though legally only those images that had been abused were forbidden, and even in Bishop Gardiner's own diocese he was powerless to resist those who knew they could count on the support of the Protector. In July 1547 two important publications were issued, one, the Injunctions of Edward VI., the other, the Book of Homilies, composed by Cranmer and issued by the authority of the Council. The former of these commanded that sermons should be delivered at fixed intervals against the Bishop of Rome, that images which had been abused, shrines, pictures, and other monuments of superstition should be destroyed, that the Gospels and Epistles should be read in English, that alms boxes should be set up in all churches, and that the clergy should inform their people that the money spent on pardons, pilgrimages, candles, and other blind devotions should now be devoted to the support of the poor. The Book of Homilies was to serve as a guide for preachers in their public services. A royal commission was appointed to insist upon the observance of these injunctions, but in London Bishop Bonner refused at first to accept the commands of the visitors, and though later on he weakened in his resistance, he was committed to prison as a warning to others. Gardiner boldly denounced the visitation as illegal and unwarrantable, but the council, instead of meeting his arguments and remonstrances, ordered his arrest (September 1547). In many places the proclamation for the removal of images led to violent disturbances, and free fights within the churches were not uncommon. To put an end to any misunderstanding on this subject, for the future the council ordered the removal of all images from the churches (February 1548). For various reasons the Protector and Council delayed assembling Parliament as long as possible, but at last it was convoked to meet in November 1547. As happened in the case of all the parliaments in the Tudor period, careful steps were taken to ensure that only men who could be relied upon were returned by the sheriffs. Neither from the lay members in the House of Lords, many of whom had been enriched by the plunder of the monasteries, nor from the spiritual peers lately appointed, could any effective resistance be expected, while the bishops who were still strongly Catholic in tone were deprived of a capable leader by the imprisonment of Gardiner. It was significant that in the Mass celebrated at the opening of Parliament, the Gloria, Creed, and Agnus Dei were sung in English. The bishops had been taught a lesson already by being forced to take out new commissions like other officers of the crown, by having their jurisdiction suspended during the progress of the royal visitation, and by being prohibited from preaching outside their own cathedrals. But, lest they might have any lingering doubts about the source or extent of their jurisdiction, Parliament enacted that for the future bishops should be appointed not by election but by royal letters patent, and that all their official documents should be issued in the king's name and under his seal or some other seal authorised by him. All the acts against heresy that had been passed since the days of Richard II, including the Statute of 6 Articles, were repealed. Most of the new treason felonies created during the previous reign were abolished, and, though denial of royal supremacy was accounted still as treason, it was enacted that by merely speaking against it one did not merit the punishment of death unless for the third offence. The question of the Blessed Eucharist had come to the front rapidly owing to the violent and abusive sermons of some of the new preachers and the irreverent and sacrilegious conduct of those who accepted their teaching. The bishops of the old school demanded that measures should be taken to prevent such attacks on the very centre point of Christian worship, while Cranmer and his supporters were determined to insist upon communion under both kinds. Apparently, two different measures were introduced, which were merged ultimately into one act, whereby it was decreed that all who spoke irreverently against the Blessed Eucharist should be punished by fines and imprisonment, and that communion should be administered under both kinds except necessity otherwise required. The linking together of these two acts was a clever move to ensure the support of the bishops who desired to put down irreverence against the Eucharist, and it is noteworthy that out of the 11 bishops present, 5 voted against the measure even in its improved form. Already an act had been passed in the previous reign against colleges, chantries, guilds, etc., but since most of these remained as yet undisturbed, it was determined to replenish the royal treasury by decreeing their immediate dissolution and by vesting their property in the king. This was done with the avowed object of diverting the funds from superstitious uses to the erection of grammar schools, the maintenance of students at the universities, and the relief of the poor. But in reality the property of the guilds and of the free schools and chantry schools was confiscated, and little if anything was done for the improvement of education or for the relief of the poor. Edward VI. Is represented generally as the founder of the English grammar schools and colleges, but it would be much more correct to say that through his greedy ministers he was their destroyer. True, indeed, he established a few colleges and hospitals, but such benefices was only a poor return for the wholesale overthrow of more than 400 flourishing educational establishments and for the confiscation of thousands of pounds bequeathed by generous benefactors for the education of the poor. Convocation had met on the day after the Assembly of Parliament. The lower house presented 4 petitions to the bishops, the most important of which was that the proctors of the clergy should be admitted to Parliament, or at least that ecclesiastical legislation should not pass until the clergy had been consulted. But the bishops were too conscious of their helplessness to support such an appeal. It is doubtful if the bill regarding communion under both kinds was ever submitted regularly to convocation, though later on a proposal to abolish the canons enforcing clerical celibacy was carried by a majority. It is asserted, and apparently on good authority, that the higher and more learned of the clergy consented to this proposal only under pressure. The year 1548 opened ominously for the Catholic party. Preachers, licensed by the Archbishop of Canterbury and protected openly by the court, delivered wild harangues against Catholic doctrines and practices. Pamphlets, for the most part translations of heretical works published in Germany or Switzerland, attacking the Mass, transubstantiation, and the Real Presence, were sold publicly in the marketplaces without any interference from the authorities. In January a royal proclamation was issued enjoining the observance of the Lenten fasts, but 10 days later an order was made forbidding the use of candles on Candlemas Day, of ashes on Ash Wednesday, or of palms on Palm Sunday. This was followed quickly by a command for the removal of all statues, images, pictures, etc. from the churches. The use of communion under both kinds was to come into force at Easter 1548, and to prepare for this a royal proclamation was set forth making obligatory the English order of communion. As the new rite regarded only the communion of the laity, the Latin Mass was to remain in use as heretofore without any varying of any rite or ceremony. The clergy were commanded to announce the Sunday on which they proposed to distribute communion to their flocks. After the priest had himself communicated, the communicants who did not wish to go to confession should make a general confession, and should receive communion under both kinds, the whole service being completed by the usual blessing. This was a clever trick to prepare the way for still greater changes. Owing to the retention of the Latin Mass, it was expected that the new communion service would not lead to serious trouble, while at the same time it would accustom the people to portions of the Mass being read in English, and would imply both that auricular confession was unnecessary and that Mass without communion of the laity was of no particular importance. The council anticipated that the communion service should prove unacceptable to many of the clergy, and their anticipations were fulfilled, though, as shall be seen, they adopted a novel method of allaying the trouble. Bishop Gardiner, who had been kept in prison while Parliament was in session, lest his presence in the Upper House might lead to trouble, was released in January 1548, but in May a peremptory summons was issued commanding him to come to London without delay. He obeyed, and for some time negotiations were carried on until at last he was ordered to preach against the Pope, monasteries, confession, and in favour of the English Communion service. 29th June. He was urged not to treat of the sacrifice of the Mass or of transubstantiation, and warned of the serious consequences that might ensue in case he disobeyed. But Gardiner was a man who could not be deterred by such means from speaking his mind, and as a consequence he was again placed under arrest and sent as a prisoner to the Tower. Cranmer, who had rejected the authority of the Pope because he was a foreigner, finding that he could get no support from the clergy or the universities, for in spite of everything that had taken place the theology of Oxford and Cambridge was still frankly conservative, invited preachers to come from abroad to assist in weaning the English nation from the Catholic faith. The men who responded to his call formed a motley crowd. They were Germans like Martin Bucer and Paul Fagius, Italian apostate friars like Peter Martyr, Pietro Martire Vermigli, and Ochino, Frenchmen like Jean Véron, Poles like John Alasco, Belgians like Charles Utenhove, Alasco's disciple, and Jews like Emmanuel Chemelius. The order for the total removal of images and for the communion service in English led to serious disturbances even in the London churches, where the new opinions should have found the strongest support, and confusion reigned throughout the country. The communion service in England was, however, only the prelude to the total abolition of the Mass. Early in 1548 a series of questions had been addressed by Cranmer to the bishops regarding the value of the Mass as a religious service apart from the communion. The bishops were asked to say also whether private Masses offered for the living and the dead should continue to be celebrated, and what language should be used. In their replies Cranmer and Ridley favoured innovation and were supported generally by Holbeach, Barlow, Cox, and Taylor. One, Bishop Goodrich of Ely, expressed his willingness to accept whatever might be enjoined, while the rest of the bishops adopted a conservative attitude. But whatever might be the opinions of the bishops generally, the Protector and Cranmer were determined to procure the abolition of the Mass. Later in the year an assembly of the bishops was held to discuss the new English service to be substituted in its place. It is difficult to determine what precisely was done at this meeting. From the discussions which took place afterwards in the House of Lords, it is clear that the bishops could not agree upon the Eucharist, that all with one exception signed their names to a rough draft drawn up on the understanding that they did not commit themselves thereby to Cranmer's views, and that the episcopal report was changed by some authority before it was presented to Parliament, especially by the omission of the word oblation in regard to the Mass. That the Book of Common Prayer, as such, was ever submitted to or approved by a formal convocation of the clergy cannot be shown. Parliament met in November 1548. To put an end to the religious confusion that had arisen, an Act of Uniformity enjoining on all clergy the use of the Book of Common Prayer was introduced. The main discussion centred around the Eucharist and the Mass. Bishop Tunstall of Durham objected that by the omission of the Adoration it was implied that there was nothing in the sacrament except bread and wine, a contention that he could not accept, as he believed in the real presence of the body and blood of Christ, both spiritual and carnal. Bishop Thirlby of Westminster maintained that the bishops had never agreed to the doctrine contained in the book regarding the Eucharist, but had allowed it merely to go forward for discussion. The Protector reproved him warmly for his tone and statement, but Thirlby stood firmly by his point of view, adding the interesting item of information that when the book left the hands of the bishops it contained the word oblation in reference to the Mass, which word has since been omitted. Bonner of London pointed out that the Book of Common Prayer, embodying as it did statements condemned abroad and in England as heresy, should not be accepted. Cranmer and Ridley defended strongly the Eucharistic doctrine it contained. When the disputation between the bishops had been closed, 19th December 1548, the Bill for Uniformity was brought down and read in the Commons. Of the bishops present in the House of Lords, 10 voted in favour of the measure and 8 against it. Gardiner was still in prison. The Bishop of Llandaff, who had spoken against Cranmer, was absent from the division, and some others are not accounted for. The first Act of Uniformity (1548), as it is called, displaced the Mass as it had been celebrated for centuries in the English Church, and substituted in its place the new liturgy contained in the Book of Common Prayer. This latter, while differing completely from any rite that had been followed in the Catholic Church, had a close affinity, both in regard to the rites themselves and the ceremonies for the administration of the sacraments, to the liturgy introduced by the German Lutherans. According to the Act of Parliament, it was to come into force on Whit Sunday, the 9th June 1549. That it was expected to meet with strong opposition is evident from the prohibition against plays, songs, rhymes, etc., holding it up to ridicule, as well as by the heavy fines prescribed against those who might endeavour to prevent clergymen from following it. Forfeiture of a year's revenue, together with imprisonment for 6 months, was the penalty to be inflicted on any clergyman who refused to follow the new liturgy. Complete deprivation and imprisonment were prescribed for the second offence, and the third offence was to be punished by lifelong imprisonment. For preventing any clergyman from adopting the new liturgy, the penalties were for the first offence a fine of £10, for the second £20, and for the third forfeiture and perpetual imprisonment. Finally, Parliament satisfied Cranmer's scruples by permitting clergy to contract marriages. The attempt to abolish the Mass and to force the new liturgy on the English people led to risings and disturbances throughout the country. In London, where it might have been expected that the influence of the court should have secured its ready acceptance, many of the churches maintained the old service, in spite of the frantic efforts of Cranmer and his subordinates. Bishop Bonner was reproved sharply for encouraging the disobedience of his clergy, and as he failed to give satisfaction to the government, he was committed to prison. In Devonshire and Cornwall, the peasants and country gentlemen rose in arms to protest against the new service, which they had likened to a Christmas game, and to demand the restoration of the Mass. Communion under one kind, holy water, palms, ashes, images, and pictures. They insisted that the 6 Articles of Henry VIII. Should be enforced once more, and that Cardinal Pole should be recalled from Rome and honoured with a seat at the council. In the universities of Oxford and Cambridge, where royal visitors and hired foreigners like Peter Martyr, Bucer, and Ochino were doing their best to decatholicize these seats of learning, violent commotions took place that served to arouse both students and people, and soon the country around Oxford was in a blaze. The religious disturbances encouraged those who preferred small farms and sturdy labourers to grazing enclosures and sheep to raise the standard of revolt against the new economical tendencies, and to accept the leadership of the Norfolk tanner, William Kett. By the strenuous exertions of the Protector and the Council, backed as they were by foreign mercenaries raised in Italy and Germany to fight against Scotland, these rebellions were put down by force, and the leaders, both lay and clerical, were punished with merciless severity. The disturbed condition of the country, however, the open dissatisfaction of the Catholic party, the compromises that were offered to those who fought against enclosures, and the unfortunate war with France into which the country had been plunged, pointed to Somerset's unfitness for the office of Protector. A combination was formed against him by the Earl of Warwick, assisted by the leaders of the Catholic party. He was arrested, found guilty, and deprived of all his offices (December 1549), and the Earl of Warwick, created later Duke of Northumberland, secured the principal share in the new government. Cranmer and his foreign assistants were filled with alarm for the future of their cause. They feared that the new administration would be controlled by Wriothesley, ex-chancellor, the Arundels, Southwell, and the prominent Catholics, that Gardiner and Bonner might be released from imprisonment, and that the demands of many of the insurgents for the abolition of the Book of Common Prayer and the restoration of the Mass might be conceded. The Catholic party were filled with new hope. In Oxford and throughout the country the old missals and vestments that had been hidden away were brought forth again, and the offices and Mass were sung as they had been for centuries. But Warwick soon showed that the change of rulers meant no change in the religious policy of the government. Gardiner and Bonner were still kept in confinement. Wriothesley was dismissed from the council. Many of the other Catholic noblemen were imprisoned, and Somerset, who was supposed to have fallen a victim to the hatred of the Catholics, was released from his prison and readmitted to the Privy Council (1550). By the inglorious war with France and by the still more inglorious Peace of Boulogne, the government felt itself free to devote its energies to the religious situation at home. Warwick went over completely to the camp of the reforming party and determined in conciliation with them to push forward the anti-Catholic campaign. The Parliament that assembled in November 1549 was distinctly radical in its tendencies. In the House of Lords the bishops complained that their authority had been destroyed and that their orders were set at naught. In reply they were requested to formulate a proposal for redress, but on such a proposal having been submitted, their demands were regarded by the laymen as exorbitant. A commission was appointed against the wishes of a strong minority of the bishops to draw up a new ordinal as a complement to the Book of Common Prayer. The committee was appointed on the 2nd February 1550, and it appears to have finished its work within a week. In the new ordinal 1550, the ceremonies for the conferring of tonsure, minor orders, and subdeaconship were omitted entirely, while the ordination rites for deacons, priests, and bishops were considerably modified. Just as the sacrificial character of the Mass had been dropped out of the Book of Common Prayer, so too the notion of a real priesthood disappeared from the forms for ordination. In spite of the opposition of a large body of the bishops, an act was passed ordering the destruction of all missals, antiphonals, processionals, manuals, ordinals, etc., used formerly in the service of the Church and not approved of by the King's Majesty, as well as for the removal of all images, except any image or picture set or graven upon any tomb in any church, chapel, or churchyard, only for a monument of any king, prince, nobleman, or other dead person who had not been commonly reputed and taken for a saint. As a result of this measure a wholesale destruction of valuable books and manuscripts took place in the King's Own Library at Westminster and throughout the country. The royal visitors, entrusted with the difficult work of Protestantising Oxford, acting under the guidance of Dr. Cox, Chancellor of the University, or Chancellor, as he was called, ransacked the college libraries, tore up and burned priceless manuscripts, or sold them as waste paper, and even went so far as to demand the destruction of the chapel windows, lest these beautiful specimens of art might encourage loyalty to the old religion that had inspired their artists and donors. As it had been determined to abandon completely the religious conservatism of the former reign, it was felt absolutely necessary to remove the Catholic-minded bishops, to make way for men of the new school on whom the government could rely with confidence. Gardiner of Winchester and Bonner of London were already in prison. Heath of Worcester, who had refused to agree to the new ordinal, was arrested in March 1550, as was also Day of Chichester in October. Tunstall of Durham, whose conservative views were well known to all, was placed under surveillance in May 1551, and thrown into prison together with his dean in the following November. In a short time a sentence of deprivation was issued against Bonner, Heath, Day, and Gardiner. Bishop Thirlby of Westminster, who had given great offence by his uncompromising attitude regarding the Blessed Eucharist, was removed from Westminster, where his presence was highly inconvenient, to Norwich, and the aged Bishop Voysey was forced to resign the See of Exeter to make way for a more reliable and more active man. At the same time steps were taken in the universities to drive out the men whose influence might be used against the government's plans. The sees of Westminster and London were combined and handed over to Ridley of Rochester, one of Cranmer's ablest and most advanced lieutenants. Hooper, who looked to Zwingli as his religious guide, was appointed to Gloucester, but as he objected to the episcopal oath and episcopal vestments, and as he insisted on his rights of private judgment so far as to write publicly against those things that had been sanctioned by the supreme head of the Church, it was necessary to imprison him before he could be reduced to a proper frame of mind for the imposition of Cranmer's hands (March 1551). Ponet was appointed to Rochester, and on the deprivation of Gardiner to Winchester, where his scandalous and public connection with the wife of a Nottingham burgher was not calculated to influence the longing of his flock for the new teaching. Scory was appointed to Rochester and afterwards to Chichester, and Miles Coverdale to Oxford. The zeal of the new bishops in seeking out the suppression of papistical practices and their readiness to place the property of the churches at Northumberland's disposal soon showed that those who selected them had made no mistake. On Ridley's arrival in London he held a conference for the purpose of compelling the clergy to adopt the new liturgy in place of the Mass. He issued an order for the removal of altars and for the erection in their places of honest tables decently covered, whereon communion might be celebrated. The high altar in the Cathedral of St. Paul was pulled down, and a plain communion table set up in its stead. As such a sacrilegious innovation was resented by a great body of both clergy and people, the council felt it necessary to instruct the sheriff of Middlesex to enforce the commands of the bishop. The example thus set in the capital was to be followed throughout the country. In November 1550 letters were sent out to all the bishops in the name of the youthful head of the Church, commanding them to pull down the altars in their dioceses, and for disobedience to this order Bishop Day was arrested. Hooper, once his scruples regarding the episcopal oath and vestments had been removed, threw himself with ardour into the work of reforming the clergy of his diocese of Worcester and Gloucester, but only to find that nothing less than a royal decree could serve to detach them from their old superstitions. 1552. While the wholesale work of destruction was being pushed forward, care was taken that none of the spoils derived from the plunder of the churches should go to private individuals. Warwick insisted on the new bishops handing over large portions of episcopal estates to be conferred on his favourites, and royal commissions were issued to take inventories of ecclesiastic property. During the years 1551 and 1552 the churches were stripped of their valuables, and the church plate, chalices, copes, vestments, and altar cloths were disposed of to provide money for the impecunious members of the council. Violent measures such as these were not likely to win popularity for the new religion, nor to bring about dogmatic unity. Risings took place in Leicester, Northampton, Rutland, and Berkshire, and free fights were witnessed even in the churches of London. Rumours of conspiracy, especially in the north where the Earls of Shrewsbury and Derby still clung to the Catholic faith, were circulated, and fears of a French invasion were not entirely without foundation. A new Act of Uniformity was decreed (1552), threatening spiritual and temporal punishments against laymen who neglected to attend common prayer on Sundays and holy days. Acts were passed for the relief of the poor who had been rendered destitute by the suppression of the monasteries and the wholesale enclosures, and to comfort the married clergy whose children were still regarded commonly as illegitimate. A second measure was passed legalising such unions. Fighting in churches and churchyards was to be put down with a heavy hand. If spiritual punishments could not suffice for the maintenance of order, offenders were to be deprived of an ear or branded on the cheek with a red-hot iron. Though according to some the Book of Common Prayer had been compiled under the guidance of the Holy Ghost, soon it came to be regarded by many as unsatisfactory. The men who had rejected the authority of the Pope because he was a foreigner, to follow the teaching of apostate friars from Switzerland, Italy, Poland, and Germany, clamoured for its revision on the ground that it seemed to uphold the real and corporeal presence of Christ in the Eucharist. Cranmer, who had accepted transubstantiation in the days of Henry VIII and had defended a kind of real presence in 1549, veered gradually towards Calvin's teaching on the Eucharist. In order to remove the ambiguities and difficulties of the old prayer book, it was determined to subject it to a complete revision by which everything that implied a real objective presence of Christ in the Eucharist should be omitted. The second Book of Common Prayer was submitted and approved by Parliament 1552, and its use was authorised by royal proclamation. It was to come into force in November 1552, but late in September, when some copies of the book were already printed, the council issued a command that the work should be stopped until further corrections had been made. It seems that by a new rubric, inserted by Cranmer, communicants were enjoined to receive the communion on bended knees, and John Knox, who had arrived lately in England and was high in the favour of the council, objected strongly to such an injunction as flavouring of papistry. Notwithstanding the spirited remonstrances of Cranmer, the council without authority from Parliament or Convocation obliged him to insert on a flyleaf the famous Black Rubric which remains in the Book of Common Prayer till the present day, except that in the time of Charles II a change was made by which corporeal presence was inserted in place of the real and essential presence, repudiated in the first form of the rubric. One other matter was considered by Cranmer as necessary for the success of the new religious settlement, namely the publication of an authoritative creed for the English Church. The great diversity of opinion in the country, the frantic appeals of men like Hooper who had tried in vain to make an unwilling clergy accept their own dogmatic standard, and the striking success of the Council of Trent in vindicating Catholic doctrine, made it necessary to show the English people what could be done by the supreme head of the Church at home, even though he was only a helpless boy. In 1549 Cranmer drew up a series of articles to be accepted by all preachers in his diocese. These he submitted to the body of the bishops in 1551, and later, at the request of the Privy Council, to a commission of 6 amongst whom was John Knox. They were returned with annotations to Cranmer, who, having revised them, besought the council to authorise their publication. Finally, in June 1553, Edward VI, 4 weeks before his death, approved them and commanded that they should be accepted by all his subjects. The 42 Articles represented the first attempt to provide the English Church with a distinct dogmatic creed. In the title page it was stated that the Articles had been agreed upon by the bishops and other learned and godly men in the last convocation held in London in the year of our Lord 1552. But notwithstanding this very explicit statement, it is now practically certain that the Articles were never submitted to or approved by Convocation. In other words, as Gardiner puts it, the title page is "nothing but a shameful piece of official mendacity, resorted to in order to deceive the people, and to prevent them from being influenced by the successful work accomplished by the Fathers of Trent." The Duke of Northumberland, who had scrambled into power on the shoulders of the Catholic party, deserted his former allies, and went over completely to the party of Cranmer, Ridley, and Hooper. Taking advantage of England's peaceful relations with France and Scotland, and of the difficulties of the Emperor in Germany, he had risked everything to make England a Protestant nation. He had removed the bishops, whose influence he feared, and had packed the episcopal bench with his own nominees. He had destroyed the altars and burned the missals to show his contempt for the Mass and his firm resolve to uproot the religious beliefs of the English people. So determined were he and his friends to enforce the new religious service that even the Princess Mary was forbidden to have Mass celebrated in her presence, and her chaplains were prosecuted for disobeying the king's law. Once, indeed, the Emperor felt it necessary to intervene in defence of his kinswoman, and to warn the council that if any attempt were made to prevent her from worshipping as she pleased, he would feel it necessary to recall his ambassador and to declare war. 1551. The situation was decidedly embarrassing, and the council resolved to seek the advice of Cranmer, Ridley, and Hooper. The bishops replied that though to give license to sin was sinful, Mary's disobedience might be winked at for the time. The suggestion was followed by the council, but later on, when the emperor's hands were tied by the troubles in Germany, the attempt to overawe the princess was renewed. Mary, however, showed the true Tudor spirit of independence, and, as it would have been dangerous to imprison her or to behead her, she was not pushed to extremes. In 1553 it was clear to Northumberland that Edward VI could not long survive, and that with his death and the succession to Mary, his own future and the future of the religious settlement for which he had striven would be gravely imperilled. In defiance therefore of the late king's will and of what he knew to be the wishes of the English people, for all through Edward's reign the Princess Mary was a great favourite with the nation, he determined to secure the succession for Lady Jane Grey, the granddaughter of Henry VIII's sister Mary. Such a succession, he imagined, would guarantee his own safety and the triumph of Protestantism, more especially as he took care to bring about a marriage between the prospective queen and his son, Lord Guilford Dudley. When everything had been arranged, the Chief Justice and the 2 leading law officers of the Crown were summoned to the bedside of the dying king and instructed to draw up a deed altering the succession. They implored the king to abandon such a project, and pointed out that it was illegal and would involve everyone concerned in it in the guilt of treason. But Northumberland's violence overcame their scruples, particularly as their own safety was assured by a commission under the Great Seal and a promise of pardon. When the document was drawn up it was signed by the king, the judges, and the members of the council. Cranmer hesitated on the ground that he had sworn to uphold the will of Henry VIII, but as the situation was a desperate one, he agreed finally to follow the example that had been set (June 1553). The preachers were instructed to prepare the people for the change by denouncing both Mary and Elizabeth as bastards. On the 6th July Edward VI died at Greenwich, but his death was kept a secret until Northumberland's plans could be matured. 4 days later Lady Jane Grey arrived in London, and the proclamation of her accession to the throne was received with ominous silence in the streets of the capital. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Chapter 3 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 2, by Rev. James McCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Catholic Reaction in the Reign of Queen Mary, 1553 to 1558. Lady Jane Grey might be proclaimed queen, but until Mary had been lodged safely in the Tower, the triumph of the conspiracy was not assured. Efforts had been made to induce her to come to London, but warned by secret messages dispatched by her London friends, she fled from her residence in Hundon to a castle in Suffolk, from which she addressed letters to the council and to the prominent noblemen of England, asserting her rights to the throne. From all parts of the country thousands flocked to join her standard, while the frantic appeals of Northumberland and his colleagues failed to awaken any genuine response even in London itself. Northumberland, much against his will, consented to lead the army against Mary, who was advancing towards the capital, but after his departure the members of the council, convinced that their cause was hopeless, deserted their leader and permitted Mary to be proclaimed (19th July). Northumberland surrendered himself to the mercy of the new queen and was committed to the Tower together with his principal adherents. On the 3rd August Mary made her formal entrance into London, where she received an enthusiastic welcome from the citizens. Her first care was to liberate some of those who had been arrested during the previous reign, Bishops Gardiner, Bonner, Heath, and Day, the Duke of Norfolk, and Lord Courtenay, the latter of which had been in confinement for 15 years. As a fervent Catholic who had upheld the Mass in the days of Edward VI, even at the risk of her life, there could be no doubt about the new queen's religious views, and in many of the churches in London and throughout the country the English service gave place immediately to the Mass. In an interview with the Lord Mayor of London, and afterwards in the public proclamation addressed to all her subjects, she announced that, though it was her intention to follow the Catholic religion, she had no desire of resorting to compulsion to force it on her people against their will, and she exhorted them to live together in Christian harmony, avoiding the new-found devilish terms of Papist and heretic. As a sign that vengeance and cruelty were no part of her programme, she exercised great mercy towards those who had conspired to deprive her of the throne, only a few of whom, including the Earl of Northumberland, were put to death. Possibly in the hope of playing upon the feelings of the Queen and of securing a pardon, Northumberland announced publicly his return to the old faith and his acceptance of the Catholic doctrine on the Eucharist. Charles V, on whose counsel Mary relied, advised her to proceed cautiously with the restoration of religion in England. Many of the younger generation had been taught to regard papal supremacy as an unwarrantable interference with English independence, while those who had been enriched by the plunder of the Church had every reason for upholding the Edwardine settlement. For their part in promoting the conspiracy against the Queen, as well as for various other offences laid to their charge, Cranmer, Ridley, Hooper, Latimer, and Coverdale were committed to prison. Bishop Ponet went into hiding, and Barlow made his escape from the country. Later on all these were deprived of their sees. Gardiner was restored to his see of Winchester and appointed Lord Chancellor, Tunstall to Durham, Heath to Worcester, Day to Chichester, and Voysey to Exeter. Foreign scholars like Peter Martyr, John Alasco, and their friends, whom Cranmer had brought over to teach the English people the new religion, were granted passports and permitted to leave the kingdom. Their example was followed by John Knox and by many others of the married clergy. In her heart Mary detested the title Supreme Head of the Church and was most anxious to bring about a reconciliation with Rome. When the news of her accession reached Rome, it brought joy to the heart of Julius III. He determined at once to send a legate to England, and he selected for this office the great English cardinal, whose devotion to his country was equalled only by his loyalty to the Church. Cardinal Pole was appointed legate with full powers, and was entrusted also with the work of effecting a reconciliation between the Emperor and Henry II of France. Charles V had no desire to see Pole in England installed as Queen Mary's chief adviser. He had planned a marriage between Mary and his eldest son, afterwards Philip II of Spain, and fully conscious that Pole might oppose such an alliance as dangerous both for England and for religion, he was determined to delay the arrival of the legate until the negotiations for the marriage had been completed. In October 1553 Mary was crowned solemnly by Bishop Gardiner at Westminster Abbey. She bound herself by oath to preserve the liberties of her kingdom and to maintain the rights of the Holy See. 4 days later she attended the Mass of the Holy Ghost at the opening of Parliament, and listened to the address in which her Lord Chancellor exhorted the members to show their repentance for and detestation of the heresy and schism of which he and they had been guilty, by returning to the unity of the Catholic Church. All the new treasons, felonies, and praemunire penalties of the previous reigns were abolished on the ground, it was declared, that Mary hoped to win the obedience of her subjects through love rather than through fear. The marriage of Henry VIII. With Catherine of Aragon was declared valid, and consequently Mary was acknowledged as a lawful successor to the throne. The Edwardine religious settlement, including the Acts of Uniformity, the Book of Common Prayer, the Ordinal, the 42 Articles, and the permission for clergy to marry, was swept away, and an act was passed against disturbing religious services or exhibiting irreverence towards the Eucharist. All this legislation was in perfect conformity with the wishes of Convocation, which had met shortly after the meeting of Parliament, and which with only a few dissentients condemned the Book of Common Prayer, and reaffirmed the belief of the English clergy in the doctrine of transubstantiation. Though the Queen announced her dissatisfaction with the title of Supreme Head and granted full freedom of discussion regarding it, Parliament showed itself decidedly unwilling to restore the jurisdiction of the Pope. It was not that the members had any real objection to the change from the doctrinal point of view, but fearing that a return to Roman obedience might involve a restoration of the ecclesiastical property seized or alienated during the previous reign, they wished to secure their property before they made their submission to the Pope. For so far Mary had acted with considerable mildness and prudence in carrying out her religious programme, against which as yet no serious opposition had been manifested. The question of her marriage, however, was destined to create dissension between herself and her subjects. The Emperor and the imperial ambassador urged her to accept the hand of Philip, on the grounds that by such a marriage internal jealousies and dissensions might be avoided, and the triumph of Catholicism might be assured. Many of the members of the council and the vast majority of the English people were opposed to such a union. They feared that were a foreign ruler to become the husband of their queen, he must have of necessity the chief voice in English affairs. They believed, therefore, that England would be involved in all the wars of Spain, and that were an heir to be born of such a union, England, instead of being an independent nation, might become a mere Spanish province. The enemies of Mary's religious programme thought they saw in the Spanish marriage an opportunity of overturning her government and of re-establishing Protestantism in the country. Taking advantage of the unpopularity of this proposal, they appealed to the patriotism and love of independence of the English people, and succeeded in winning to their side many who were at least neutral in regard to her religious proposals. It was planned by some to bring about a marriage between the Princess Elizabeth and Edward Courtenay, both of whom had claims to the throne, and to set them up as rivals to Queen Mary. The French ambassador, alarmed at the prospect of Mary's marriage with the hereditary enemy of France, encouraged the conspirators with promises of assistance, not indeed because France desired the accession of Elizabeth, but in the hope that during the confusion that would ensue it might be possible to assert the claims of Mary, Queen of Scotland, the prospective wife of the Dauphin of France. Notwithstanding the petition presented against the Spanish marriage by Parliament, Mary persisted in the policy suggested to her by the Emperor. Flemish envoys arrived on New Year's Day 1554 to arrange the preliminaries. The marriage treaty was signed, and 2 days later it was announced to the mayor and the chief citizens of London. This was the signal for the conspirators, who had been working secretly for months, to bring their designs to a head. News soon arrived in London that Sir Peter Carew had risen in Devon and had captured Exeter, that Sir Thomas Wyatt was rousing the men of Kent, and that Sir James Crofts had gone to Wales and the Duke of Suffolk to the Midlands to rally the forces of disloyalty. But the great body of the English people were too deeply attached to their sovereign to respond to the appeal of the rebel leaders. Wyatt's movement alone threatened to be dangerous. As his forces advanced to the gates of London, Mary, who had shown the greatest courage throughout the crisis, went in person to the Guildhall to call upon the citizens of London to defend their sovereign. Her invitation was responded to with enthusiasm, and when Wyatt had succeeded in forcing his way as far as Ludgate Circus, he was obliged to retire and to surrender himself a prisoner to the Queen's forces. Mary, who for so far had followed a policy of extreme mildness, felt that she could do so no longer, and that she must make it clear to her subjects that to declare war on the throne was a serious crime. Wyatt, the Duke of Suffolk, father of Lady Jane Grey, and several of the leaders were tried and put to death. Already in November Lady Jane Grey, her husband, and Cranmer had been condemned to death as traitors. The sentence was not, however, carried out, nor was it likely to have been, had not the rebellion shown that Mary's enemies might utilise such dangerous claimants to the throne for stirring up new disaffection. Lady Jane Grey and her husband were put to death on Tower Hill, February 1554. Several of the other conspirators were punished only by imprisonment, and a general pardon was published for the great body of the insurgents. Mary's treatment of the offenders, however the execution of Lady Jane Grey may be regarded, was in striking contrast to what might have been expected to have taken place in similar circumstances had the throne been occupied by her father or even by her sister Elizabeth. From the confessions of some of the rebels, as well as from the correspondence of the French ambassador, serious evidence was furnished to show that Elizabeth was implicated in the rebellion. She was summoned to London to answer the charges brought against her, and though she protested her innocence, she was committed to the Tower. Many members of the council were convinced of her guilt, but Mary, refusing to believe that her sister was privy to the designs of the conspirators, ordered her release. The terms of the marriage treaty having been confirmed by Parliament, April 1554, Philip arrived in England, and on the 25th July the marriage was celebrated in Westminster Abbey. Philip and Mary were proclaimed, by the grace of God, King and Queen of England, France, Naples, Jerusalem, and Ireland, defenders of the faith, princes of Spain and Sicily, archdukes of Austria, dukes of Milan, Burgundy, and Brabant, counts of Habsburg, Flanders, and Tyrol. The Emperor had at last carried his point, and, as the presence of Cardinal Pole in England could no longer prove a danger to his designs, the latter was now free to come to England. During the early portion of the year steps had been taken to prepare England for the worthy reception of the papal legate. In March 4 of the reforming bishops were deprived of their sees on the ground that they were married, and 3 others who held their appointments only by letters patent of Edward VI. Were removed. On the 1st April 6 new bishops were consecrated by Gardiner to fill the vacant sees. Cranmer, Latimer, and Ridley were sent down to Oxford to defend their views in a public discussion, arranged undoubtedly with the object of forwarding the national reconciliation with Rome. There were still, however, difficulties that must be removed before Cardinal Pole could be allowed to land on English soil. The real objection to the return of England to the Roman obedience was the ownership of the church lands, and from what had happened in the 2 previous sessions it was perfectly clear that those who had benefited by the plunder of the church lands were determined to refuse to make restoration. After prolonged negotiations Pole agreed that, while the Pope could not approve of what had been done, he would not insist on the restoration of ecclesiastical property. When everything had been arranged, Parliament was summoned to meet in November 1554. The sheriffs were instructed to see that men of the wise, grave, and Catholic sort should be returned. An act was passed immediately reversing the sentence of attainder against Cardinal Pole. The legate hastened on his way to London, where he was welcomed by the King and Queen in Parliament. A supplication was adopted unanimously in the House of Lords, and with but one dissentient in the House of Commons, requesting the King and Queen to procure from the legate absolution from heresy and schism for the English people, and a reconciliation of the nation with the Pope. Cardinal Pole attended Parliament on the 30th to pronounce the sentence of absolution, which was received by the King, Queen, Lords, and Commons on bended knees. This happy event was celebrated by procession through the streets of London, in which the clergymen, aldermen, and citizens took part. Parliament petitioned that the old jurisdiction of the clergy should be restored, that the liberty granted to the Church by the Magna Charta should be confirmed, and that the English religious service, books of the previous reign, should be delivered to the flames. Once it was made clear that the owners of ecclesiastical property should not be disturbed, There was no difficulty in procuring a complete reversal of all the laws that had been passed against the Apostolic See of Rome since the 20th year of Henry VIII. 3rd January 1555. The close connection of the leaders of the Reformers with the late rebellion, the ugly pamphlets that made their way into England from Frankfurt and Geneva, the fact that prayers were offered in secret for the speedy death of the Queen, that a shot had been fired at one of the royal preachers while he was in the pulpit, and that a violent commotion was being stirred up that led later on to a priest being struck down at the altar by one who is designated by Fox as a faithful servant of God, made it necessary for the safety of the crown and the advancement of religion to deal harshly with those who themselves had relied on persecution for the promotion of their designs. Mary herself, Philip, and Cardinal Pole did not favour a recourse to violent measures, but they were overruled by the judgment of those who should have known best the character of the opponents with whom they had to deal. An Act was passed renewing the legislation that had been made in the reigns of Richard II, Henry IV., and Henry V. for the suppression of the Lollard heresy. Parliament was dissolved in January 1555, and several of the political prisoners were released from the Tower. The heretical leaders, who though under arrest had been treated with great mildness and allowed such liberty that they were able to meet together and to publish writings and challenges against Mary's religious policy, were brought to trial before a commission, presided over by Gardiner. A few consented to sign a formula of recantation, but the majority, persisting in their opposition, were degraded and handed over for punishment to the civil authorities. On the 4th February the long series of burnings began. John Rogers was committed to the flames in Smithfield, Bishop Hooper in Gloucester, Taylor in Suffolk, Saunders in Coventry, and before the year had elapsed about 70 prisoners had met a similar fate. In September 1555 a commission was sent down to Oxford to examine Latimer and Ridley. Both refused to admit transubstantiation, the sacrificial character of the Mass, or Roman supremacy. They were condemned, and it must be said of them that they met their fate like men. Judges were appointed by the Pope to take evidence against Cranmer. He was charged with perjury because he had broken his oath to the Pope, with heresy on account of his teaching against the Eucharist, and with adultery. The minutes of the trial were forwarded to Rome for the final decision, and after careful consideration the Pope deposed him from the Archbishopric of Canterbury and excommunicated him. Meanwhile Cranmer's theological views had been undergoing another revision. On the question of prayers for the dead, purgatory, and the Mass, he was willing to admit that he might have been mistaken, and even on the question of papal supremacy he professed himself ready to listen to argument. In his eagerness to escape punishment he signed recantation after recantation, each of them more comprehensive and more submissive than its predecessor, acknowledging his guilt as a persecutor of the Church and a disturber of the faith of the English nation, and praying for pardon from the sovereigns, the Pope, and God. But in the end, when he realised that his recantations could not save him and that he was face to face with death, he deceived his chaplains at the last moment as he had deceived many others, by withdrawing his previous admissions and announcing that he still clung to his heretical views. 21st March 1556. An embassy had been sent to Rome to inform the Pope that England had returned to the Holy See. The envoys reported, too, that though Mary had failed to secure a restoration of the ecclesiastical lands, she had at least set a good example to the lay usurpers by returning the possessions of the Church still held by the Crown. The synod, summoned by Cardinal Pole to restore the discipline of the Church in England, met in November 1555. It was agreed in the synod that the 30th November should be kept as a national holiday in memory of the reconciliation of England to the Church, that the decrees binding in England before the troubles began under Henry VIII. Should be enforced, that the clergy should be mindful of their duties of residence and preaching, that seminaries should be set up in each diocese for the education of the clergy, that bishops should hold frequent visitations, that a set of homilies should be compiled for the guidance of preachers, and that an English version of the Scriptures should be published without delay. This new code of constitutions, issued under the title Reformatio Angliae ex decretis Reginaldi Pole, is in itself a testimony to the ability, moderation, and prudence of the papal legate. Some months later he was consecrated bishop and took possession of the See of Canterbury, to which he had been appointed on the deposition of Cranmer. In pursuance of her plans for the complete re-establishment of the Catholic religion, the Queen took steps to ensure that the monastic institutions which had been suppressed during the previous reigns should begin to make their appearance once more in England. The Carthusians returned to London, the Greyfriars occupied a house at Greenwich, the Dominicans took possession of St. Bartholomew's, and the Benedictines were installed in Westminster (1556). The Queen, who 2 years before had been full of courage and hope, began to lose confidence in the success of her work. The Spanish marriage was the beginning of her misfortunes, and the apparent dependence of Catholicism on Spanish help proved to be the undoing of the Catholic religion in England. Disappointed in the birth of an heir, deserted by her husband who found enough to engage his attention in Spain and the Netherlands, confronted with conspiracies promoted by heretics and encouraged for its own selfish purpose by France, doubtful of the real sentiments of Elizabeth, and with hardly any friends upon whose advice she could rely with confidence, it is not to be wondered at that Mary felt inclined to despair. She was determined, however, to continue the work she had begun, and to see that at least during her life heresy should be put down with a heavy hand. Unfortunately for the success of her projects she was involved in difficulties with Rome. Paul VI. (1555–59) was a man of stern, unbending character, firmly resolved to maintain the rights and liberties of the Holy See. Annoyed at the domineering policy of Charles V. and of his son Philip II, he was anxious to put an end to Spanish rule in Naples. The relations became so embittered that a Spanish force under the command of the Duke of Alva crossed the frontiers of the Papal States, and Paul VI. Recalled his agents from Philip's territories (1557). France decided to support the Pope, and soon active hostilities began. Philip, for whose return to England Mary had so often appealed in vain, came back early in 1557, but only to request that England should join with him in a war with France. Mary's position was a particularly cruel one. She could not well resist the demands of her husband, particularly as France had lent its patronage and assistance to the conspiracies plotted for her overthrow. The position of Cardinal Pole was even more cruel. He had done all that man could do to prevent the outbreak of war, and when all his efforts proved unavailing, he retired from court lest he, a legate of the Holy See, should be obliged to meet Philip, who was at war with the Pope. By the papal order (1557) recalling all his agents from the Spanish territories, the cardinal found himself deprived of the office of legate, to the astonishment of his friends and the grief of the Queen. Agents were dispatched to Rome to induce Paul IV. To cancel the legate's recall. The Pope, however, having taken some time for consideration, refused to accede to the request, but agreed to send a new legate in the person of the observant Friar William Peto (14th June 1557), who had preached so manfully against Henry's divorce, and who was now created cardinal to prepare him for his new position. The messenger dispatched to announce these tidings was refused admission into England, although Pole, who had learned of what had taken place in Rome, refused to act any longer as legate, and addressed a strong but respectful letter of remonstrance to the Pope. Both from the point of view of religion and of politics, the French war, in which Mary's husband had succeeded in involving England, proved disastrous. It led to the loss of Calais and Guisnes (1558), the last of the English possessions in France, to increased taxation and to a strong feeling against Mary and all her counsellors. Distrust of the Spanish alliance led to distrust of the religion of which Philip had constituted himself the champion, and helped to forward the schemes of those who sought to identify patriotism with Protestantism. Though the great body of the people had accepted the Catholic religion, and though to all appearances its restoration was complete, Mary's last days were embittered by the thought that under the reign of her successor the religious settlement that had been effected might be overturned. Already courtiers and diplomatists were abandoning her presence to win favour with Elizabeth, who professed to be a sincere Catholic, but on whose professions too much reliance could not be placed. On November 7, 1558, Mary passed away, and a few hours later her great counsellor and friend Cardinal Pole was called to his reward. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 2, by Rev. James McCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Reign of Queen Elizabeth, 1558 to 1603. A few hours after Mary's death, Elizabeth was proclaimed queen according to the terms of her father's will, and messengers were dispatched to Hatfield to announce her accession and to escort her to the capital. During the reign of her brother, her relations with Thomas Seymour nearly led to a secret marriage and the loss of her rights to the throne, while during the lifetime of her sister, the disclosures of Wyatt and his followers, and the correspondence of the French ambassador, brought her to the Tower on suspicion of treason. Mary was, however, averse to severe measures, more especially as Elizabeth expressed her devotion to the Catholic religion and her willingness to accept the new religious settlement. But in secret she treasured other views, not because she was hostile to the Catholic religion, but because opposition to Catholicism seemed to be the best means of maintaining her claim to the crown and of resisting Mary Queen of Scots, who from the Catholic point of view was the nearest legitimate heir to the throne. Already, before the death of Mary, Elizabeth was in close correspondence with those who were unfriendly to Catholicism and to the Spanish connection, and she had selected William Cecil, whose religious views and practices during Mary's reign coincided with her own, to be her secretary. Her accession was hailed with joy throughout England, for Englishmen were glad to have a ruler of their own, so as to be rid of the Spanish domination that had led to taxation at home and disaster abroad. The official announcement of Elizabeth's accession was as welcome to Philip II, who was still England's ally, as it was distasteful to France, which regarded Mary Queen of Scots as a lawful claimant to England's throne. It is noteworthy, as affording a clue to Elizabeth's future policy, that no official notice of her accession was forwarded to the Pope, nor were the credentials of the English ambassador at Rome either confirmed or revoked. Paul IV, notwithstanding the efforts of the French, was unwilling to create any difficulties for England's new ruler by declaring her illegitimate, or by treating her otherwise than as a rightful sovereign. Though many of Mary's old councillors were retained, it is remarked by many interested observers that the new members selected by the Queen belonged to the party likely to favour religious innovations, and that her real advisers were not the Privy Council but a secretary, the principal of which were William Cecil, Secretary of State, and his brother-in-law, Nicholas Bacon, appointed Lord Keeper of the Seal, both of whom, while outwardly professing their devotion to the old religion under Queen Mary, were well known to sympathise with the Edwardian regime. The men who had fled to Frankfurt or Geneva began to return and to preach their doctrines to the crowd, and the Italian Church in London was attacked by a mob. Outwardly no change took place in the religious ceremonial. A royal proclamation was issued (27th December 1558) forbidding preaching or the use of other public prayers, rites, or ceremonies, save those approved by law, until Parliament should have determined otherwise, except in regard to the recitation in English of the Litany, the Commandments, the Creed, together with the Epistles and Gospels. Still the anti-Catholic party boasted that the new ruler was on their side. The Queen's own inclinations were soon made clear by her prohibition addressed to Bishop Oglethorpe of Carlisle against the elevation of the Host in the Mass, celebrated in her presence on Christmas Day, 1558, and by her withdrawal from the Church when he refused to obey her instructions. Bishop Christopherson of Chichester was arrested for his sermon preached on the occasion of the late Queen's funeral, and Archbishop Heath of York resigned the chancellorship. The coronation of the Queen was fixed for the 25th January 1559, and as her title to the throne might be questioned on so many points, it was obviously of the greatest importance that the ceremony should be carried out in the orthodox fashion so as to elude all the objections of her rivals. The Archbishop of York and the bishops generally, well aware of the religious changes that were in contemplation, refused to take part in the coronation, though in the end Bishop Oglethorpe of Carlisle was induced to undertake the task, probably in the hope of averting still greater evil. The bishops attended at Westminster to welcome the Queen on her arrival and to take the oath of allegiance, but declined to be present at the Mass, as did also the Spanish ambassador. The rite was carried out with punctilious attention to the old rubrics, and the sermon was preached by Dr. Cox, a Frankfurt exile, who regaled his hearers with a wild tirade against the monks, clergy, and the existing idolatry. Parliament was summoned to meet in January 1559. In the House of Lords the government was confronted with the fact that the bishops to a man would oppose the religious changes that were to be introduced, but it was hoped that by careful directions to the sheriffs a House of Commons might be returned that could be trusted. There was no difficulty in procuring acts confirming Elizabeth's title to the throne, more especially as the legitimacy of her mother's marriage, though implied, was not directly affirmed. But the bill for the restoration of first fruits to the crown met with considerable opposition and delay, especially at the hands of the spiritual peers, and another for the restoration of those clergymen who had been deprived in the previous reign on account of their non-observance of celibacy was abandoned. The two great measures, however, on which Elizabeth's ministers had set their hearts were royal supremacy and the reintroduction of the Book of Common Prayer in place of the Latin Mass. But from the first the bishops offered to these measures the most determined opposition, and though the bishops were not supported by a very large number of the lay peers, the idea of forcing such momentous changes on the country against the wishes of the united episcopate was so repugnant to the religious instincts of the nation that the ministers found themselves again and again compelled to withdraw or modify their proposals. To add to their confusion, Convocation met in February 1559 and forwarded to the bishops for presentation to the Queen a strong document in which the clergy without a dissentient voice affirmed their belief in the real presence, transubstantiation, the sacrificial character of the Mass, Roman supremacy, and the inability of laymen to legislate regarding the doctrines, discipline, or sacraments of the Church. This judgment of Convocation, though hardly unexpected, was a deadly blow struck against the government measures, showing as it did that if Parliament undertook a new religious settlement it must do so on its own responsibility and against the wishes of the ecclesiastical authorities. The difficulties against the two bills were so great that when Easter arrived the work upon which the Queen and her advisers had set their hearts was still incomplete. The Bill of Uniformity of Belief had been rejected, and though the Royal Supremacy Bill had passed the two houses in modified form, it had not yet reached the Statute Book. The inconvenience of according the title of Supreme Head of the Church to a woman was disliked by many, and was distasteful even to Elizabeth herself. Parliament was prorogued for a few weeks at Easter, and recourse was had to a clever expedient to win popular sympathy for the measures. A disputation was arranged to take place between the bishops and the Protestant exiles. Cecil took care that both in regard to the subjects to be discussed and the manner of procedure the latter party should have every advantage. The questions were the use of English or Latin in the religious services, the authority of particular churches to change their rites and ceremonies, and the propitiatory character of the Mass. The Catholic representatives were to open the discussion each day, but the last words were always reserved for the Reformers. From the very beginning it was clear that the dice had been loaded against the defenders of the old faith, and on the second day the Catholic party refused to continue the discussion. Their refusal, however justified it may have been in the circumstances, could not fail to make a bad impression. It was seized upon by their opponents to show that the supporters of Rome had disobeyed the Queen, had quailed before the apostles of the new religion, and that, therefore, even though they were bishops, they could not be regarded as trustworthy guides in matters of religion. The bishops of Winchester and Lincoln were arrested because they refused to continue the disputation, and by their arrest the Catholic peers were deprived of 2 votes in the House of Lords, at a time when the fate of the old religion was trembling in the balance. When Parliament reassembled, the Queen announced her intention of refusing the title of Supreme Head of the Church, and requested the House would devise some other form with regard to the primacy or supremacy. A new bill conceding to the sovereign the title Supreme Governor was introduced, but met with as strong opposition from the bishops as its predecessors, and was passed against their unanimous wishes. The Act of Uniformity, commanding the use of the Second Book of Common Prayer with a few alterations, met with even a worse reception, as several of the laymen joined the bishops in their resistance, and in the end it was carried only by a majority of 3. Had the imprisoned bishops been free to cast their votes against the measure, or had the lay peers who disliked it had the courage to be present in their place at the division, the whole course of English history might have been altered. As it was, a religious revolution had been effected. The Mass, Transubstantiation, the Real Presence, and Roman supremacy, all of which had been accepted without contradiction from the days of St. Augustine till the reign of Henry VIII, were abolished, and a new church established that bore but a faint resemblance to the old. And what was more extraordinary still, all this was done solely by an assembly of laymen against the wishes and appeals of the united episcopate and against the practically unanimous judgment of Convocation. The Church of England as by law established is a parliamentary institution set up and shaped by Parliament in the beginning, and dependent upon Parliament ever since for guidance and protection. By the Act of Supremacy the Queen was declared to be supreme governor of the Church in England. All foreign jurisdiction was abolished. A body of commissioners was to be appointed to administer the oath of supremacy and to carry on ecclesiastical functions in the name of the Queen. Officials who refused to take the oath were to be deprived, and penalties varying from fines to death were to be imposed on those who were unwilling to accept the law. By the Act of Uniformity the English service, as contained in the Second Book of Common Prayer, with some slight alterations, was made obligatory on all clergymen, as was attendance at this service on all laymen. The Act was to be enforced by the spiritual authorities under threat of excommunication against offenders, and by the civil authorities by the infliction of fines or imprisonment. A royal commission was appointed (1559) to administer the oath of supremacy to the clergy and to enforce the provisions of the Act of Uniformity. As was to be expected, the attention of the commissioners was directed immediately to the bishops. If some of them could be induced to submit, and the government was not without hope in this direction, their submission would produce a good impression on the country. But if on the contrary they persisted in their attachment to the Mass and their obedience to the Pope, they must be removed to make way for more trustworthy men. To their credit be it said, when the oath of supremacy was tendered to the bishops, they refused, with one exception, to abandon the views they had defended with such skill and bravery in the House of Lords, and preferred to suffer imprisonment and deprivation rather than lead their people into error by submission. Bishop Kitchin of Llandaff had opposed the royal supremacy for a time. The Spanish ambassador reported to his master that he was about to follow the example of his brethren, but in the end he submitted and consented to administer the oath to his clergy. The religious communities, the Observants, the Carthusians, the Dominicans, the Benedictines, and the few communities of nuns that had re-established houses in England during the reign of Queen Mary, were suppressed. Their property was seized according to an act passed in the late Parliament, and many of the monks and nuns were obliged to depart from the kingdom. The commissioners proceeded through England administering the oath to the clergy, a large percentage of whom seems to have submitted. From the returns preserved it is difficult to estimate accurately what number of the clergy consented to acknowledge the supremacy of the Queen or to abandon the Mass, but it is certainly not true to say that out of 9,000 beneficed clergymen in England at the time only about 200 refused the oath. On the one hand, the disturbances during the reigns of Henry VIII and Edward VI had reduced considerably the number of priests in England, while on the other, the fact that several clergymen did not put in an appearance before the Commission, that others were allowed time to reconsider their views, and that not even all those who obstinately refused the oath were deprived, shows clearly that the list of deprivations afford no sure clue to the number of those who were unwilling to accept the change. It is noteworthy that the greatest number of refusals were met with amongst the higher officials or dignitaries of the Church, the deans, archdeacons, and canons, who might be expected to represent the best educated and most exemplary of the clergy of their time in England. In the universities, too, the commissioners met with the strongest resistance. Several of the heads of the colleges, both in Cambridge and Oxford, the fellows and the office-bearers, either were deprived or fled, and men of the new school were appointed to take their place. But notwithstanding all the government could do, the universities, and particularly Oxford, continued during the greater part of the reign of Elizabeth to be centres of disaffection. The complete extinction of the old hierarchy by death, deprivation, and imprisonment left the way open for the appointment of bishops favourable to the religion. Matthew Parker, who had been chaplain to Anne Boleyn, and who had lived privately since he was removed from the deanship of Lincoln on account of his marriage, was selected to fill the Archbishopric of Canterbury, left vacant since the death of Cardinal Pole. The royal letters of approval were issued in September, and the mandate for his consecration was addressed to Tunstall of Durham, Bourne of Bath and Wells, Pole of Peterborough, Kitchen of Llandaff, together with Barlow and Scory. The three former, however, refused to act, and apparently even Kitchen was unwilling to take any part in the ceremony. New men were then sought and found in the persons of Barlow, Coverdale, Scory, and Hodgkin. But even still grave legal difficulties barred the way. The conditions for the consecration of an archbishop laid down by the 25th of Henry VIII, which had not been repealed, could not be complied with owing to the refusal of the old bishops, and besides the use of the new ordinal of Edward VI without a special Act of Parliament for its revival was distinctly illegal. But the situation was so serious that Elizabeth's advisers urged her to make good the illegalities by an exercise of her royal authority. In the end the consecration of Parker was carried out in the chapel of Lambeth Palace on the morning of the 17th December 1559. The story of the Nag's Head is a pure legend used by controversialists for impugning the validity of Anglican orders. As a matter of fact, the main argument against these orders is drawn neither from the fable of the Nag's Head nor from the want of episcopal orders in the case of Barlow, the consecrator of Parker, though his consecration has not been proved, but from the use of a corrupt form, which was then, as it is now, rejected as insufficient by the Catholic Church, and from the want of the proper intention, implied both by the corruption of the form and by the teaching of those who corrupted it. Once the difficulty about Parker's consecration had been settled, other bishops were appointed by the Queen and consecrated by the new archbishop, so that before March 1560 good progress had been made in the establishment of the new hierarchy in England. With the establishment of the Ecclesiastical Commission (1559) to search out and punish heresy and generally to carry out the provisions of the Supremacy Act, and with the appointment of new bishops (1559–60), the work of reforming the faith of England was well under way. Still the new bishops were confronted with grave difficulties. From the report of the Spanish ambassador, who had exceptional opportunities of knowing the facts, but whose opinions for obvious reasons could not always be accepted, the great majority of the people outside London were still Catholic, and even in London itself the adherents of the old faith could not be despised. Quite apart, however, from his reports, sufficient evidence can be adduced from the episcopal and official letters and documents to show that the change was not welcomed by a great body in the country. As the best means of enforcing the Act of Supremacy and the Act of Uniformity, a visitation of both provinces was arranged. In London Masses were still celebrated and attended by great multitudes. In Canterbury itself, within sight of the archiepiscopal palace, public religious processions were carried out. In Winchester, where the memory of Gardiner was still cherished, many of the clergy refused to attend the visitation. The laymen were discreetly absent when their assent was required, the churches were deserted, and even the people attending the cathedral were corrupted by the clergy. In Hereford, Bishop Scory described his cathedral as a very nest of blasphemy, whoredom, pride, superstition, and ignorance. The justices threw every obstacle in the way of his reforms. Fasts and feasts were observed as of old, and even the very butchers seemed leagued against him, for they refused to sell meat on Thursdays. In Bath and Wells many of the justices were openly disobedient, and even the people who conformed outwardly could not be relied upon. In Norwich, Ely, Salisbury, and Chichester Popery was still strong amongst the clergy, people, and officials. At Eton it was necessary to expel the provost and all the teachers except 3 before the college could be reduced to subjection, and at Oxford the visitors were driven to admit that if they expelled the fellows who refused to subscribe and the students who would have no religious service except the Mass, the houses would be deserted. In the northern provinces, where the visitation did not begin till some time later, it was discovered that matters were still worse. The principal noblemen were openly Catholic, and many of the magistrates denied that they had ever heard of the Act of Supremacy, while others of them winked and looked through their fingers. In York the diocese was in a state of anarchy. In Carlisle the bishop confessed that he could not prevent the public celebration of the Mass. In Durham the bishop wrote that he found himself engaged in a conflict with wild beasts, even more savage than those which had confronted St. Paul at Ephesus. To make matters worse, it was reported that public sympathy was on the side of the recusants, and that many hopes were being expressed by many that the present advisers of Her Majesty might soon be displaced, even though it were necessary to have recourse to France or Spain. Nor was it merely from the side of the Catholics that the bishops and the government anticipated serious danger. The men who, like Hooper, objected to the Edwardine settlement as not being sufficiently extreme, had approached more closely to Calvinism in doctrine and in ritual during their enforced sojourn at Frankfurt and Geneva. They were enthusiastic in their praise of Elizabeth for her attacks upon Rome, but they found fault with her religious program as flavouring too much of idolatry and papistry. They objected to crosses, candles, vestments, copes, blessings, and much of the old ritual that had been retained in the Book of Common Prayer, and insisted that, until religion had been brought back to a state of scriptural purity, the English people should not rest satisfied. Whatever sympathy some of the English political advisers may have had with the Puritans, in theory, they had no intention of yielding to their demands, as such a policy would have stirred up all the latent Catholicity in the country. The official church, as by law established, was to be a church for the nation standing midway between Rome and Puritanism, a kind of compromise between both extremes. Elizabeth was determined to put down Puritanism, irreverence, and unlicensed preaching with a heavy hand. As a foretaste of what the champions of innovation might expect, much to the disgust of the archbishop, she struck a blow at the married clergy by ordering the removal of women and children from the enclosures of colleges and cathedrals (1561). It cannot be said that it was the opposition of Rome to her accession that forced Elizabeth to establish a national church. Paul IV, whose undiplomatic and imprudent proceedings had caused such grave embarrassment to her predecessor, made no protest against the recognition of Elizabeth's claims, although he was urged to do so by France. The same attitude of friendly reserve was maintained by his successor, Pius IV (1559–65). Shortly after his consecration he addressed a kindly letter to Elizabeth, exhorting her to return to the bosom of the Church. His envoy was not allowed, however, to enter England, nor had another envoy, dispatched in 1561 to invite the Queen and the English bishops to take part in the Council of Trent, any better success. Though Elizabeth discussed the matter with the Spanish ambassador and even made preparations for the reception of the papal envoy, the necessary safe conducts were not forwarded to Flanders, and in the end a notification was sent that the papal messenger could not be received, nor would the English bishops attend the Council of Trent. Possibly owing to the friendly attitude of the Pope, rumours were put in circulation that he was not unwilling to accept the new English Book of Common Prayer if Elizabeth would consent to acknowledge the supremacy of Rome. That there was never the least foundation for such a statement is now generally admitted, but at the time it helped to confirm many Catholics in the view that to escape fines and punishment it was lawful for them to attend the English service, particularly as they took care to assist at Mass in secret, and made it clear both by their actions and demeanour that their presence at the new religious rite was not voluntary. Others, however, refused to follow this opinion, and in order to put an end to the dissensions that had arisen, a petition was drawn up and forwarded to the Pope, requesting him for permission to attend common prayer, but, though the request was supported by the Spanish ambassador, the permission was refused (1562). Elizabeth's second Parliament (1563) met at a time when the downfall of the Huguenots, to whom England had furnished assistance, the failure of a plot entered into by the nephews of Cardinal Pole for the overthrow of Elizabeth's government, and the reports from the ecclesiastical commissions and the bishops, showing as they did that contempt for the Acts of Supremacy and Uniformity was still strong, made it necessary to undertake more repressive measures against the Catholics. An Act was passed entitled "An Act for the Assurance of the Queen's Royal Power," commanding that the oath of supremacy should be administered to members of the House of Commons, schoolmasters, tutors, attorneys, and all who had held any ecclesiastical office during the reigns of Elizabeth, Mary, Edward VI. Or Henry VIII., and to all who manifested their hostility to the established religion by celebrating Mass or assisting at its celebration. Refusal to take the oath when first tendered was to be punished by forfeiture and life imprisonment, and on the second refusal the penalty was to be a traitor's death. Had such an act been enforced strictly, it would have meant the complete extirpation of the Catholics of England, but Elizabeth, having secured a weapon by which she might terrorise them, took care to prevent her bishops from driving them to extremes by a close investigation of their opinions regarding royal supremacy. Fines and imprisonments were at this stage deemed more expedient than death. Convocation met at the same time, but Convocation had changed much since 1559 when it declared bravely in favour of the Real Presence, Transubstantiation, the Mass, Papal Supremacy, and the independence of the Church. The effects of the deprivation of the bishops, deans, archdeacons, canons, and clergies, and of the wholesale ordinations of artificers unlearned and some even of base occupations by Parker and Grindal and others were plainly visible. Convocation was no longer Catholic in tone, it was distinctly Puritan. A proposal was made that all holidays and feast days should be abolished except Sundays and the principal feasts of Christ, that there should be no kneeling at communion, no vestments in the celebration of common service except the surplice, no organs in the churches, no sign of the cross in baptism, and that the minister should be compelled to read divine service facing the people. The proposal was debated warmly and in the end was defeated only by one vote. One of the principal objects for which Convocation had been called was to draft a new dogmatic creed for the Church, as by law established. This was a matter of supreme importance, but as it was necessary to affirm nothing that would offend the Huguenots of France and the theologians of Switzerland and Germany, or rouse the latent Catholic sentiments of the English people, it was also a work of supreme difficulty. In other words, the creed of the established Church must be in the nature of a compromise, and a compromise it really was. The 42 Articles of Edward VI were taken as the basis of discussion. As a result of the deliberations they were reduced to 39, in which forms they were signed by the bishops and clergy before being presented to Elizabeth and her ministers for approval. As an indication to the clergy that the office of Supreme Governor was no sinecure, Elizabeth would not authorise the publication of the Articles until a very important one dealing with the Eucharist had been omitted, and until another one regarding the authority of the Church to change rites and ceremonies had been modified. That influences other than doctrinal were at work in shaping the 39 Articles is evident from the fact that the particular Eucharistic article referred to was omitted in 1563, lest it should drive away Catholics who were wavering, and inserted again in 1570, when the government, then in open war with Rome, was determined to give back blow for blow. The catechism drawn up by Convocation for the use of the laity was promptly suppressed by Cecil. By the adoption of the 39 Articles as its official creed, the English Church, by law established, cut itself adrift from the Catholic Church and from the faith that had been delivered to the Anglo-Saxon people by Rome's greatest missionary, St. Augustine. However ambiguous might be the wording to which the authors of the Articles had recourse in order to win followers, there could be no longer any doubt that on some of the principal points of doctrine the new creed stood in flagrant contradiction to the doctrines received by the Catholic world. The Pope, whose spiritual powers had never been called into question till the days of Henry VIII, was declared to have no jurisdiction in England. The sacrifices of the Mass, as it is put, were denounced as blasphemous fables and dangerous deceits. Transubstantiation was regarded as unscriptural and opening the way to superstition. The doctrine of the real objective presence of Christ was implicitly condemned. The summoning of a general council was made dependent on the will of the secular princes. The fact that such assemblies could err and did err in the past was emphasised. 5 of the sacraments, namely confirmation, penance, holy orders, matrimony, and extreme unction, were declared not to be sacraments of the gospel, and the Roman doctrine concerning purgatory, indulgences, the invocation of saints, and veneration of images and relics was pronounced to be a foolish and vain invention contradictory to the Word of God. The new repressive legislation, at least in regard to fines and imprisonment, was enforced strictly against Catholics who were still a strong body, especially in the north. On the accession of Pius V. 1566–72, the friendly attitude hitherto maintained by Rome was changed. There could be no longer any hope that Elizabeth would modify her religious policy, as even her former ally and supporter Philip II. Was forced to admit, and there was grave danger that the opinion entertained by some that Catholics should be permitted to attend common prayer was a purely legal function, might do considerable harm. Hence a strong condemnation of the English service was published by the Pope, and a commission was granted to 2 English priests, Sanders and Harding, empowering them to absolve all those who had incurred the guilt of schism (1566). As even this was not sufficient to put an end to all doubts, and as the authority of the papal agent Lawrence Vaux was questioned by certain individuals, a formal bull of reconciliation was issued in 1567, authorising the absolution of those who had incurred the guilt of heresy or schism by their obedience to the Acts of Supremacy and Uniformity. Apart from other considerations, this clear and definite statement of the attitude of the Pope towards attendance at English service helped to stiffen the backs of the English Catholics and to determine even the waverers to stand firm. But in addition to this, the question of the succession to the throne raised considerable discussion. Elizabeth was still without a husband, and for reasons probably best known to herself, she refused to allow her Parliament to drive her into marriage. Although partly through vanity, partly through motives of policy, she was not unwilling to dally with the advances of several suitors, both native and foreign. In the eyes of Catholics, Elizabeth was illegitimate, and except for her father's will and the parliamentary confirmation of that will, as an illegitimate she had no rights to the throne. Mary, Queen of Scotland, the granddaughter of Henry VIII's eldest sister Margaret, was from the legal point of view the lawful heir, but as she was the wife of the Dauphin of France at the time of Elizabeth's accession, Englishmen generally did not wish to recognise her claim for precisely the same reason that drove them to oppose Queen Mary's marriage with Philip II. Of Spain. After the death of her French husband and her return to Scotland, opinion began to change in her favour, and this grew stronger in Catholic circles when she fled into England to claim the support of her cousin Queen Elizabeth against the Scottish rebels (1568). A strong body even in the council favoured the plan of a marriage between Mary and the Duke of Norfolk, and the recognition of their rights and the rights of their children to the throne on the death of Elizabeth, as the best means of avoiding civil war and of escaping from the delicate position created by the presence of Scotland's Queen in England. Norfolk was regarded as a kind of Protestant, and was backed by a very considerable body of the council, but his communications with Philip II. Of Spain, who favoured the marriage, and with the Catholic lords of the north, who, driven to extremes by religious persecution and by the treatment accorded to Mary in England, were not unwilling to depose Elizabeth, he professed his intention of becoming a Catholic. Elizabeth, however, was strong against the marriage, and Cecil, though he pretended to favour it, supported the views of his sovereign. Rumours of conspiracies, especially in the north, were afloat. The noblemen of Lancashire had met and pledged themselves not to attend the English service. The Earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland declared openly their attachment to the Catholic Church. The attitude of Wales and Cornwall was more than doubtful, and the Spanish ambassador was well known to be moving heaven and earth to induce his master to lend his aid. Elizabeth determined to strike at once, before the plans of the conspirators could be matured. The Duke of Norfolk was commanded to appear at court, and was soon lodged safely in the Tower (11th October 1569). A peremptory order was issued to the Earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland to come immediately to London, and as they knew well the fate that was in store for them, they determined to stake their fortunes on the chance of a successful rising. They appealed to the Catholic lords of Scotland, to the Duke of Alva, and to Spain for support, and mustered their forces for war. They entered Durham (10th November 1569), where they swept out from the cathedral both the Book of Common Prayer and the Communion Table, set up the altar once more, and had Mass celebrated publicly. They marched southwards with the object of getting possession of the Queen of Scotland, who was imprisoned at Tutbury, but their design having been suspected, Mary was removed suddenly to Coventry. A strong force was sent to prevent their march southward, while Moray, the regent of Scotland, and Elizabeth's faithful ally, assembled his troops on the border to prevent the Scottish Catholic lords from rallying to the assistance of their co-religionists. The insurgents, caught between the two fires, were routed completely, and the leaders hastened to make their escape. Westmoreland to the Netherlands, where he lived for 30 years in exile, and Northumberland to Scotland, only to be sold again to Elizabeth for £2,000 and executed. Martial law was proclaimed, and hundreds of the poorer sort were put to death. The trouble seemed to be over for the time, but suddenly in January 1570, encouraged by the assassination of Moray and by the raids of the Catholic borderers, Lord Dacre rose in revolt and threw himself upon the Queen's forces on their march from Naworth to Carlisle. He was defeated and barely succeeded in escaping with his life. All resistance was now at an end, and more than 800 of the insurgents were executed. The failure of the Northern Rebellion served only to strengthen Elizabeth's power and to secure for Protestantism a firm footing in England. While preparations were being made in England for the rebellion, Catholic representatives in Rome, both lay and clerical, pressed Pius V to issue a decree of excommunication and of deposition against Elizabeth. Such a decree, it was thought, would strengthen the hands of those who were working in the interests of Mary, Queen of Scotland, and would open the eyes of a large body of Catholics who stood firmly by Elizabeth solely from motives of extreme loyalty. Philip II was not acquainted with the step that was in contemplation, though apparently the French authorities were warned that Rome was about to take action. Had the advice of the King of Spain been sought, he might have warned the Pope against proceeding to extremes with Elizabeth, and in doing so he would have had the support of those at home who were acquainted most intimately with English affairs. In February 1570 the process against Elizabeth was begun in Rome, and on the 25th of the same month the bull *Regnans in Excelsis*, announcing the excommunication and deposition of Elizabeth, was given to the world. Had it come 5 or 6 months earlier, and had there been an able leader capable of uniting the English Catholic body, a work that could not be accomplished either by the Duke of Norfolk or the Northern Earls, the result might have been at least doubtful. But its publication, at a time when the Northern Rebellion had been suppressed, and when Spain, France, and the Netherlands were unwilling to execute it, served only to make wider the breach between England and Rome, and to expose the English Catholics to still fiercer persecution. For so far Catholics had been free to combine with moderate Protestants to secure the peaceful succession of Mary, Queen of Scotland, without any suspicion of disloyalty to Elizabeth. But from this time forward they were placed in the cruel position of being traitors either to the Pope or to Elizabeth, and every move made by them in favour of Mary, Queen of Scotland, must necessarily be construed as disloyalty to their sovereign. Copies of the bull were smuggled into England, and one man, John Fenton, was found brave enough to risk his life by affixing a copy to the gates of the palace of the Bishop of London. He was taken prisoner immediately and subjected to the terrible death reserved for traitors. 8th August 1570. While anti-Catholic feeling was running high, Elizabeth summoned Parliament to meet in April 1571. As danger was to be feared both from the Catholics and the Puritans, special care was taken to ensure that reliable men should be returned. Several measures were introduced against the Catholic recusants who had few sympathisers in the House of Commons, but in the House of Lords, where the Duke of Norfolk, who had been released, pleaded for moderation, and was supported by a small but determined body of the Lords, the feeling was less violent. Bills were both framed and passed, making it treason to obtain bulls, briefs, or documents from Rome. The penalty of praemunire was levelled against all aiders and abettors of those offenders mentioned above, together with all who received beads, crosses, pictures, etc., blessed by the Bishop of Rome or by any one acting with his authority, while those who had fled from the kingdom were commanded to return within 6 months under penalty of forfeiture of their goods and properties. It was proposed, too, that all adults should be forced to attend the Protestant service and to receive communion at stated times, but the latter portion was dropped, probably at the request of the Catholic lords. However subservient Parliament might be in regard to the Catholics, it was not inclined to strengthen the hands of the bishops against the Puritans. Notwithstanding Elizabeth's refusal to allow discussion of the 39 Articles, or to permit them to be published under parliamentary sanction, the members succeeded in attaining their object indirectly by imposing them on recusants. Elizabeth was determined, however, to show her faithful Commons that she and not the Parliament was the supreme governor of the Church. She took Convocation and the bishops under her protection and empowered them to issue the Articles in a revised form, so that there were then really two versions of the 39 Articles in force, one imposed by Convocation and the Queen, and the other by Parliament. To secure aid against Spain, as well as to draw away the French from supporting the Queen of Scotland, Elizabeth made overtures for marriage to the Duke of Anjou, and at the same time the party in favour of Mary determined to make a new effort to bring about a marriage between Mary and the Duke of Norfolk. Ridolfi was the life and soul of the conspiracy, assisted by the Duke of Norfolk and by the Bishop of Ross, Mary's ambassador in London. It was hoped to enlist the sympathy of the Duke of Alva, Philip II., and the Pope, none of whom were unwilling to aid in overthrowing Elizabeth's rule, but before anything definite could be done, Cecil's spies brought him news of the steps that were being taken. The Duke of Norfolk was arrested in September 1571 and placed on his trial in the following January. He was condemned to death, but as Elizabeth did not wish to take the responsibility of his execution on herself, she waited until it had been confirmed by Parliament, after which he was led to the block (2nd June 1572). Parliament also petitioned for the execution of the Queen of Scotland, but for various reasons Elizabeth refused to accede to their request. Though the new laws were enforced strictly, it is clear from the episcopal reports that in London itself, in Norwich, Winchester, Ely, Worcester, and the diocese and province of York, and indeed throughout the entire country, Catholicism had still a strong hold. The old Marian priests were, however, dying out rapidly. The monasteries and universities that had supplied priests for the English mission were either destroyed or passed into other hands, so that it became clear to both friends and foes that unless something could be done to keep up the supply of clergy, the Catholic religion was doomed ultimately to extinction. This difficulty had occurred to the minds of many of the English scholars who had fled from Oxford to the Continent, but it was reserved for Dr. William Allen, formerly a Fellow of Oriel College and Principal of St. Mary's Hall, Oxford, and later in 1587 a Cardinal of the Roman Church, to take practical measures to meet the wants of his co-religionists in England. He determined to found a college on the Continent for the education of priests for the English mission, and as Douay had a new university, in which many of the former Oxford men had found a home, he opened a college at Douay in 1568. Depending on his own private resources, the contributions of his friends, and the pensions guaranteed by the King of Spain and the Pope, he succeeded beyond expectation. Students flocked from England to the new college, whence they returned on the completion of their studies to strengthen and console their co-religionists at home. Could Douay College boast only of the 160 martyrs whom it trained and sent into England, Cardinal Allen would have had good reason to be proud of his work. But in addition to this, the numerous controversial tracts of real merit that were issued from the Douay printing press and scattered throughout England helped to keep alive Catholic sentiment in the country. In Douay, too, was begun the translation of the Scriptures into English, the New Testament being published at Rheims, 1582, whither the college had been removed in 1578, and the Old Testament in 1609. In 1576 Allen visited Rome and persuaded Gregory XIII to found a college in Rome for the education of English priests. Students were sent in 1576 and 1577, and a hospice was granted in 1578 as an English seminary, over which the Jesuits were placed in the following year. A college was established at Valladolid by Father Persons, 1589, another at Seville in 1592, and one at St. Omer's in 1594. The failure of the Northern Rebellion, the repressive measures adopted by Parliament in 1571, and the betrayal of Ridolfi's fantastic schemes did not mean the extinction of Catholicism in England. On the contrary, there was a distinct reaction in its favour, partly through the failure of the Protestant bishops and clergy to maintain a consistent religious service, such as that which they had overthrown, partly to the revulsion created by the fanatical vapourings of the Puritans, but above all to the efforts of the seminary priests, as the men who returned from Douay and the other colleges abroad were called. The older generation of clergy who had been deprived on Elizabeth's accession were content to minister to their flocks in secret, and were happy so long as they could escape the meshes of the law. But the new men who returned from Douay were determined to make the country Catholic once more, or to die in the attempt. They went boldly from place to place exhorting the Catholics to stand firm, and they seemed to have no dread of imprisonment, exile, or death. Many of them were arrested and kept in close confinement, while others, like Thomas Woodhouse (1573), Cuthbert Maine (1577), John Nelson, and Thomas Sherwood (1578), gloried in being thought worthy of dying as their Master had died. Nor did their fate deter others from following in their footsteps. It was reported in 1579 that 100 students had been ordained and sent into England from Rome and Rheims. The result of the labours of these apostolic men were soon evident. The government, alarmed at the sudden resurrection of Popery, urged the bishops and officials to make new efforts for its suppression. Throughout the various dioceses, inquiries were begun which served only to show that recusancy was no longer confined to Lancashire or the north. The bishops were obliged to admit (1577) with sorrow that Papists did increase in numbers and in obstinacy. They recommended the infliction of fines and furnished the authorities with a list of recusants and the value of their property. In York the archbishop reported that "a more stiff-necked or wilful people I never knew or heard of. Doubtless they are reconciled with Rome and sworn to the Pope." And what was worse, they preferred to be imprisoned than to listen to the archbishop's harangues. From Hereford it was announced that "rebellion is rampant, attendance at church is contemptuous, and John Harley read so loudly on his Latin popish primer that he understands not, that he troubles both minister and people." In Oxford and amongst the lawyers in the Inns of Court and in the Inns of Chancery, Popery and superstition were still flourishing. To make matters worse, it was soon bruited about that the Jesuits, whose very name was sufficient to instil terror, were preparing for an invasion of England. The invading force, it was true, was small, but it was select. Persons and Campion, both Oxford men, who having gone into exile joined themselves to the Society of St. Ignatius, were entrusted with a difficult undertaking. The government, warned by its spies of their mission, had the ports watched to capture them on their arrival, but the two priests contrived to elude the vigilance of their enemies and succeeded in arriving safely in London (1580). The news of their arrival could not be kept a secret, and hence they determined to leave London. Before they separated for the different fields they had selected, to prevent future misrepresentation of their aims, Campion wrote an open letter addressed to the Lords of the Privy Council in defence of his views, which letter having been published was known as Campion's Challenge. Persons went through the country from Northampton to Gloucester, while Campion preached from Oxford to Northampton. They took pains to set up a small printing press, which was removed from place to place, and from which was issued sufficient literature to disconcert their opponents. Probably the most remarkable volume published from the Jesuit printing press was Campion's 10 Reasons, addressed particularly to the Oxford students, amongst whom it created a great sensation. At last, after many hairbreadth escapes, Campion was captured at Lyford and committed to the Tower. He had challenged his opponents to meet him in a public disputation, and now that he was in their hands, worn out by his labours and imprisonment, they determined to take up the challenge in the hope that by overthrowing him they might shake the faith of his followers. But despite his weakness and infirmity, they found in him so dangerous and so learned an adversary that the government thought it wiser to bring the controversy to an end, or rather to transfer it to the law courts. Even here the captive Jesuit showed that he was quite able to hold his own with the lawyers. He had been guilty of no treason, he averred. He acknowledged the Queen to be his lawful sovereign, but he refused to disown the bull of deposition. He was found guilty, condemned to death as a traitor, and was executed with 2 other priests in December 1581. During the wild start of alarm and vexation caused by the reports of the rising strength of the recusants, the invasion of seminary priests and of Jesuits, and the help given by Gregory XIII to the Desmond Rebellion, Parliament met January 1581. An act was passed immediately making it high treason to possess or to exercise the power of absolving or withdrawing anybody from the established church, and a similar penalty was levelled against those who permitted themselves to be reconciled or withdrawn, together with all aiders or abettors. The punishment decreed for celebrating or assisting at Mass was a fine of 100 marks and 1 year's imprisonment. Fines of £20 per lunar month were to be inflicted upon all those who absented themselves from common prayer, and if their absence lasted for an entire year, the delinquents should be obliged to provide heavy securities for their good behaviour. All schoolmasters or tutors not licensed by the bishop of the diocese were declared liable to a year's imprisonment, and the person who employed them to a fine of not less than £10 per year. The act was enforced with merciless severity. Fathers Campion, Sherwin, and Bryant were hanged, drawn, and quartered at Tyburn (December 1581). 11 other priests met a similar fate before the end of the following year, and 2 priests and 2 schoolmasters were hanged, drawn, and quartered in 1583. The news of the execution of Campion and his fellow labourers created a profound impression on the country. In reply to the protests that were issued, Elizabeth thought at first of issuing an official statement, but in the end the idea was abandoned, and Cecil, now Lord Burghley, published anonymously 2 pamphlets to justify the action of the government. The jails were so filled with popish recusants that in order to escape the expense of supporting them a plan was formed to convey them to North America, but it could not be executed owing to the opposition of the Spanish government. The seminary priests did not, however, allow themselves to be drawn away from their work either by the terrors of treason or by the echoes of the wordy war that was being carried on between Lord Burghley and his friends on one side and Dr. Allen and his friends on the other. A catechism introduced by them was bought up so rapidly that in a few months it was out of print. A great body of the English noblemen still held the old faith. In the north Catholics were numerous and active, and even in the southern and western counties and in Wales opinion was veering rapidly towards Rome. Had the seminary priests been left free to continue their work, unimpeded by foreign or English political plots on the Continent, it is difficult to say what might have been the result. Unfortunately, new plots were hatched under the protection of France or Spain for the release of Mary, Queen of Scotland, and for her proclamation as Queen of England. Throckmorton, who had taken the principal part in this affair, was arrested and put to death. The principal conspirators, men like the Earl of Northumberland and the Earl of Arundel, were sent to the Tower. The jails were filled with Catholics, and 5 priests were put to death at Tyburn, 1584. Parliament met, 1585, at a time when the discovery of the plot against Elizabeth and the news of the assassination of William of Orange had created great excitement through the country. An association that had been formed to defend the life of the Queen or to revenge her death was granted statutory powers by Parliament. The Queen was authorised to create a special commission with authority to deal with all plotters, and to exclude from succession to the throne everyone in whose interest she herself might be assassinated. An act was passed by which all Jesuits and seminary priests were commanded to leave England within 40 days under penalty of treason. All persons not in holy orders studying in any foreign seminary or college were ordered to return within 6 months and to take the oath of supremacy within 2 days of their arrival, if they did not wish to be punished as traitors. All persons harbouring or assisting a priest were to be adjudged guilty of felony. All who sent their children abroad, except by special permission, were to be fined £100 for each offence, and all who had knowledge of the presence of a priest in England and who did not report it to a magistrate within 12 days were liable to be fined and imprisoned at the Queen's pleasure. This act was designed to secure the banishment or death of all the seminary priests, and if any of them survived it was due neither to the want of vigilance nor to the mildness of the government. Spies were let loose into every part of England to report the doings of the clergy and laity. Wholesale arrests were effected, and great numbers of the clergy put to death merely because they were priests, and of the laymen merely because they harboured priests. 3 were executed in 1585, 13 in 1586, and 7 in 1587. To secure the conviction of the prisoners, though the law had made the conviction sufficiently certain, but more especially to create popular prejudice against them in the minds of loyal Englishmen, a series of questions were administered to them known as the bloody or cut-throat questions, as for example, "Whose part would you take if the Pope or any other by his authority should make war on the Queen?" The dismissal of the Spanish ambassador after the discovery of the Throckmorton plot and the assistance given by England to the rebels in the Netherlands helped to increase the hostility between England and Spain, and to induce Philip II to make renewed efforts for the overthrow of Elizabeth's government, while at the same time the merciless persecution of the Catholics in England drove many of them who wished to remain loyal to co-operate with their brethren abroad and to assist Philip's schemes. This unfortunate combination of English Catholics with Spanish politicians did more to mar the work of the seminary priests and to set back the rising Catholic tide than all that could have been accomplished by Elizabeth's penal laws or merciless persecution. The large and increasing body of English people who began to look with a friendly eye towards the old faith were shocked by the adoption of such means, and when they found themselves face to face with the necessity of selecting between an Anglo-Spanish party and Elizabeth, they decided to throw in their lot with the latter. The discovery of the Babington plot for the rescue of Scotland's queen led to the death of its author and the execution of the lady in whose favour it had been planned (1587). The news of Mary's execution created a great sensation both at home and abroad. To prevent hostilities on the part of Mary's son, James VI. Of Scotland, or of the Catholic sovereigns on the Continent, Elizabeth, pretending to be displeased with her ministers for carrying out the sentence, ordered the arrest of Davison, the secretary to the council, and had him punished by a fine of £10,000 and imprisonment in the Tower. Philip II. Was not, however, deceived by such conduct, or influenced by the overtures made for peace. Elizabeth's interference in the affairs of the Netherlands, the attacks made by her sailors on Spanish territories and Spanish treasure ships, and the execution of Mary, Queen of Scotland, determined him to make a final effort for the overthrow of the English government. The Great Armada was got ready for the invasion of England (1588). But the Spanish ships were not destined to reach the English harbours, nor the Spanish soldiers whom they carried on board to test their bravery and skill in conflict with Elizabeth's forces on English soil. Though there is no evidence either from English or Spanish reports that Catholics in England welcomed the Armada, since both Lord Burghley and Philip II. Were convinced that Spain could not rely on their cooperation, and though in many parts of the country Catholics volunteered for service to fight the invader, the government determined to wreak its vengeance on the helpless victims in prison. Within 3 days 6 priests and 8 laymen were executed near London (August). 9 priests and 3 laymen were put to death in October, and before the end of the year 31 had suffered the terrible punishment reserved for traitors, merely because they refused to conform. The prisons were so full of recusants that new houses were opened for their detention. The government reaped a rich harvest by the heavy fines inflicted on the wealthy Catholics, and took pains besides to annoy them at every turn by domiciliary visits in search of concealed priests. Yet the reports from the country, especially such places as Lancashire and Cheshire, show that the Papists were still dangerously strong. A new proclamation was issued against seminary priests and Jesuits (1591). 9 priests and 2 laymen had been put to death in the previous year (1590), and in 1591 15 were martyred, 7 of whom were priests and the rest laymen. Throughout the remainder of Queen Elizabeth's reign, Catholics in England were not allowed to enjoy peace or respite. If priests, they were by that very fact liable to be hunted down and condemned as traitors. If they were laymen of substance, they were beggared by heavy fines imposed for non-attendance at the English service, or punished by imprisonment, and if they were too poor to pay a fine, they could be driven from the kingdom for refusing to conform. Apart altogether from the immense sums levied on Catholics by fines and forfeitures, and from the number of people who died in prison, either from confinement or torture, 189 were put to death for the faith under Elizabeth, 128 of whom were priests. And yet, notwithstanding this persecution, Catholics were still comparatively strong at the death of Elizabeth, and the supply of clergy showed no signs of being exhausted. Over 360 priests were in England, attending to the wants of their co-religionists in 1603. Unfortunately, the dissensions among the Catholic party in England and on the Continent did more harm to their cause than Elizabeth's persecutions. The close co-operation of Allen and persons with Spanish political designs for the overthrow of Elizabeth and the invasion of England was as distasteful to a large body of the lay Catholics in England as it was to many of the clergy. Though serious disputes had broken out long before, it was only after the death of Cardinal Allen in 1594 that the crisis reached a head. Many of the secular clergy objected warmly to the influence of the Jesuits, and ugly controversies broke out in England and in the English colleges abroad. Persons and his friends were supposed to be plotting in favour of the succession of a Catholic to the throne on the death of Elizabeth, while most of their opponents favoured the succession of James VI. Of Scotland, from whom they expected at least toleration. To put an end to what the latter regarded as the excessive authority of the Jesuits, they insisted on the appointment of a bishop who would take charge of English affairs, but for various reasons the Holy See refused to yield to their request. As a compromise, however, George Blackwell was appointed archpriest (1598) with secret instructions, it was said, to consult Garnet, the Jesuit superior in England. The selection was singularly unfortunate, as neither from the point of view of prudence nor of reliability was Blackwell fitted for the extremely delicate position which he was called upon to fill. The seculars refused at first to obey his authority, and appealed again to the Pope, who confirmed the appointment. As many of the seculars were still unwilling to yield, some of the leaders were censured by the archpriest. A new appeal was forwarded to Rome. In 1602 Clement VIII. Issued a document upholding the authority of the archpriest, and, while firmly defending the Jesuits against the charge that had been made against them, warned Blackwell that he should not take his instructions from any person except from the Pope or the Cardinal Protector of England. This controversy could not be kept a secret. It was known to the entire Catholic body, and it was used with great force and success by their opponents. The government took sides with the secular clergy and offered them facilities for carrying their appeals to Rome, but news of the secret negotiations between the seculars and the authorities having been divulged, Elizabeth issued a new proclamation (1602), in which she announced that she had never any intention of tolerating two religions in England. The Jesuits and their adherents were commanded to quit the kingdom within 30 days, and their opponents within 3 months under penalty of treason. To give effect to this proclamation, a new commission with extraordinary powers was appointed to secure the banishment of the Catholic clergy. The seculars, who had opposed the archpriest, encouraged by the distinction drawn in the proclamation between the two classes of English priests, the loyal and the disloyal, determined to draw up an address to the Queen proclaiming their civil allegiance. But before it was considered, Elizabeth had passed away, and the fate in store for them was to be determined by a new ruler. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution by Rev. James McCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Catholicism in England from 1603 till 1750. With the accession of James I. (1603 25), Catholics expected, if not a repeal, at least a suspension of the penal laws. As the son of Mary Queen of Scots, for whose rescue Catholics in England and on the Continent had risked so much, and as one whose religious views were thought to approximate more closely to Catholicism than to Nonconformity, it was hoped that he would put an end to the persecution that had been carried on so bitterly during the reign of his predecessor. But whatever might be the sentiments he entertained secretly or gave expression to while he was yet only King of Scotland, his opinions underwent a sudden change when he saw an opportunity of strengthening his hold upon the English people and of providing for the penniless followers who accompanied him to his new kingdom. Unfortunately, a brainless plot, the Bye plot, as it is called, organised to capture the king and to force him to yield to the demands of the conspirators, afforded the more bigoted officials a splendid chance of inducing James to continue the former policy of repression. Two priests named Watson and Clarke joined hands with a number of malcontents, some of whom were Protestants, others Puritans anxious to secure more liberty for their co-religionists, but news of the plot having come to the ears of the archpriest and of Garnet, the provincial of the Jesuits, Information was conveyed to the council, and measures were taken for the safety of the king and for the arrest of the conspirators. James recognised fully that the Catholic body was not to blame for the violent undertakings of individuals, especially as he knew, or was soon to know, that the Pope had warned the archpriest and the Jesuits to discourage attempts against the government, and had offered to withdraw any clergyman from England who might be regarded as disloyal. James admitted frankly his indebtedness to the Catholics for the discovery of the plot, and promised a deputation of laymen who waited on him that the fines imposed on those who refused to attend the Protestant service should not be exacted. For a time it was expected that the policy of toleration was about to win the day, and the hopes of Catholics rose high, but in autumn 1603, when the episcopal returns came in showing that Catholics were still strong, and when alarming reports began to spread about the arrival of additional priests, the wonderful success of their efforts, and the increasing boldness of the recusants, an outcry was raised by the Protestant party, and a demand was made that the government should enforce the law with firmness. Shortly before the meeting of Parliament in March 1604, James determined to show the country that his attitude towards Catholicism was in no wise different from that of its predecessor. In a proclamation (February 1604), he deplored the increasing number and activity of priests and Jesuits, denounced their efforts to win recruits for Rome, declared that he had never intended to grant toleration, and ended up by commanding all Jesuits and seminary priests to depart from the kingdom before the 19th March, unless they wished to incur the penalties that had been levelled against them in the previous reign. In his speech at the opening of Parliament, March 1604, after announcing his adhesion to the religion, by law established, he outlined at length his attitude towards Rome. "I acknowledge," he said, "the Roman Church to be our mother church, although defiled with some infirmities and corruptions as the Jews were when they crucified Christ. For the quiet and well-minded laymen who had been brought up in the Catholic faith, he entertained feelings of pity rather than of anger, but in case of those who had changed their coats or were factious stirrers of sedition, he was determined, if necessary, to take measures whereby their obstinacy might be corrected." The clergy, however, stood on a different footing. So long as they maintained that arrogant and impossible supremacy of their head, the Pope, whereby he not only claims to be the spiritual head of all Christians, but also to have an imperial civil power over all kings and emperors, dethroning and decrowning princes with his foot as pleaseth him, and dispensing and disposing of all kingdoms and empires at his appetite. And so long as the clergy showed by their practices that they considered it meritorious rather than sinful to rebel against or to assassinate their lawful sovereign if he be excommunicated by the Pope, they need expect no toleration. Parliament soon showed that it was guided by the old Elizabethan spirit. An act was passed ordering that the laws framed during the late reign against Jesuits, seminary priests, and recusants should be rigidly enforced. All persons studying in foreign colleges who did not return and conform within 1 year, as well as all students who should go abroad for instruction, in future should be declared incapable of inheriting, purchasing, or enjoying any land, chattels, or annuities in England. All owners or masters of vessels who should convey such passengers from the country were to be punished by confiscation of their vessel and imprisonment, and if any person should dare to act as tutor in a Catholic family without having got a license from the bishop of the diocese, both the teacher and his employer should be fined £2 for every day he violated the law. Lord Montague, having ventured to speak his mind openly in the House of Lords against such a measure, was arrested for his scandalous and offensive speech, and was committed to the Fleet. The old penal laws and the new ones were enforced with unusual severity. Courts were everywhere at work drawing up lists of recusants and assessing fines. Never before, even in the worst days of Elizabeth, were the wealthy Catholics called upon to pay so much. Numbers of priests were seized and conveyed to the coasts for banishment abroad. One priest was put to death simply because he was a priest, and 2 laymen underwent a like punishment because they had harboured or assisted priests. English Catholics were incensed at such pitiless persecution. Had it been inflicted by Elizabeth, from whom they expected no mercy, it would have been cruel enough. But coming from a king to whom they had good reason to look for toleration, and who before he left Scotland and after his arrival in London had promised an improvement of their condition, it was calculated to stir up very bitter feeling. Forgetful of the warnings of the Pope conveyed to the archpriest and the superior of the Jesuits, some of the more extreme men undertook a new plot against the king. The leading spirit in the enterprise was Robert Catesby, a gentleman of Warwickshire, whose father had suffered for his adhesion to the old faith. He planned to blow up the Parliament House at the opening of the session of Parliament, when kings, lords, and commons would be assembled. Hence his plot is known as the Gunpowder Plot. His followers had to be ready to rise when the results of this awful crime would have thrown the government into confusion. They were to seize the children of the king and to assume control of the kingdom. The scheme was so utterly wicked and impracticable that it is difficult to understand how any man could have conceived it or induced others to join in its execution. Unfortunately, however, Catesby secured the assistance of Thomas Winter, Guy Fawkes, an Englishman who had served in the Spanish army, John Wright, Thomas Percy, cousin of the Earl of Northumberland, Sir Everard Digby, and Francis Tresham. A mine was to be run under the House of Commons, charged with gunpowder, which Fawkes undertook to explode. An adjoining house was secured, and the cellar, stretching under the Parliament buildings, was leased. Everything was arranged for the destruction of the king, lords, and commons at the opening of Parliament, fixed finally for the 5th November 1605. But Tresham, anxious to save his brother-in-law, Lord Monteagle, sent him a letter warning him to be absent himself on the occasion. By means of this letter the plot was discovered, and Guy Fawkes was arrested. The other conspirators fled to Wales, where they hoped to stir up an insurrection, but at Holbeach, where they halted, they were surrounded by the forces of the Sheriff of Worcester. In the struggle that ensued, Catesby and several of his followers, who defended themselves with desperate courage, were killed, and the remainder were put to death before the end of the month, November 1605. Whether the plot had not its origin in the minds of some of the ministers, who in their desire for the wholesale destruction of Catholics had employed agents to spur on Catesby and his companions, or at least had allowed them to continue their operations long after the designs had been reported, is difficult to determine. But immediately an outcry was raised that the plot had been organised by the Jesuits Garnet, Gerard, and Greenway, for whose arrest a proclamation was issued. Garnet had undoubtedly done much to persuade Catesby from having recourse to outrage or violence, and had never been consulted except in such a vague way that he could not possibly have suspected what was in contemplation. He had even secured from Rome a condemnation of violent measures, and had communicated this to Catesby. Greenway was consulted after the plot had been arranged, but apparently under the seal of confession, with permission, however, to reveal it to none but Garnet, and according to Greenway's own statement, he had done his best to persuade Catesby to abandon his design. Garnet was then consulted by his Jesuit companion, from whom he obtained permission to speak about the secret in case of grave necessity, and after it had become public. When Garnet and Oldcorn had been arrested, they were permitted to hold a conversation, with spies placed in such a position that all they said could be overheard. Garnet, when informed of this, told his story plainly and frankly. He was condemned and put to death, as was also Father Oldcorn. There is no evidence to show that the Jesuits urged on the conspirators to commit such a crime. On the contrary, both from the statements of the conspirators and of the Jesuits, it is perfectly clear that the Jesuits had used every effort to persuade the plotters to abandon their design, and the worst that could be said of Garnet is that he failed to take the steps he should have taken when he found that his advice had fallen on deaf ears. Though Blackwell, the official head of the Catholic body in England, hastened to issue a letter urging his co-religionists to abstain from all attempts against the government, 7th November 1605, Parliament, without attempting to distinguish between the innocent and the guilty, determined to punish Catholics generally. Recusants who had conformed were commanded to receive the sacrament at least once a year under penalty of a heavy fine. In place of the £20 per month levied on those Catholics who refused to attend Protestant service, the king was empowered to seize 2/3 of their estates. Catholics were forbidden to attend at court, to remain in London or within 10 miles of London, unless they practised some trade, and had no residence elsewhere, or to move more than 5 miles from their homes, unless they got the permission of 2 magistrates, confirmed by the bishop or deputy lieutenant of the county. They could not practice as lawyers or doctors, hold any commissions in the army or navy, act as executors, guardians, or administrators, appoint to benefices or schools, or appear as suitors before the courts. Fines of £10 per month were to be paid by any one who harboured a servant or visitor who did not attend the English service. In order to test the loyalty of His Majesty's subjects, it was enacted that a bishop or 2 justices of the peace might summon any person who was suspected of recusancy and require him to take the special oath of loyalty embodied in the Act. If any person not of noble birth refused to take the oath, they should be committed to prison till the next quarter session or assizes, and if in these assemblies they persisted in their refusal, they incurred thereby the penalty of praemunire. Both in its substance and particularly in its form, the oath of allegiance was objectionable, and whether or not it was designed with the intention of dividing the Catholic body, it succeeded in producing that effect. Many Catholics thought that, as they were called upon to renounce merely the authority of the Pope to depose princes or to make war on them, they could take it as a sign of civil allegiance without abandoning their obedience to the Pope as their spiritual superior. Others thought differently, however, and as a consequence, a violent controversy broke out which disturbed the English Catholics for close on a century. The archpriest Blackwell condemned the oath at first, but in a conference with the clergy held in July 1606 he declared in its favour. Acting on this opinion, the lay peers and many of the clergy consented to take the oath. The other side appealed to Rome for a decision, and a brief was issued on the 22nd September 1606, by which the oath was condemned as unlawful. Blackwell neglected to publish the brief, probably from motives of prudence, though other grounds were alleged, and in the following year a new condemnation was forwarded from Rome, August 1607. Meanwhile, Blackwell had taken the oath himself and had published letters permitting Catholics to act similarly. As he was unwilling to recede from his position, notwithstanding the appeals of Father Persons and Cardinal Bellarmine, he was deposed from his office, and George Birkhead or Burkitt was appointed archpriest (1608). The controversy now became general. James I entered the lists with a book entitled /Apology for the Oath of Allegiance/, in which he sought to meet the reasons contained in the papal documents and in the letters of Father Persons and Cardinal Bellarmine. Both writers replied to the royal challenge, and soon hosts of others, both Catholic and Protestant, hastened to take part in a wordy war, the only result of which was to dissatisfy the faithful, to turn away waverers from the Church, and to cause rejoicings to the enemies of the Catholic cause. Birkhead, who had been empowered to suspend all priests who did not show some signs of repentance for having taken the oath, acted with great moderation in the hope of avoiding a schism. But at last he was obliged to make use of the powers with which he was entrusted (1611). The old controversies between the Jesuits and a large section of the seminary priests were renewed both at home and on the Continent. The seculars objecting to the control exercised by the Jesuits in England in regard to English affairs at Rome and in the foreign colleges, continued to petition for the appointment of a bishop. Ugly disputes ensued, and many things were done by both sides during the heat of the strife that could not be defended. The Holy See found it difficult to decide between the various plans put forward, but at last in 1623 Dr. Bishop was appointed Bishop of Chalcedon in partibus infidelium, and entrusted with the government of the English mission. During these years of strife, one important work, destined to have a great effect on the future of Catholicism in England, was accomplished, namely the re-establishment of the English congregation of the Benedictines. The Benedictine community had been re-established at Westminster in 1556 with the abbot Feckenham as superior, but they were expelled 3 years later. Of the monks who had belonged to this community, only one, Dom Buckley, was alive in 1607. Before his death he affiliated 2 English Benedictines belonging to an Italian house to the English congregation, and in 1619 the English Benedictines on the Continent were united with the English congregation by papal authority. The houses of the English Benedictines on the Continent were situated at Douay (1605), Dieulouard 1606, at Paris 1611, St. Malo 1611, and Lamb Spring in Germany 1643. The members bound themselves by oath to labour for the reconversion of their country, and the list of Benedictine martyrs who died for the faith in England bears testimony to the fact that their oath was faithfully observed. While these unfortunate controversies were weakening and disheartening the Catholics, the penal laws were enforced with great severity. One martyr suffered in 1607, 3 in 1608, 5 in 1610, 2 in 1616, and 5 in 1618. Great numbers of priests were confined in prison or transported abroad. Laymen were ruined by imprisonment, and especially by the high fines required by the king to meet his own expenses. According to his own statement, he received from the fines of popish recusants a net income of £36,000 a year. Parliament and the Protestant party generally were anxious about the marriage of Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, and of the Princess Elizabeth, his sister. If they were married into Protestant families, the religious difficulty, it was thought, might disappear, but if, on the contrary, they were united to the royal houses of France or Spain, the old battle might be renewed. Hence the marriage of Elizabeth to the Elector Frederick of the Palatinate, one of the foremost champions of Protestantism in Germany, gave great satisfaction at the time, though later on it led to serious trouble between the king and Parliament when Elizabeth's husband was driven from his kingdom during the 30 Years' War. Regardless of the wishes of his Parliament, the king was anxious to procure for Prince Charles the hand of Infanta Maria, second daughter of Philip III of Spain. To prepare the way for such a step, both in Spain and at Rome, where it might be necessary to sue for a dispensation, something must be done to render less odious the working of the penal laws. Once news began to leak out of the intended marriage with Spain and of the possibility of toleration for Catholics, Parliament petitioned (1620) the king to break off friendly relations with Spain, to throw himself into the war in Germany on the side of his son-in-law, and to enforce strictly all the laws against recusants. But the king refused to accept the advice of his Parliament or to allow it to interfere in what he considered were his own private affairs. The marriage arrangements were pushed forward, and at the same time care was taken to inform the magistrates and judges that the laws against Catholics should be interpreted leniently. In a few weeks it is said that about 4,000 prisoners were set at liberty. The articles of marriage were arranged satisfactorily (1623), due provision being made for the religious freedom of the Infanta, and a guarantee being given that the religious persecution should cease. But for various reasons the marriage never took place. Parliament promised the king to provide the funds necessary for war if only he would end the negotiations for a Spanish alliance, and this time James, much against his will, followed the advice of his Parliament (1624). A new petition was presented for the strict enforcement of the penal laws against priests and recusants, to which petition the king was obliged to yield. But hardly had the negotiations with Spain ended than proposals were made to France for a marriage between the prince and Henrietta Maria, sister of Louis XIII. And once more it was necessary to be careful about offending Catholic feeling. By a secret article of the agreement with France, James promised to grant even greater freedom to Catholics than had been promised to them in his dealings with the Spanish court, and as a pledge of his good faith he released many prisoners who had been convicted on account of their religion, returned some of the fines that had been levied, and gave a hint to those charged with the administration of the law that the penal enactments should not be enforced. Application was made to Rome for a dispensation, which, though granted, was to be delivered by the papal nuncio at Paris only on condition that James signed a more explicit statement of his future policy towards his Catholic subjects. Louis XIII, annoyed by the delays interposed by the Roman court, was not unwilling to proceed with the marriage without the dispensation, but for obvious reasons James refused to agree to such a course. Finally all difficulties were surmounted, though not before James had passed away, leaving it to his son and successor to ratify the agreement. In May 1625 Charles was married by proxy to Henrietta Maria, and then the following month the new queen arrived in London. During the later years of the reign of James I, the foreign policy of the king rendered a relaxation of the penal code absolutely necessary. In the course of the marriage negotiations with France, James I. had pledged himself, by a secret agreement, to adopt a policy of toleration, and on his death the agreement was ratified more than once by his son and successor Charles I. (1625 1649). But Charles, though personally well disposed towards the Catholics, was not a man to consider himself bound by any obligations if the fulfilment of them should involve him in serious difficulties. At the time of his accession, public opinion in England, as reflected by Parliament, was intensely hostile to toleration. On the one hand, the Puritan party, who had grown considerably despite the repressive measures of Elizabeth and James I., was determined to bring the Church into line with Calvinism, while on the other hand a body of able and learned men within the Anglican Church itself longed for a closer approximation towards Catholic beliefs and practices. With both the Bible was still in a sense the sole rule of faith, but the Puritan party would have the Bible and nothing but the Bible, while the High Church men insisted that the Scriptures must be interpreted in the light of the traditional usages of the Christian world, and that in matters of doctrine and practices some jurisdiction must be conceded to the teaching authorities of the Church. The opponents of the latter stirred the people against them by raising the cry of Arminianism and Papistry, and by representing them as abettors of Rome and as hostile to the religious settlement that had been accomplished. As a result of this controversy, in which the king sided with Laud and the High Church party against the Presbyterians and Calvinists, Parliament, which supported the Puritans, clamoured incessantly for the execution of the penal laws. In the first Parliament, opened the day after Queen Henrietta's arrival in England, 1625, a petition was presented to the king praying for the strict enforcement of the penal laws. Yielding to this petition, Charles issued a proclamation ordering the bishops and officials to see that the laws were put into execution, but at the same time he took care to let it be known that the extraction of fines from the wealthy laymen and the imprisonment or transportation of priests would be more agreeable to him than the infliction of the death penalty. Louis XIII. And the Pope protested warmly against this breach of a solemn agreement. Charles replied that he had bound himself not to enforce the penal laws merely as a means of lulling the suspicions of Rome and of securing a dispensation for his marriage. Still, though the Queen's French household was dismissed, the king did everything he could to prevent the shedding of blood. The parliamentarians, who were fighting for civil liberty for themselves, were annoyed that any measure of liberty should be conceded to their Catholic fellow countrymen. They presented a petition to Charles at the very time they were safeguarding their own position by the Petition of Rights (1628), demanding that priests who returned to England should be put to death, and that the children of Catholic parents should be taken from their natural guardians and reared in the Protestant religion. Charles defended his own policy of toleration on the ground that it was calculated to secure better treatment for Protestant minorities in other countries, yet at the same time he so far abandoned his policy of not shedding blood as to allow the death penalty to be inflicted on a Jesuit and a layman (1628). So long, however, as he could secure money from the Catholics, he was not particularly anxious about their religious opinions. Instead of the fines to which they had been accustomed, he compounded with them by agreeing not to enforce their presence at the Protestant service on condition that they paid an annual sum to be fixed by his commissioners according to the means of the individual recusants. The appointment of a bishop to take charge of the English mission (1623) did not unfortunately put an end to the regrettable controversies that divided the Catholic party. On the death of Dr. Bishop, Dr. Richard Smith was appointed to succeed him (1625) and was consecrated in France. For a time after his arrival affairs moved smoothly enough, but soon a more violent controversy broke out regarding the respective rights and privileges of seculars and regulars, and the obligation on confessors of obtaining episcopal approbation. The dispute became public, and in a short time numerous pamphlets were published in England and in France by the literary champions of both parties. As the Puritans resented strongly the presence of a bishop in England, Dr. Smith was obliged to go into hiding, and ultimately made his escape to France, where he died in 1665. The Pope found it difficult to apportion the blame or to put an end to the strife, but an opportunity was afforded him of learning the facts of the case when an English agent deputed by the Queen arrived in Rome (1633). In return, Urban VIII determined to send an envoy into England, mainly to settle the controversy between the regulars and the seculars, but also to discover the real sentiments of the court and the country towards Rome. The person selected for this difficult work was Gregory Panzani, an Oratorian, who arrived in England in 1634 and had several interviews with the king and queen. Whatever might have been the hopes of inducing Laud and some of the leading bishops to consider the question of returning to the Roman allegiance, the main object the king had in view in permitting the residency of a papal envoy in London and in sending English agents to Rome was to secure the help of Urban VIII for his nephew of the Palatinate, and especially to induce the Pope to favour a marriage between his nephew and the daughter of the King of Poland. Very little was obtained on either side by these negotiations, nor did the papal agents in England succeed in composing the differences between the clergy. In 1640 Laud published the canons framed by Convocation for the government of the English Church. With the object of clearing himself of the charge of papistry, he ordered a new persecution to be begun, but the king intervened to prevent the execution of this measure. At a time when Charles was receiving large sums of money by way of compensation for non-attendance at the Protestant services, and when he foresaw that in the conflict that was to come he could rely on the Catholic noblemen to stand loyally by him, he had no wish to exasperate the Catholics in England or to outrage Catholic feeling in France and at Rome. In 1640, however, Parliament returned to the charge. The presence of papal agents in England, the payment of £10,000 by the Catholic noblemen to help the king in his expedition against the Scots, and the enrolment of a Catholic army in Ireland by Strafford were urged as arguments to prove that the king's failure to carry out the laws against Catholics was due to causes other than had been alleged. Indeed, both before and after the outbreak of the Civil War, 1642, the king's cause was damaged badly by a secret alliance with Rome. As a matter of fact, the Catholics did rally to the standard of the king, but the persecution to which they had been subjected wherever the Parliament had control made it impossible for them to act differently. During the years that elapsed between 1642 and 1651, 21 victims, including priests, both secular and regular, and laymen, were put to death for their religion. When at last Parliament had triumphed, a new persecution was begun. An Act was passed in 1650 offering for the apprehension of priests rewards similar to those paid for securing the arrest of highway robbers. Informers and spies were set at work, and as a result of their labours many priests were captured and confined in prison or transported. Yet though the opponents of the king made it one of their main charges against him that he refused to shed the blood of the clergy, they adopted a similar policy when they themselves were in power. During the whole protectorate of Cromwell, only one priest was put to death in England, but recourse was had to other methods for the extirpation of the Catholic religion: imprisonment, transportation, and above all heavy fines exacted off those Catholics who held property in the country. From Charles II. (1660 to 1685), Catholics had some reason to expect an amelioration of their sad condition. They had fought loyally for his father, and had suffered for their loyalty even more than the Protestant loyalists. In the hour of defeat they had shielded the life of the young prince, and had aided him in escaping from enemies who would have dealt with him as they had dealt with the king. Mindful of their services and of promises Charles had made in exile, and well aware that he had inherited from his mother, Queen Henrietta, a strong leaning towards the Catholic Church, they hoped to profit by the Declaration of Breda, which promised liberty of conscience to all his subjects. But Charles, though secretly in favour of the Catholics on account of their loyalty to his father and to himself, was not a man to endanger his throne for the sake of past services, more especially as his trusted minister, the Earl of Clarendon, was determined to suppress dissenters, no matter what creed they might profess. A number of Catholics, lay and cleric, met at Arundel House to prepare a petition to the House of Lords (1661) for the relaxation of the penal laws. The petition was received favourably, and as there was nobody in the House of Lords willing to defend the infliction of the death penalty on account of religion, it was thought that the laws whereby it was considered treason to be a priest or to shelter a priest might be abolished. But dissensions soon arose, even in the Catholic Committee itself. The kind of oath of allegiance that might be taken, the extension of the proposed relaxations so as to include the Jesuits, and the anxiety of the laymen to get rid of the fines levied on rich recusants rather than of the penalties meted out to the clergy, led to the dissolution of the committee and to the abandonment of their suggested measures of redress. Clarendon was determined to crush the Nonconformist party, notwithstanding the promises that had been held out to them in the Declaration of Breda. He secured the enactment of a number of laws: the Act of Uniformity (1662), the Conventicle Act (1664), and the 5 Mile Act (1665), known as the Clarendon Code, which, though directed principally against the dissenters, helped to increase the hardships of the Catholic body. Once, indeed, in 1662 63, Charles made a feeble attempt to redeem his promise to both Catholics and Nonconformists by announcing his intention of applying to Parliament to allow him to exercise the dispensing power in regard to the Act of Uniformity and other such laws, but the opposition was so strong that the proposed Declaration of Indulgence was abandoned. The terrible fire that broke out in London, September 1666, and which raged for 5 days, destroying during that time a great part of the city, led to a new outburst of anti-Catholic feeling. Without the slightest evidence the fire was attributed to the Papists, and an inscription to this effect placed upon the monument erected to commemorate the conflagration remained unchanged until 1830. When Parliament met, a committee was appointed to inquire into the increase of popery, and a demand was made that proclamations should be issued for the banishment of all priests and Jesuits. On the fall of Clarendon, 1667, the Cabal ministers succeeded to power. These were Clifford, who was a convinced Catholic, Arlington, who if not a Catholic at this time had at least Catholic tendencies, Buckingham, Ashley, a man of no fixed religious opinions, and Lauderdale, a Scotch Presbyterian (1670). The contest for the succession to the Spanish throne was at hand, and Louis XIV. Was as anxious to secure the support of England as was Charles to escape from the Triple Alliance and the domination of Parliament. Besides, his brother James, Duke of York, and heir presumptive to the English throne, had announced his adhesion to the Catholic Church, and his example produced such an effect upon the king's mind that he determined to imitate it if only France would promise support. It was resolved to conclude a secret treaty with France by which Charles should pledge himself to profess openly the Catholic religion and to assist Louis in his schemes against Holland and Belgium, provided that Louis would supply both money and men to suppress the disturbance to which the king's change of religion might give rise in England. The treaty was signed in May 1670, but as Charles was more anxious about the subsidies than about the change of religion, and as Louis XIV. Preferred that the religious question should not be raised till the war against Holland had been completed, very little, if anything, was done except to publish a Declaration of Indulgence (1670), in which Charles, by virtue of his supreme power in ecclesiastical matters, suspended all manner of penal laws against whatsoever sort of nonconformists and recusants. By this document liberty of public worship was granted to dissenters, while Catholics were allowed to meet for religious service only in private houses. A strong Protestant feeling had been aroused in the country by the rumour of the conversion of the Duke of York, by the certainty that his first wife, the daughter of the Earl of Clarendon, had become a Catholic on her deathbed, and by the suspicion of some secret negotiations with France. When Parliament met, 1673, a demand was made that the Declaration of Indulgence should be withdrawn. The Duke of York urged the king to stand firm in the defence of his prerogatives, but as neither Charles nor his ally Louis XIV. Wished to precipitate a conflict with the Parliament at that particular period, the king yielded to the storm by revoking his original declaration. Immediately the Test Act was introduced and passed through both houses despite the warm opposition of the Duke of York and of Lord Clifford of Chudleigh. According to the terms of this measure, it was enacted that all civil or military officials should be obliged to take the oath of supremacy and allegiance, to receive communion according to the English service, and to make a declaration that there is not any transubstantiation in the sacrament of the Lord's Supper, or in the elements of bread and wine at or after the consecration thereof by any persons whatsoever. James, Duke of York, resigned his office of Lord High Admiral, and his example was followed by Clifford and most of the Catholic noblemen (1673). From this time forward the Protestant party concentrated their efforts on securing the exclusion of the Duke of York from the English throne. Charles II. Had married Catherine of Braganza, by whom there was no issue, and consequently his brother was the lawful heir. At the same time it was clear to everybody that James was so firmly attached to the Catholic Church that neither the fear of losing the crown nor the zealous efforts of Stinglefleet and other distinguished ecclesiastics were likely to bring about his reconversion to Protestantism. The news, too, of his projected marriage with Mary, the daughter of the Duke of Modena, opening as it did the prospect of a long line of Catholic rulers in England, was not calculated to allay the fears of the Protestants. After he had been dismissed from office, the Earl of Shaftesbury set himself deliberately to fan the flames of religious bigotry in the hopes of securing the exclusion of the Duke of York from the throne. With this object in view, it was proposed either that Charles should procure a divorce from Catherine of Braganza so as to be free to marry some younger lady by whom an heir might be born, or else that with the consent of Parliament he should vest the succession in his illegitimate son, the Duke of Monmouth. Just then, when feeling was running high in England, a wretch named Titus Oates came forward with the story of a popish plot. Oates, formerly a preacher and minister of the Established Church, had feigned conversion to Catholicism and had gained admission to the English colleges of Valladolid and St. Omer, from which he was dismissed. Acting in conjunction with Israel Tonge, he concocted the details of a plot according to which the Pope and the Jesuits were to bring about the murder of the king and the overthrow of the Protestant religion. His story was so full of contradictions and absurdities that it is difficult to understand how it could have obtained credence among sane men. But in the state of opinion at the time it was seized upon by Shaftesbury and others as the best means of stirring up a great anti-Catholic agitation that would bar the way to the accession of the Duke of York. The mysterious death of Sir Edmund Godfrey, a London magistrate to whom Oates had entrusted a copy of his depositions, and the discovery of some French correspondence amongst the documents of Father Coleman, the private secretary of the Duchess of York, helped to strengthen public belief in the existence of the plot. When Parliament met in 1678, both houses professed their belief in the existence of a damnable and hellish plot, voted a salary to Oates, ordered all Catholics to leave London and Westminster, procured the arrest of a number of Catholic peers, and decreed the exclusion of Catholics from the House of Commons and the House of Lords by exacting a declaration against the Mass, Transubstantiation, and the Invocation of the Blessed Virgin (1678). It was only with the greatest difficulty that the king succeeded in securing an exemption in favour of the Duke of York. A number of priests and laymen were arrested, one of whom was put to death in 1678, 11 in 1679, 2 in 1680, and one, the Venerable Oliver Plunkett, Archbishop of Armagh, the last victim put to death for religion upon English soil in 1681. In addition to this, 8 priests were put to death during the agitation merely because they were priests. 3 times the Exclusion Bill was introduced, but it failed to become law owing to the determination of Charles II to uphold the rights of his brother. At last the storm of passion began to die away, and the absurd statements of Oates, even though supported by the testimonies of infamous hirelings like Bedloe and Dangerfield, were no longer accepted as trustworthy. Shaftesbury was obliged to make his escape from England. The Duke of York returned from exile to take up his residence at court, and for the remainder of the reign of Charles II Catholics enjoyed a comparative calm. In February 1685 Charles II became seriously ill, and died in a short time after having been reconciled to the Catholic Church by the ministrations of Father Huddleston, who had helped to save his life years before, and who had enjoyed the special protection of the king. The accession of James II (1685–88) was welcomed by the vast majority of the English people, who had come to admire his honesty and courage, as well as to sympathise with him on account of the violent persecution to which he had been subjected by his unscrupulous adversaries. He had made no secret of his religion and of his desire to abolish the penal laws, from which his co-religionists suffered. But at the same time he declared his intention of maintaining the Church of England as by law established. The Tory landowners and the cities were equally loyal to him, and the first Parliament he called was not unwilling to do everything to gratify his wishes, provided, however, he left religion untouched. When the Duke of Monmouth arrived in England to stir up a rebellion (1685), the country in the main rallied to the king, although the cry of "Protestantism in danger" had been utilised to stir up discontent. The violent persecution that followed the rebellion, and above all the bloody circuit of Judge Jeffreys, whose conduct was unworthy of his judicial position, helped to dull the edge of the king's popularity. The selection of advisers like the unprincipled Earl of Sutherland, the position occupied at court by Father Edmund Petre, the public celebration of Mass at which the king assisted in state, and the opening of direct negotiations with Rome were calculated to stir up strong Protestant opposition. During the rebellion the king had found it necessary to dispense with the Test Act in the appointment of officers, and to raise a well-equipped standing army, and people began to be alarmed lest he should ally himself with Louis XIV. And by means of French subsidies attempt to make himself absolute ruler of England. Parliament met once more in November 1685. The king had set his heart on securing a modification of the Test Act so as to be free to appoint Catholics to positions of trust, and had dismissed the Earl of Halifax from the council because he refused to agree to the proposal. But on the two questions, the maintenance of the Test Act and of a standing army, Parliament was unbending in its refusal to meet the wishes of James II, and was on this account prorogued (November 1685). Most of the prominent opponents were dismissed immediately from their offices. The fact that the late king had embraced the Catholic religion before his death was made known officially, and two papers in which Charles II explained the motives which induced him to take this step were given to the public. The papal nuncio at London was received at court, and Lord Castlemaine was dispatched to Rome to act as the agent of James II. Dr. Leyburn arrived in England as Vicar Apostolic, to be followed by another in the person of Dr. Giffard, and a little later England was divided into 4 vicarates, over which were placed 4 vicars with full episcopal orders and jurisdiction. Several of the Protestant ministers, alarmed by these measures, opened a violent campaign against Popery, particularly in London, where anti-Catholic feeling was easily aroused. The king appealed to the Bishop of London to moderate the fanaticism of his clergy, and as the bishop was unable or unwilling to comply with this request, the king established once more a King of High Commission Court, to be presided over by a number of bishops and laymen, with the avowed object of keeping the clergy in subjection. As Parliament had refused to abolish the Test Act, James II determined to make use of the dispensing powers which he claimed to have as king. To compensate for the absence of parliamentary confirmation, it was decided to secure the approval of the judges. For this purpose Sir Edward Hales, a recent convert to Catholicism, was brought into court for having accepted and retained a commission in the army without having made the necessary declarations. Hales pleaded as his excuse that he had received a dispensation from the king, and that consequently he was not obliged to comply with the terms of the Test Act. The plea was accepted by the judges, and the case against the defendant was dismissed. As a result of this decision, James II felt free to confer civil and military offices on Catholics. 4 Catholic peers, Lord Bellasis, Powys, Arundel of Wardour, and Lord Dover, were sworn in members of the Privy Council (1687), and later on Father Petre, a Jesuit, took a seat at the council board. For the latter the king sought to obtain a bishopric and a cardinal's hat, but Innocent XI, who was not an admirer of the imprudent haste shown by James II for the conversion of the English nation, nor of his alliance with Louis XIV, refused to grant either request. By virtue of royal dispensations, a Catholic master and 3 fellows were appointed to some of the Oxford colleges. The Tory party that had been so loyal to the king hitherto took offence at the favour shown to the Catholic body, and as there could be no hope of winning their approval for the measures he had in contemplation, James II determined to appeal to the dissenters. The Earl of Rochester was dismissed from his office, and the Earl of Clarendon was recalled from Ireland. In April 1687 a declaration of indulgence was published granting freedom of worship to dissenters and Catholics, and abolishing all religious tests as necessary qualifications for office. For a time it seemed as if the king were likely to secure the support of the Nonconformists, particularly as measures were taken through the Lords Lieutenant of the various counties to influence public opinion in their districts. But the hatred entertained by the dissenters for Rome overcame their gratitude to the king for the liberty he had granted them, and they preferred to live in bondage rather than allow the Catholics to share with them the advantages of religious toleration. The appointment of several Catholic lords to the very highest offices of state, the public welcome given to the papal nuncio, and the attempt to force a Catholic president on the Fellows of Magdalen College helped to increase the feelings of dissatisfaction. Dangerous riots broke out in London, and to prevent still more dangerous manifestations, a force of 16,000 was concentrated on Hounslow Heath. In April 1688 a second declaration of indulgence was published. By an order in council, published some days later, the clergy were commanded to read this declaration on 2 consecutive Sundays in all their churches. A petition was presented to the king by Archbishop Sancroft of Canterbury and 6 of his episcopal colleagues, requesting him to withdraw this command to the clergy. 18th May 1688. To make matters worse, thousands of copies of the petition were printed immediately and circulated throughout the country. Annoyed by such opposition, the king summoned the bishops before the council, and as they refused to give securities for their attendance at the trial, they were committed to prison. The trial opened on the 29th June 1688 and ended with a verdict of acquittal to the great delight of the vast body of the English people. So long as James II had no heir, many Protestants were inclined to keep silent, on the ground that at his death the succession of a Protestant ruler was assured. But during the popular excitement following upon the arrest of the bishops, the news spread rapidly that the Queen had given birth to a son. Already negotiations had been opened up with William of Orange to induce him to take up the cause of Protestantism in England, but the fact that an heir was born to the throne gave no impetus to the insurrectionary movement. The state of affairs on the Continent favoured the designs of William of Orange. Louis XIV was at war with the Emperor and with the Pope, and as James II was regarded as an ally of France, no opposition might be expected from the imperial forces in case William determined to make a descent upon England. Had James II taken the bold course of inviting Louis XIV to assist him, the invasion of England from Holland would have been attended with much more serious difficulties. But till the last moment James affected to regard such an invasion as an impossibility. When at last he realised the gravity of the situation, he was willing to make some concessions, but soon, finding himself deserted by a great many of the men on whom he had relied, by some of his own relatives, and even by his own daughter, he determined to make his escape from England (December 1688). During the weeks that preceded the withdrawal of James II to France, violent riots had taken place in London, where several of the Catholic chapels were attacked, and in many of the other leading cities. William III was not personally in favour of a policy of religious persecution, particularly as he had promised his imperial ally to deal gently with his Catholic subjects. But the popular prejudice against them was so strong that a policy of toleration was almost an impossibility. The Catholics were excluded specially from enjoying the concessions made in favour of the dissenters, and in the Bill of Rights (1689) it was provided that no member of the reigning family who was a Catholic or who had married a Catholic could succeed to the throne, and that any sovereign of England who became a Catholic or married a Catholic thereby forfeited the crown. Catholics were prohibited from residing within 10 miles of London. Magistrates were empowered to administer the objectionable oath of allegiance to all suspected Papists. Catholics were forbidden to keep arms, ammunition, or a horse valued for more than £10. They were debarred from practising as counsellors, barristers, or attorneys. If they refused to take the oath, they were not allowed to vote at parliamentary elections. They were incapacitated from inheriting or purchasing land, and prohibited from sending their children abroad for education, while priests were to be punished with imprisonment for life for celebrating Mass, and spies to secure the conviction of priests were offered £100 as a reward. During the reign of Anne, 1702-14, and during the early portion of the reign of George I, the persecution continued, especially after the unsuccessful rebellion of 1715, in which many Catholics were accused of taking part. After 1722 the violence of the persecution began to abate, and Catholics began to open schools and to draw together again their shattered forces. Fortunately, at the time, there was one amongst them in the person of Richard Challoner, who was capable of infusing new life into the Catholic ranks and of winning for the Church the respect even of its bitterest opponents. Richard Challoner (1691–1781) was born in London, and was converted to Catholicism at the age of 13. He entered Douay College, in which he remained 25 years, first as a student and afterwards as a professor and vice president. He returned to London in 1730 and threw himself into the work of strengthening the faith of his co-religionists in all parts of the city. He went about disguised as a layman, visiting the poorest quarters and celebrating Mass wherever he could find a place of security. Already he had published a book of meditations under the title Think Well On't (1728), and a little later he found time to prepare for the press The Christian Instructed in the Sacraments, etc. In 1740, much against his own will, he was appointed a coadjutor to Dr. Petrie, Vicar Apostolic of the London district. As coadjutor he undertook to make a visitation of the entire district as far as it was situated in England. But his work as bishop did not interfere with his literary activity. In quick succession he published /The Garden of the Soul/, the Memoirs of Missionary Priests, containing the lives of the English martyrs 1577 to 1681, the Britannia Sacra, or a short account of the English, Scottish, and Irish saints, an edition of the New Testament 1749, of the Old Testament 1750, together with a revised edition 1752. Besides all this he founded 2 schools for boys, one at Standon Lordship, the other at Segley Park, and one for poor girls at Hammersmith. Though more than once he stood in the gravest danger of having his career cut short by the activity of the priest hunters, he had the good fortune to survive the storm and to see the first Relief Act of 1778 placed upon the statute book. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of The History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution by Rev. James McCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Reformation in Scotland. In Scotland, a long succession of infant kings and weak regents helped to increase the power of the lords at the expense of the crown. The king or regent had no standing army at his disposal, nor were the resources of the royal treasury sufficient to allow the ruler to invoke the assistance of foreign mercenaries. As a result, the king was dependent more or less on the lords, who were prepared to support him if their own demands were conceded, or to form private confederations or bands against him if they felt that they themselves were aggrieved. Parliament, which included the spiritual and lay lords, together with representatives of the lower nobility and of the cities, did not play a very important part in the government of the country. For years Scotland had been the close ally of France and the enemy of England. Such an alliance was at once the best pledge for Scotland's independence and the best guarantee against England's successful invasion of France. To put an end to the controversies regarding the primatial rights claimed by the Archbishop of York over the Scottish Church, Clement III. Issued a bull in 1188 declaring the Church of Scotland subject directly only to the Apostolic See. A further step was taken by Sixtus IV. in 1472 when St. Andrew's was erected into a metropolitan see, under which were placed as suffragans the 12 dioceses, Glasgow, Dunkeld, Aberdeen, Moray, Brechin, Dunblane, Ross, Caithness, Candida Casa, Argyll, the Isles, and Orkney. This measure was resented by many of the bishops, but more especially by the bishops of Glasgow, who were unwilling to submit to the jurisdiction of St. Andrew's, even after it had been declared that the latter, in virtue of its office, enjoyed primatial and legatine powers over Scotland (1487). In the hope of putting an end to the controversy, Glasgow was erected into a metropolitan see with 4 suffragan dioceses, Dunkeld, Dunblane, Galloway, and Argyll (1492). The bishops of Scotland were supposed to be elected by the chapters, but in reality the king or regent enjoyed a decisive voice in the selection of candidates, especially during the greater part of the 15th and 16th centuries. As a result of this enslavement of the Church, men were appointed to bishoprics without reference to their fitness for this sacred office, and solely with the intention of providing themselves and their relatives with a decent income. Thus, for example, James, Duke of Ross, brother of James IV., was appointed to the See of St. Andrews at the age of 21, and he was succeeded by Alexander Stewart, the illegitimate son of James IV., when he had reached only his 9th year. What is true of St. Andrews is almost equally true of many of the other dioceses of Scotland, though it would be very wrong to assume that all the bishops of Scotland during the latter half of the 15th or the first half of the 16th centuries were unworthy men. The religious orders of men were well represented by the Benedictines, Cistercians, Franciscans, Dominicans, Augustinians, etc., while in most of the large cities and towns flourishing convents had been founded. The state of discipline in these various institutions varied considerably according to the circumstances, but although serious attempts were made to introduce reforms, especially in the houses of the Cistercians, Franciscans, and Dominicans, it cannot be contended for a moment that the Scottish monasteries and convents were free from the gravest abuses. Possibly the erection of such a multitude of collegiate churches in Scotland during the 15th century was due to the sad condition of so many of the religious houses, but if it was, the remedy was almost as bad as the disease. In connection with the monasteries, the chapters, and the collegiate churches, schools were carried on with a fair amount of success, sufficient at least to prepare students for the higher education given at the universities of St. Andrews, founded by Benedict XIII. 1410, of Glasgow, founded by Nicholas V. 1451, and of Aberdeen, established through the exertions of the learned and holy Bishop Elphinstone, with the approval of Alexander VI. 1495, and of James IV. Owing to the close connection with France, many of the Scottish ecclesiastics pursued their studies at Paris. The Church in Scotland was comparatively wealthy at the beginning of the Reformation movement, though it should be remembered that out of its resources it was obliged to maintain the schools, hospitals, and institutes of charity. Still the wealth of the Church in Scotland, instead of being a source of strength, was in reality a source of weakness, and in the end it proved to be one of the main causes of its overthrow. It excited the cupidity of the hungry nobles and made them anxious to share in the plunder of religious houses, particularly after the example had been set across the border by Henry VIII's attack on the English monasteries. But before any steps were taken to bring about the forcible seizure of the ecclesiastical property, the rulers and lords of Scotland adopted other means of controlling the wealth of the Church and of the monasteries. Members of the royal family or sons of the nobles were introduced into the bishoprics, irrespective of their merits, and were induced to enrich their relatives by bestowing on them portions of the diocesan property. Many others of a similar class were appointed as commendatory abbots of religious houses solely for the purpose of controlling the revenue of these establishments. In some cases those so appointed were only children. In nearly all cases they were laymen, and in no case did they do anything for the maintenance of discipline, for the cultivation of a good religious spirit, or for the promotion of the wishes of the founders and endowers of the monastic institutions. What was true of the monasteries was equally true of the convents, in many of which discipline was completely relaxed. Several attempts were made to bring about a reformation, but on account of the exemptions and special privileges claimed by the religious houses, such attempts were doomed to failure, whether they were made by the bishops or by the regular superiors. Nothing less than a papal visitation, in which the visitors could have relied upon the full power of the Church and State, would have sufficed to put an end to the evil, and unfortunately no such step was taken in time to avert the calamity. As elsewhere, so too in Scotland, it was no uncommon thing to find one man holding several benefices, to which the care of souls was attached. Notwithstanding all the canons that had been passed against such a glaring abuse, the clergy, following the example of so many of their superiors, showed themselves entirely unworthy of their position. Many of them were quite negligent about preaching and instructing their flock, completely regardless of clerical celibacy, and oftentimes they devoted more attention to their farms and to their cattle than to their religious obligations. One has only to refer to the decrees of the diocesan synods held by Archbishop Forman of St. Andrews 1515-22, to the national synods of 1549 to 1552, and to the letter of Cardinal Sermonetta to the Pope in 1557, to see how grievous were the abuses flourishing in all departments of the Church in Scotland at the time when the very existence of Catholicism in the kingdom was trembling in the balance. The root of all this evil was the destruction of the independence of the Church and its complete subjugation to the Crown and to the Lords. As a result, when the crisis came and when most of the Lords went over to the party of Knox, they found but little resistance from their unworthy relatives, whom they had introduced into positions of trust, not that they might promote religion, but that they might live by it and in the end betray it. It was during the reign of James V. (1513 42) that the religious revolution began on the Continent and in England. Henry VIII. Of England was his uncle, and he left no stone unturned to detach his nephew from his alliance with France and from his submission to Rome. But despite Henry's endeavours, James V. refused to join in Henry's attacks on the Pope, or to listen to the proposals for a closer union with England. The Scottish Parliament, held in 1525, forbade the introduction of Lutheran books into the kingdom or the preaching of Luther's doctrine, and a papal envoy was dispatched to the Scottish court to exhort the king to stand firm in the defence of the Church. The reply of James V. was reassuring. Soon, however, the new heresy began to make its appearance in the kingdom. Patrick Hamilton, commendatory abbot of Ferne, and closely related to some of the most powerful families in Scotland, had come into contact with Luther and Melanchthon during his wanderings on the Continent, and on his return home he set himself to spread their teachings amongst his countrymen. He was arrested, tried for heresy, and handed over to the secular authorities, who inflicted the death penalty (1528). His execution did not put an end to the movement in Scotland. In 1533 the Benedictine, Henry Forest, was condemned to death for heresy. In the following year a priest and a layman met a similar fate, and before the death of James V. several others, including Dominicans and Franciscans, laymen and clerics, were either burned or obliged to seek safety in flight. James V. set himself resolutely to the task of suppressing heresy, and was supported by Parliament, which forbade all discussion on Luther's errors except in so far as it might be necessary for the refutation, and ordered all who had Lutheran writings in their possession to deliver them to the bishops within a period of 14 days. Political influences, however, favoured the spread of the new doctrine. It had been the dream of Henry VII., as it was also the dream of his son and successor, to strengthen England at the expense of France, by bringing about an alliance and, if possible, a union between England and Scotland. It was in furtherance of this design that Henry VII. Had given his eldest daughter in marriage to James IV., who was slain with most of his nobles in a battle with the English on the fatal field of Flodden (1513). The schemes for a union with Scotland were continued by Henry VIII., particularly after his rupture with Rome had shown him the danger that might be anticipated from the north in case the French or the Emperor should declare war in defence of the Church. A regular contest began at the Scottish court between the friends of Rome and of France and the agents of Henry VIII., the latter of whom took care to encourage those who favoured religious innovations. The Queen Mother, sister of Henry VIII., and many of the nobles favoured the plans of Henry, who sought to induce the King of Scotland to join him in the struggle against Rome, and who promised him in return for this service the hand of his daughter, the Princess Mary, and the friendship of the English nation. James V., backed by the bishops and encouraged by messengers from Rome, refused to come south for a conference with Henry VIII. Or to give any countenance to the schismatical policy of his uncle. As a sign that Scotland was still true to France, he married the daughter of Francis I. of France (1537), and on her death, shortly after her arrival in Scotland, he took as his second wife (1538) Mary of Guise, daughter of the Duke of Guise, and sister of the Cardinal of Lorraine. He was ably assisted in his struggle against heresy and English interference by David Beaton, Archbishop of St. Andrews (1539 46), and a cardinal of the Roman Church. The latter was at once a churchman and a politician, loyal to Rome and to France, earnest in his defence of Scottish independence, and determined to defeat the English schemes against both the religion and liberty of Scotland. As friendly remonstrances and invitations failed to produce any effect, Henry VIII. Determined to have recourse to war. He felt that he could rely upon the assistance or the neutrality of many of the Scottish nobles whom he had won over to his side, and soon events showed that this confidence was not misplaced. The Scottish army was put to a shameful flight at Solway Moss, probably more by treachery than by the cowardice of the Scottish nobles, and James V. was so heartbroken by the news of this disaster that he died in a few weeks (December 1542), leaving behind him an infant daughter, to be known later as Mary, Queen of Scots. After the death of James V., the Earl of Arran, who as one of the Hamiltons was next after the king's daughter the heir presumptive to the throne, and who favoured the new religion and English influence, was appointed regent despite the resistance of Cardinal Beaton and of the clergy. Henry VIII. Believed that the favourable moment had come for carrying out his plans. He hoped to be able to imprison his old enemy, Cardinal Beaton, to seize the person of the young princess, to arrange for a marriage between her and his own son, Prince Edward, and to make himself virtual sovereign of Scotland. To their shame, be it said, he induced a number of the Scottish nobles, the Douglases, the Earls of Cassilis, Glencairn, Bothwell, and Angus, together with many others, to agree to his designs, and to promise their assistance. Unmindful of their duty to Scotland, they consented to sell both their country and their religion for English gold. The regent was only too willing to lend his aid, and before the end of January the English agents were able to announce to "their sovereign lord" that the cardinal was a prisoner. Everything seemed to favour the religious change and the plans of union with England. Parliament met in March 1543. It decreed liberty to all to read or to have in their possession a copy of the Bible in the English or the Scottish tongue, and appointed commissioners to treat with Henry for the marriage of Mary to his son. But popular opinion in Scotland supported strongly the religious and political policy of Cardinal Beaton. The clergy of the Diocese of St. Andrews refused to continue their ministrations until their archbishop was released. The people supported them in their demands, as did several of the nobles, and in the end, despite the protest of the English party among the lords, the cardinal was set at liberty. The regent, the Earl of Arran, deserted his former friends, became reconciled with the Catholic Church, joined himself to the party of the cardinal and of the Queen Dowager, and welcomed the arrival of the French forces that had come to defend the kingdom against an English invasion. The Scottish nobles in the pay of Henry VIII. Were convinced, as was Henry VIII. Himself, that so long as Cardinal Beaton was alive to guide affairs in Scotland, no advance could be made in the work of destroying both the religion and the independence of the kingdom. Several of the Scottish enemies of the cardinal entered into communication with Henry himself or with his agents. They offered to murder the cardinal if only Henry promised a sufficient reward, and Henry expressed his approval of the step that was in contemplation. Meanwhile the cardinal was busy preparing schemes for a genuine reform of the Church to be submitted to a national synod called for January 1546, and in making a visitation of his diocese for the purpose of suppressing heresy. George Wishart, formerly a Greek master at Montrose, had returned from the Continent, and had begun to stir up religious dissensions in several cities of Scotland. He was the close ally of the Scottish lords who were in the pay of Henry VIII., and he himself was the trusted messenger employed by Crichton, Lord of Brunston, to communicate to the English court the projected murder of Cardinal Beaton and the destruction of certain religious houses in Scotland. The cardinal, who was probably aware of his plots as well as of his preachings, secured his arrest, and brought him to St. Andrews, where he was tried and executed for heresy (1546). The news of the execution created considerable commotion, especially in those centres where Wishart had preached, and gave new impetus to the movement for the assassination of the cardinal. In May 1546 some of the family of Leslie, who had grievances of their own to revenge, with a number of other accomplices, secured an entrance to the palace of the Archbishop of St. Andrews, put his servants in attendance to flight, and murdered him before any help could be summoned. The murder of Cardinal Beaton was an irreparable misfortune for the Catholic Church in Scotland. He was at once an able churchman and a patriot, determined to maintain the independence of his country against the group of pro-English traitors who were determined to change the religion of Scotland at the bidding of Scotland's greatest enemy. John Knox, a fanatical priest who had gone over to the new religion, welcomed the murder of the cardinal as a veritable triumph for the gospel and as a "godly act." He hastened to join the murderers who had taken possession of the castle of St. Andrew's and to whom he preached as the first Reformed congregation in Scotland. Henry VIII, no less jubilant for the disappearance of his strongest opponent, was not slow to assist the murderers. But the assassination of the cardinal did not mean the triumph of the English party. It served only to embitter the feelings of the vast majority of the people and to force the regent and queen dowager to throw themselves more unreservedly into the arms of France. A French fleet arrived at Leith and forced the murderers assembled in the castle of St. Andrew's to surrender. Those of them who were not fortunate enough to make their escape were taken prisoners and condemned to the French galleys. An English army led by the Duke of Somerset marched into Scotland to enforce the English demands, and especially to secure the person of the infant queen. But though it inflicted considerable havoc on Scotland, particularly on several of the religious houses, and though it overthrew the forces of the regent in the Battle of Pinkie (1547), it was obliged to recross the border without having secured the submission of the nation. In the following year, 1548, a new French force arrived in England to assist the Scotch in their struggle against England. A Scottish Parliament renewed the alliance with France, approved of the betrothal of the young queen to the Dauphin of France, and determined to provide for the safety of her person by sending her into France. After several fruitless attempts made by the English to secure a foothold in Scotland, they were obliged to give up the contest in despair, and to conclude a 9 years' peace. For so far the alliance between Catholicism and independence had won the victory against heresy and English influence (1550). The murder of Cardinal Beaton helped to force the bishops and clergy to realise the danger of their position. They urged the regent to take stern measures in the defence of the Church, and what was of much more importance, they attempted to set their own house in order as the best preparation for the conflict. John Hamilton, brother of the regent, was appointed Archbishop of St. Andrews in succession to Cardinal Beaton (1547). He assembled a national synod at Edinburgh (1549), which was attended by the bishops, abbots, and representatives of the chapters, religious houses, and collegiate churches. Though the presence of men like Lord James Stuart, the illegitimate son of James V, as commendatory prior of St. Andrews, was not calculated to inspire confidence in the decrees of the assembly, a very wholesome scheme of reform was carried through, which, had it been enforced, might have gone far to save Catholicism in Scotland. Severe laws were passed against concubinage of the clergy that neglected their primary duties of preaching and instructing their flocks, and against the alienation of ecclesiastical property. Measures were taken to ensure that priests should explain the principal points of Catholic doctrine and the Scriptures regularly in their principal churches. Another synod, held in 1552, continued the work of reform. Its references to the question of marriage and to the non-attendance of the people at their religious duties seem to indicate that religion was not then in a flourishing condition. The synods ordered the publication of a catechism and enjoined all priests who had care of souls to explain a portion of it every Sunday before the principal Mass. In accordance with this decree, an excellent catechism containing a very full exposition of Catholic doctrine was published. Had it come earlier, or had the clergy even then been able and willing to explain it to their people, Knox and his companions might have found themselves confronted with a much more difficult task. Mary of Guise had shown great abilities during the contest with Henry VIII. And the Protector. Though the Earl of Arran was nominally regent, it was she who guided his counsels and inspired his policy. The French government, distrustful of the regent, who was also the next claimant for the Scottish throne, induced him to resign his office, for which he received in return the empty title of Duc of Châtelherault, and Mary of Guise undertook the government of Scotland for her infant daughter. About the ability of the new regent or her devotion to the Catholic Church there could be no difference of opinion. But unfortunately she was more anxious to strengthen the French hold upon Scotland than to take the necessary measures for the peace of the kingdom and the suppression of heresy. She filled her fortresses with French subjects, showing thereby that in her opinion Scotchmen could not be trusted. As a result, she gave great offence to the native lords, aroused Scottish patriotism against France as it had been aroused against England by the aggressive policy of Henry VIII, and prepared the way for the dissolution of the alliance between patriotism and Catholicism, an alliance that had hitherto been the main barrier against the success of the reforming English party. The Scots began to fear that with their young queen united in marriage to the King of France, Scotland stood in danger of becoming a French province. And though the Scottish Parliament took care to safeguard the independence of the country in the marriage settlement drawn up in 1558, the leading men had grave suspicions that the agreement would have little effect. Besides, Mary of Guise had no longer anything to fear from English Protestantism, which was rendered powerless after the accession of Queen Mary. England was now united to Spain, the mortal enemy of France, and French political interests would best be served by maintaining an attitude of friendly neutrality towards English Protestants, who were likely to prove more dangerous to Spanish designs than to France. Such a policy of neutrality might result, too, it was thought, in securing the throne of England for the young Scottish queen, whose claims as the nearest legitimate heir could not be questioned. For these reasons the regent was not unwilling to allow Protestant refugees to take up their residence in Scotland, and to permit the followers of the new religion to continue their campaign so long as they did not disturb the public peace. In her correspondence with the Pope she paid little attention to the religious danger that was threatening the kingdom, and seemed to be more anxious to obtain permission to tax the clergy than to secure an energetic reform of the abuses that she painted in such dark colours. The Scottish lords, many of whom were offended by the preponderance of French soldiers and French officials, were only too willing to assist the new preachers, and what was worse, to stir up their clansmen against the old religion by holding up the bishops and clergy as the friends of France and the enemies of Scottish independence. National patriotism was now utilised to help forward the cause of Protestantism by the very men who a few years before had agreed to betray their country for English gold, and had striven with all their might to make Henry VIII the protector of Scotland. Some Protestant refugees from England were soon at work in different centres of the country, and encouraged by the regent's policy of neutrality, the man who was destined to be the apostle of the Reformation returned to his native land (1555). John Knox, who had shown his devotion to the gospel by applauding the murder of Cardinal Beaton as a godly act, and who had founded the first Reformed congregation among the murderers gathered in the castle of St. Andrews, having been released from the French galleys, became a pensioner of Edward VI. And took up his residence in some of the northern towns of England. In a short time he was appointed royal chaplain, and might have had the bishopric of Rochester had he not expressed the view that such an office was incompatible with devotion to the true evangelical religion. On the accession of Queen Mary he fled from England to Geneva, from which he returned to Scotland in 1555. His violent and overbearing manner, his extravagant denunciations of his opponents, his misrepresentations of their actions and policy, and his readiness, both as a speaker and as a writer, qualified him perfectly for the leadership of a revolutionary party, were it not that at certain critical moments his anxiety to avoid personal danger was calculated to shake the confidence of his followers. He was welcomed by many of the discontented nobles, amongst others by Lord Erskine, afterward Earl of Mar, Lord Lorne and his father the Earl of Argyll, Maitland, Lord of Lethington, the Earl of Glencairn, and Lord James Stuart, Prior of St. Andrews, who as Earl of Moray was soon to betray his sister, Mary, Queen of Scots. Encouraged by the protection of such powerful patrons, he preached freely and with great success in several districts of Scotland. The clansmen were so united to their lords that they were prepared to follow their example even in matters of religion. The bishops and the regent, to whom these proceedings must have been known, were strangely oblivious to their duties, and when at last they mustered up sufficient courage to summon Knox to appear at Edinburgh (1556), they were so alarmed by the strength of his following that they abandoned the trial. Knox, encouraged by their cowardice, preached openly in the capital, and even went so far as to address a letter to the regent, calling upon her to open her mind for the reception of the truth. By this public challenge, however, he overshot the mark, and not being gifted with any particular desire to suffer martyrdom for the faith, he left Scotland suddenly and retired to the Continent (1556). For years he was the leading spirit in many of the fierce and unseemly disputes between the English Protestant exiles in Geneva and Frankfurt. Although summoned more than once by his followers to return, he contented himself with sending them written exhortations to stand firm in the faith, or by publishing violent pamphlets such as /The First Blast of the Trumpet against the Monstrous Regiment of Women/, in which he undertook to prove that the rule of woman is repugnant to nature, contrary to God's ordinances, and subversive of good order, equity, and justice. Though this document was aimed principally against Catherine de' Medici, Queen Mary of England, and Mary of Guise, Regent of Scotland, it rankled in the mind of Queen Elizabeth after her accession, and did not serve to raise the Apostle of Scotland in her estimation. The Protestant lords, undeterred by the absence of Knox, decided to go forward with their programme. In December 1557 the Earl of Argyll, his son Lord Lorne, Glencairn, Morton, Erskine of Dun, and others met at Edinburgh, and signed a bond or covenant by which they bound themselves solemnly to establish the "blessed word of God," to encourage preachers, to defend the new doctrines even with their lives, and to maintain the Congregation of Christ in opposition to the Congregation of Satan. They pledged themselves to introduce the Book of Common Prayer, to insist on the reading of portions of the Scriptures in the vulgar tongue on Sundays and holy days, and to appoint preachers wherever the Catholic clergy were unable or unwilling to undertake this work. In many districts where the lords of the congregation held sway, measures were taken at once to enforce these resolutions. Confronted with this revolutionary step, the regent and the bishops should have had recourse to strong action, but the former was so interested in the approaching marriage of her daughter to the Dauphin of France (1558) that she did not wish to offend the lords, while the primate, as one of the Hamiltons, disliked the regent because she had supplanted his brother, and contented himself with gentle admonitions. The lords, confident in their strength, met in November 1558 and presented a petition to the regent, in which they demanded that the members of the congregation should be allowed to meet in the churches and to follow their own ritual in the vulgar tongue, that communion should be administered under both kinds, that private individuals should be at liberty to explain difficult passages of the sacred Scriptures, and that the clergy should be reformed. The regent, after consultation with the primate, consented to these requests, at least in regard to private religious assemblies, but refused to yield to another petition demanding the abolition of all laws against heresy. The religious controversies became more and more embittered during the year of 1559. The lords of the congregation denounced the abuses of the clergy, demanded permission to use the vulgar tongue in all public religious services as well as in the administration of the sacraments, and insisted on the admission of the lower nobles and of the people to a voice in the appointment of bishops and of pastors. To put an end to the abuses that were proving such a useful weapon in the hands of the adversaries of the Church, and at the same time to give public and formal expression to the faith of the Scottish nation, a national synod met at Edinburgh, April 1559. It denounced once again the awful scandal of concubinage among the clergy, laid down useful regulations regarding preaching and the appointment of bishops, condemned plurality of benefices, non-residence, and demands on the part of the clergy for excessive fees. To raise the standard of education among the clergy, it ordained that those presented to benefices should be examined, and that each monastery should maintain some of its members at the universities. In its profession of faith, the synod emphasised the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist, transubstantiation, the propitiatory character of the sacrifice of the Mass, the sufficiency of communion in one kind, the existence of a real priesthood, and purgatory, prayers for the dead, invocation of the saints, fasting, and holy days. In response to the demands of the congregation, the synod pointed out that it had not the power to change the rites and ceremonies that had been handed down for centuries, that as the Church was the definitely appointed guardian and interpreter of the Scriptures, private individuals were not permitted to expound them at their will, and that in the appointment of bishops and pastors the rules laid down in canon law were quite sufficient to prevent abuses if only they were followed. About the same time Quentin Kennedy, Benedictine abbot of Crossraguel, conferred an immense service on religion by his written apology for the Catholic Church. Starting with the Bible and its relation to ecclesiastical authority, he undertook to show that from the very nature of the case such a book required the presence of a divinely appointed official interpreter, that the reading of the Scriptures was not necessary for salvation, though in many cases it might be useful, and that the authority of the Church should not be overthrown even though the existence of scandals among churchmen could not be denied. Turning to his adversaries, he demanded what was the source of all the abuses and scandals which they charged against the Church. Was it not, he asked, the unwarrantable interference of the nobles in the nominations to ecclesiastical benefices, an interference that was responsible for having even children who were too young to hold an apple in their hands appointed to the charge of populous parishes, in order that the relatives of these children might grow rich on the revenues? And was it not the very men who were guilty of such conduct who were loudest in their denunciation of the Church? On the nobles he laid the blame for oppressing the Church, for introducing unworthy ecclesiastics into offices of trust, for depriving the poor of instruction and education, and for promoting thereby heresy and revolution. As the year 1559 advanced, the state of affairs in Scotland became daily more alarming. Preachers were everywhere at work under the protection of the Lords. The regent and the French authorities, who had shown a fatal apathy in their dealings with the Scottish heretics, began to wake up to the political danger involved in such a movement. A French agent, M. Bethencourt, arrived in Scotland in April 1559, and whether it was due to his advice or not, the regent forbade the preachers to continue their disturbances. On their refusal to submit, she summoned them to appear at Stirling for trial (10th May). Encouraged by the return of Knox, who had landed at Leith early in the same month, and by the armed forces placed at their disposal by some of their principal patrons, they refused to attend and were outlawed. A number of the reforming lords immediately took possession of Perth and destroyed several Catholic churches in the city. When news of this rising reached the regent, she assembled her forces and marched against Perth, but as neither side was anxious for civil war at the time, a truce was agreed upon, and the forces of the regent were allowed to occupy the town. From Perth the reforming lords retreated to St. Andrew's, where they burned and destroyed the altars, pictures, statues, and even the sacred vessels used for religious worship. The Abbey Church of Scone, in which a long line of Scottish kings had been crowned, was destroyed. Perth and Stirling were seized, and before the end of June 1559 Edinburgh was in the hands of the lords of the Congregation. The regent issued an appeal in the name of the King and Queen of Scotland, calling upon all loyal subjects to defend the government against the revolutionary Congregation. But her unfortunate preference for French soldiers and officials gave the Protestant lords the advantage of enabling them to pose as patriots engaged in the defence of their country against foreigners. They were forced, however, to capitulate and to surrender Edinburgh to the regent (26 July). Early in this same month, 1559, Henry II of France died and was succeeded by Francis II, the husband of Mary, Queen of Scots. Elizabeth and her advisers were alarmed at the prospect that opened before them. Mary, Queen of Scots, as the nearest legitimate heir to the English throne, was a dangerous neighbour, especially at a time when England was thrown into confusion by a new religious revolution, and when English Catholics might rally to her standard with the blessing of the Pope and of the kings of France and Spain. Even though the Queen of Scotland did not resort to extremes, the very existence of a Catholic kingdom in Scotland, united by bonds of friendship and interest to France, constituted a grave danger for England, whereas if Scotland could be induced to accept the Protestant religion and to throw in its lot with its southern neighbour, the enemies of England on the Continent might rage in vain. The rebellion of the lords of the Congregation was, therefore, very welcome to Elizabeth and to Cecil. It gave them an opportunity of interfering in Scottish affairs, not indeed in the untactful manner in which Henry VIII had interfered, but as the apparent defenders of Scottish independence against the French protectorate. On this occasion Scottish patriotism was to be made subservient to English political aims and at the same time to Protestant interests. The lords of the Congregation, realising that without assistance they could never hope to overcome the regent, turned to England for support. Their petitions were welcomed by Cecil and the leading counsellors of Elizabeth, but the Queen herself distrusted Knox and disliked allying herself with open rebels. To give the movement an appearance of constitutionalism, the young Earl of Arran, who had been brought to France and who had secretly embraced Calvinism, was induced to make his escape into England. As a near claimant to the Scottish throne he was welcomed at the English court, and was led to believe that if he acted prudently he might become the husband of Elizabeth and the king of a united England and Scotland. He was dispatched into Scotland, where he succeeded in detaching his father, the Duke of Châtelherault, and several other nobles from the side of the regent. Relying on the protection of England, from which a plentiful supply of money was dispatched to the rebels, and on the new accessions to their ranks, the lords of the Congregation announced the suspension of the regent from her office (October 1559), though they hesitated to take the further step of proclaiming the Earl of Arran or Lord James Stuart sovereign of Scotland. The regent replied to this act of rebellion by marching on Edinburgh, forcing the rebels to retreat to Stirling (November), while the Earl of Bothwell seized large sums of money that were being forwarded to the rebel camp from England. The English advisers began to realise that money and secret assistance were not enough to secure the triumph of the Congregation in Scotland, and that the time had come when more decisive measures must be taken. In December 1559 and January 1560 an armed force was dispatched to the north, and Admiral Winter was commanded to blockade the Forth against a French fleet. A little later a formal agreement was concluded between the Duke of Norfolk, representing Elizabeth, and Lord James Stuart, the Commissioner for the Congregation. At first it was proposed to act in common for "the maintenance of the Christian religion," but as these words might have given rise to serious complications on the Continent, it was decided that an alliance should be concluded for the defence of the ancient rights and liberties of Scotland. An English army of 8,000 men marched into Scotland, and the English fleet blockaded the fortress of Leith, which was the key to the capital. Owing to the Huguenot risings in France, the assistance that had been promised could not be sent, but nevertheless the invaders were thrown back in their first assault. In June 1560, however, Mary of Guise, worn out by the anxieties and cares of her difficult office, passed away, and 3 weeks later the garrison was obliged to surrender. English and French plenipotentiaries met to arrange the terms of peace. It was agreed that the French soldiers, with the exception of about 120 men, should be drafted from Scotland, that no foreigners should be promoted to any office in the kingdom, that until the arrival of the King and Queen the country should be governed by a council of 12, 7 of whom were to be selected by Mary and Francis, and 5 by the Parliament, that the entire question of religion should be submitted to a Scottish Parliament convoked to meet on the 1st August 1560, and that, in the meantime, a kind of religious truce should be observed by both sides. It was agreed, furthermore, that the spiritual peers should hold their seats in Parliament as before, and that they should not be disturbed in their ecclesiastical possessions. The successful invasion of Scotland by the English troops had turned the scales in favour of the lords of the Congregation. They were now masters in Scotland, but, had the bishops and clergy been zealous men worthy of their sacred office, the cause of the old Church in Scotland would not have been even then hopeless. While Knox and his friends were straining every nerve to consolidate their work by the appointment of preachers and superintendents for the rising congregation, many of the Catholic bishops and abbots, several of whom were allied by blood and friendship with the lay lords, either contented themselves with doing nothing or went over to the enemies of the Church for the sake of securing for themselves and their descendants the ecclesiastical property that they administered. The Archbishop of St. Andrews and Primate of Scotland was the brother of the Earl of Arran. Though a convinced Catholic himself, he was not the man either to make a struggle or to inspire confidence at such a crisis. Archbishop Beaton of Glasgow had fled already from the kingdom. The Bishop of Argyll, another illegitimate scion of the House of Hamilton, was a Protestant, or was soon to become one. Adam Bothwell, whom the Pope had appointed the previous year to the See of Orkney on the petition of the King and Queen of Scotland, could not be trusted, as his subsequent conduct showed. Alexander Gordon, who claimed to be Bishop of Galloway, though he was never consecrated, had gone over openly to the enemies of the Church, as had also the Provincial of the Dominicans, the sub-prior of the chapter of St. Andrews, and John Rowe, a former agent of the Scottish bishops at the Roman court. With men such as these to guard the interests of Catholicism in Scotland, there could be little doubt about the result. In August 1560 the Parliament met at Edinburgh. In addition to the lay lords and representatives of the lesser nobles and of the cities, there were present a number of bishops and abbots. Amongst these latter it is interesting and instructive to note the presence of Lord James Stuart, the bastard brother of the Queen, and one of the leaders of the congregation, as Prior of St. Andrew's, of Lord James Hamilton, son of the Earl of Arran, and a follower of Knox as Abbot of Arbroath, of John Stuart, Abbot of Coldingham, of the son of the Duke of Argyll as Bishop-elect of Brechin, together with a number of other laymen who, though holding high office in the Church, were determined to promote the new movement for the sake of the property that they hoped to obtain. The discussion opened under the presidency of Maitland, Lord of Lethington, the Scottish Cecil, a double dealer who was even more dangerous than an open enemy. A petition was presented immediately on the part of Knox and his friends that doctrines such as transubstantiation, the sacrificial character of the Mass, purgatory, prayers for the dead, meritorious works, etc., which had been forced upon the people by the clergy, should be rejected. A confession of faith was drafted and submitted to the Assembly. The Primate and the Catholic bishops present protested against the discussion of such a document on the ground that according to the terms of the Treaty of 1560 the religious question should have been submitted previously to the King and Queen, and also because the treaty had never been confirmed owing to the fact that the French commissioners had exceeded their instructions. It was no doubt for this reason that a large number of the ecclesiastical and lay lords who were strongly Catholics had refused to attend the Parliament. Indeed, the supporters of the old religion, relying on the help of the Queen, seemed to think that any religious settlement made by Parliament was of no importance. The refusal to discuss the Confession of Faith was taken, however, as a sign of their inability to refute it, and the Confession was passed with but few dissentients. Later on, 24th August, 3 other acts were formulated with the object of uprooting Catholicism in Scotland. The jurisdiction of the Pope was abolished, and the bishops were forbidden to act under his instructions. All previous acts of Parliament contrary to God's word or to the Confession of Faith, as now approved, were declared null and void, and all persons were forbidden to celebrate or to hear Mass under pain of confiscation of their goods for the first offence, banishment for the second, and death for the third. The Book of Discipline, which contained an exposition of the ecclesiastical policy of the Scottish Reformers, was compiled by Knox and his companions. It dealt with the preaching of the Scriptures, the 2 sacraments, baptism and the Eucharist, the suppression of religious houses of all kinds, the election and appointment of ministers, elders and deacons, and with the means to be provided for their support and for the maintenance of education. Though the separate congregations were left more or less free regarding the kind of religious service that should be followed, the Book of Common Prayer formally accepted in Scotland was abolished to make way for the Calvinistic Book of Common Order. In the General Assemblies of the Reformed Church, December 1560 to May 1561, decrees were issued for the destruction of the religious houses and of all signs of idolatry, and individuals were appointed to see that these decrees were put into immediate execution. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of The History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution by Rev. James McCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Reformation in Scotland. Both parties in Scotland turned instinctively to their queen. Mary had been married in 1558, and in 1559 her husband succeeded to the throne of France under the title of Francis II. A minister was dispatched to inform her of the proceedings in Parliament, but she refused to confirm the terms of the treaty with England or to sanction the changes that had been decreed. The death of her husband, Francis II. (1560), threw her into great grief and forced her to consider the question of returning at once to her kingdom. She believed that many of those who opposed her previously, lest Scotland should become a French province, might now abandon their league with Elizabeth and welcome home their own lawful sovereign. Nor was there anything at this time to indicate that Mary had any intention of playing the part of a champion of Catholicism, or of running the risk of forfeiting her throne in Scotland or her claims to the English crown by undertaking a campaign against the new religion. Her years of residence at the French court, where religious interests were only too often sacrificed to political designs, could not fail to have produced their natural effect. In February 1561 she sent commissioners to assure the lords of her forgiveness for what they had done, and to empower the Duke of Châtelherault and others to convoke a Parliament in her name. At a meeting of the nobles held in January 1561, her natural brother, Lord James Stuart, was deputed by the lords to offer Mary their allegiance, while the Catholic party, including the Earls of Huntly, Athol, Crawford, Sutherland, and some bishops, dispatched a messenger to warn her against the Congregation, and to place at her disposal a strong force in case she decided to land in the north. But Mary, distrusting the motives of Huntly and his friends, treated their offers of assistance with neglect, and welcomed as her saviour and friend the man who even then was not unwilling to act as a spy on his sister and his queen at the bidding of Elizabeth. Mary's selection of him as her trusted adviser boded ill for the future of her reign. At last, with a heavy heart, Mary determined to leave the country of her adoption. As she was unwilling to confirm the treaty with England in its entirety and to renounce her claims to the English throne, Elizabeth refused to grant passports through England, but under the shelter of a thick mist Mary succeeded in eluding all danger of capture and landed safely at Leith, August 1561. From the people generally she received an enthusiastic welcome, but when on the following Sunday she insisted that Mass should be celebrated in the private chapel of Holyrood, it required all the efforts of her brother to prevent a riot. Knox and his brethren denounced such idolatrous conduct as intolerable, and bewailed the misfortunes that God must inevitably pour out upon the country in punishment for so grievous a crime. A few days later Mary issued a proclamation announcing that no change would be made in the religious settlement without the consent of Parliament, but that in the meantime no attempt should be made to interfere with her household. A new Privy Council was appointed, in which the two principal members were Lord James Stuart and Maitland, Lord of Lethington, both equally untrustworthy. None of the Catholic bishops was offered a seat at the council board, and the Catholic lords were represented only by the Earls of Huntly and Argyll. The General Assembly of the Reformers was held at Edinburgh (1561), which succeeded in securing a share of the ecclesiastical endowments, and another in 1562, which appointed John Craig as the assistant of Knox in Edinburgh. For so far Mary could do little for her co-religionists in Scotland, nor indeed does it appear that any serious effort was made in that direction. Still her own example was not without its effect. Several of the waverers, especially in Edinburgh, seem to have returned to the Church. Pius IV, who was anxious to learn the true state of affairs, commissioned the Jesuit Nicholas du Gaudanus to visit Scotland for the purpose of encouraging the Queen and of inviting the bishops to assist at the Council of Trent. He arrived in Scotland June 1561. After waiting 6 weeks in the house of a Catholic nobleman, he secured a secret interview with the Queen at Holyrood. With most of the bishops he was not even so successful. Though he reported that they were for the greater part Catholics and men of good intentions, some of them like Sinclair of Ross refused to see him. From others he got no reply to his letters, and it was only with the greatest difficulty he contrived to have a short conversation with Bishop Crichton at Dunkeld. There is no doubt that the bishops were surrounded by powerful and watchful enemies, but it seems strange that they should have effaced themselves so completely at a time when Knox and his opponents, by means of general assemblies and other such bodies, were impressing the country with their strength and activity. Even though the bishops were silent, the old religion was not without some able and energetic defenders in the person of Leslie, soon to be the Bishop of Ross, Quentin Kennedy, whose services have been referred to already, and Ninian Winzet, who caused Knox considerable embarrassment by his tracts, letters, and public disputations. In his report Father de Gouda alluded to the imminent peril in which the Queen stood owing to her complete reliance on her unworthy ministers. Her brother Lord James Stuart and Maitland, both hostile to the Catholic religion, were her principal advisers. Although the Earl of Huntly had not played a very noble part in the disputes between the regent and the congregation, he was the recognised head of the Catholic party. He had offered his services to the Queen while she was still in France, but at the instigation of her brother she had refused to accept them. After her return to Scotland, Huntly found that he was treated with coldness, and the earldom of Moray that belonged to his family was taken from him and conferred on his old rival, Lord James Stuart. During the Queen's journey to the north, August 1562, she refused to visit Huntly. A dispute having broken out regarding the execution of one of his followers, who was unwilling to open the gates of a Gordon castle to the queen, Huntly took up arms. He was overthrown and slain at Corrichie by the Earl of Moray (1562). In a Parliament held in May 1563 the Earls of Huntly and Sutherland and 11 nobles of the House of Gordon were attainted and their goods confiscated. The overthrow of this nobleman, whom the bishops had counted for support, helped to strengthen the Congregation in Scotland and to encourage it to persecute more rigorously the followers of the old religion. During the spring of 1563 some of the Catholic clergy seem to have adopted a more forward policy, but they were accused of violation of the law. The primate and close on 50 others were tried before the courts in Edinburgh for celebrating or hearing Mass, and were committed to custody by the Queen. To show that she was still Catholic, however, Mary dispatched a letter to the Council of Trent. It was read to the assembled fathers in May 1563, and it gave entire satisfaction, if we may judge by the answer that was prepared. The papal legates were not unwilling that the council should declare sentence of excommunication against Queen Elizabeth, thereby preparing the way for Mary's claims to the throne, but the opposition of the Emperor and of Philip II of Spain put an end to the scheme. The question of Mary's marriage was of paramount importance, particularly as it was probable that the issue of the marriage would succeed to the thrones of Scotland and of England. The Pope and the French favoured the Archduke Charles of Austria, who was disliked by the Scottish nobles as being too poor. Philip II, more for the purpose of defeating a proposed marriage of the Queen of Scotland to Charles IX of France, suggested his own son Don Carlos as a probable suitor, but he showed little real earnestness in pushing forward the subject, while Elizabeth was inclined to support her own former lover Dudley, who was created Earl of Leicester, as it is said, to prepare the way for his marriage with the Scottish Queen. But Mary, bewildered and annoyed by the varying counsels of her friends, put an end to the intrigues by marrying her cousin Lord Darnley, who, as the son of the Earl of Lennox and of Margaret Douglas, granddaughter of Henry VII, had very strong claims on the English and Scottish thrones. A papal dispensation from the impediment of consanguinity was sought, but it would appear that the marriage was solemnised 29th July 1565 before the dispensation was granted. Darnley was a young man of prepossessing appearance, and as a Catholic he was the idol of his co-religionists in England. His marriage with the Queen of Scotland was agreeable to the Pope and to Philip II of Spain, who hastened to send Mary financial assistance as well as congratulations. Such a union was, as might be expected, distasteful to the Protestant party in England, and particularly distasteful to Elizabeth, who foresaw the disastrous consequences that might ensue to England from the union of two such formidable Catholic claimants to the English throne. The Earl of Moray and the other reforming lords, realising that the marriage was likely to destroy their influence, determined to take up arms. Encouraged by Elizabeth, the Earls of Moray, Glencairn, and the Duke of Châtelherault and others rose in rebellion, nominally in defence of Protestantism, but in reality to maintain their own supremacy at court. Mary, displaying more courage than she had displayed hitherto, assembled her forces, overthrew the lords, and forced Moray and his confederates to escape across the borders into England (October 1565). This victory gave new hopes to the Catholics in Scotland. Darnley began to attend Mass openly, as did several of the nobles, while the Queen took steps to secure appointments to some of the vacant bishoprics. But soon a new danger appeared from an unexpected quarter. Darnley was a vain and foolish youth who treated his wife with but scanty respect. He wished to be sovereign of Scotland, to secure the crown for the family of Lennox to the exclusion of the Hamiltons, and to force the Queen to follow his counsels in all matters of state. As his wishes were not granted, he determined to revenge himself on Mary's secretary, David Riccio, whom he pretended to regard as Mary's secret adviser. For this purpose he turned for assistance to the Reform party, whose fears had been aroused by Mary's religious policy. A confederation was formed consisting of Darnley, the Earl of Morton, Lord Ruthven, and Lindsay for the murder of Riccio. The Earl of Lennox, Darnley's father, Moray, Argyll, and Maitland of Lethington, the English ambassador, and apparently John Knox, were aware of the design and approved of it. When everything was ready for the opening of Parliament, the murderers forced their way into the presence of the Queen and slew her secretary almost in her presence (9th March 1566). On the next day Darnley issued a proclamation ordering those who had assembled for the Parliament to leave Edinburgh, and on the same evening the Earl of Moray arrived in the capital. The conspirators had agreed to proclaim Darnley King of Scotland. For this purpose the Queen was to be held a prisoner or to be slain if she attempted to make her escape, but she succeeded in eluding the vigilance of her captors, and in making her way to Dunbar, where she was joined by Archbishop Hamilton, the Earls of Huntly, Atholl, and Bothwell. She advanced on Edinburgh without meeting any resistance, while the murderers of Riccio were obliged to make their escape into England. Darnley deserted his fellow conspirators by communicating to the Queen the details of the plot. His desertion did not, however, gain him the dictatorship he desired, as Mary pardoned Moray and Argyll and received them together with Huntly, Atholl, and Bothwell into her councils. The birth of an heir to the throne would, it was thought, lead to a better understanding between Mary and her husband, but unfortunately it had no result. Though the baptism of the prince was carried out in the chapel royal of Stirling Castle with all the pomp and splendour of Catholic ceremonial (December 1566), Darnley refused to be present or to take any part in the festivities. A few days later Morton and the other murderers of Riccio were pardoned and allowed to return to Scotland. The Earls of Moray and Argyll and the other leading conspirators were incensed against Darnley for having communicated to the Queen their share in the plot that led to Riccio's murder. Bothwell, who had done so much to frustrate the conspiracy, detested Darnley almost as fiercely as he himself was detested by both Darnley and the Earl of Lennox. During the latter half of the year 1566 nearly all the great lords of Scotland entered into a confederation or band against Darnley. Whether they meant merely to assist the Queen to procure a legal separation from her husband with the support and approval of Parliament, or whether they intended to bring about Darnley's death by legal or illegal means is not sufficiently clear. Soon after the baptism of the prince Darnley fell ill in Glasgow of smallpox. The Queen sent her physician to attend him, went herself to visit him, and when he began to improve had him removed to a lonely house outside Edinburgh, where she frequently spent hours in his company. To all appearances a complete reconciliation had been effected, and Darnley in his letters expressed his entire satisfaction with the kindness and attention of his wife. Suddenly on the night of the 11th February 1567 the house was blown up and Darnley was killed. Suspicion pointed to Bothwell as the author of the crime, and no doubt the case against him was strong, though how far he was assisted and encouraged by some of the other lords must for ever remain a mystery. Mary's concurrence or implication in the design is not proved by any reliable evidence, and were it not for her subsequent conduct, it is not likely that complicity in the murder of her husband would have been laid to her charge. At the Privy Council on the day following the murder, an explanation was drawn up and forwarded to France, declaring that a plot against the lives of the Queen, King, and principal nobles had been discovered, and that it was only by a happy accident that the Queen's life had been saved. The Earl of Lennox, Darnley's father, charged Bothwell publicly with the murder of the king, and demanded that he should be brought to justice. A day was fixed for the trial, but as Bothwell was powerful in the councils of the Queen and was both able and willing to resort to force, if force were necessary, it was very difficult to procure evidence against him. Lennox pleaded unsuccessfully for delay, and as no one was prepared to come forward to prove the charges, Bothwell was acquitted. 12th April 1567. A few days later most of the lords who had assembled in Edinburgh for the meeting of Parliament met at Annesley's tavern and signed an agreement, Annesley's Band, pledging themselves before God to defend Bothwell, who had been declared innocent of the murder, and stranger still, to procure his marriage with the Queen. Various and contradictory lists of the signatories have been published, but from an examination of these different lists it is sufficiently clear that most of the great lords were attached to the Confederation. As usually happens when a serious crisis was approaching, Moray was absent from the country. Bothwell, under pretence of punishing some of the robber bands, mustered his forces, overcame the small guard that accompanied the Queen on her journey from Stirling to Edinburgh, and carried off herself and Maitland as prisoners to Dunbar, 19th April. That Bothwell acted in collusion with Mary is not proved, but despite the advice of her confessor, of the French representative, and of her best friends, Mary agreed to go through a form of marriage with Bothwell. Her new husband was a Protestant, married already to the Earl of Huntly's sister, from whom he had obtained a separation. The marriage ceremony was performed by the apostate Bishop of the Orkneys, who was soon to prove as disloyal to his queen as he had proved dishonest towards the Pope. Such a marriage, celebrated under such circumstances, created a most painful impression amongst the Catholics at home as well as in France and at Rome. It served to confirm their worst suspicions, and made them fear that Mary was about to desert the religion of her fathers. "With this act," wrote the papal ambassador, who had been deputed to come to Scotland, but who remained at Paris, "so dishonourable to herself, the propriety of sending any sort of envoy ceases, unless indeed her Majesty, in order to amend her error and inspired by God, convert the Earl to the Catholic faith." Many of the lords who had signed the bond to promote the marriage of Bothwell and Mary professed to be shocked when they learned that the marriage had taken place. Relying upon the active intervention of Elizabeth, they took up arms to avenge the murder of their king. The armies of the Queen and of the lords met at Carberry Hill, where, after some discussion, Mary surrendered herself to the lords, and Bothwell was allowed to make his escape. The Queen surrendered on the understanding that she was to be treated as queen, but she soon discovered that her captors intended to deprive her of her kingdom and possibly of her life. As a first step in the proceedings she was removed from Holyrood to Loch Leven (16th June). A document was drawn up embodying her abdication of the Scottish throne in favour of her infant son, and the appointment of her brother, the Earl of Moray, as regent during the minority. Until Moray's return the government was to be entrusted to a commission consisting of the Duke of Châtelherault, Lennox, Argyll, Athol, Morton, Glencairn, and Moray. Lord Lindsay and Sir Robert Melville were deputed to obtain the Queen's signature, which they succeeded in obtaining only by threats and violence. 24th July 1567. The young prince was crowned a few days later, John Knox acting as preacher on the occasion, and the apostate Bishop of the Orkneys as the chief minister. Steps were taken to ensure that Mary should not make her escape from imprisonment, and Bothwell, who had fled to the Orkneys, was forced to escape to Denmark, where he died in 1578. Moray hastened back from France, interviewed the Queen at Loch Leven, accepted the office to which he had been appointed, and was proclaimed regent in Scotland. Severe measures were taken against the Catholic clergy, many of whom fled from the kingdom. The Queen's Chapel at Holyrood was destroyed, and care was taken that the young king should be reared in the Protestant religion. The lords of Scotland had taken up arms to avenge the murder of Darnley, but once they established themselves in power they took no steps to bring the murderers to justice, for the obvious reason that any judicial investigation must necessarily result in establishing their own guilt. Sir James Balfour, who had been involved deeply in the affair, was forgiven on condition that he should surrender Edinburgh Castle into the hands of the regent. Parliament met in December 1567. It confirmed the abdication of the Queen and the appointment of Moray. The laws passed against the Catholic Church in 1560 were renewed. It was enacted furthermore that for the future the kings and rulers of Scotland should swear to uphold the reformed religion and to extirpate heresy. The Queen had demanded that she should be allowed to defend herself before Parliament against the attacks of her enemies, but the Regent and Council refused to comply with her request. Some of her friends, however, endeavoured to uphold her good name, and when they were defeated in Parliament they appealed to the people by publishing a defence of their sovereign. Though every precaution was taken to ensure the safekeeping of the Queen, she succeeded in escaping from Loch Leven, 2nd May 1568. She was welcomed at Dunbar by the Primate of Scotland, the Hamiltons, Huntly, Argyll, Seaton, Cassilis, and others, and soon found herself at the head of an army of 8,000 men. She declared that her abdication, having been secured by violence, was worthless, and that the acts of the recent Parliament were null and void. She called upon all her loyal subjects to flock to her standard. The regent, aware that unless a sudden blow could be struck, help would come to Mary from the Catholics of the north as well as from France and Spain, determined to take the field at once. The armies met at Langside near Glasgow, 13th May, where the forces of the Queen were overthrown. Mary, accompanied by a few faithful followers, made her way south towards Galway, and at last, against the advice of her best friends, she determined to cross the border, to throw herself on the protection of the Queen of England. The arrival of Mary in England created a great difficulty for Elizabeth. If she were allowed to escape to France, both France and Spain might join hands to enforce her claims to the English succession, and if she were restored to the throne of Scotland, Moray and his friends could expect no mercy. It was determined, therefore, that Elizabeth should act as umpire between the Queen and her rebellious subjects, so that by inducing both sides to submit their grievances to Elizabeth, feeling between them might be embittered, and that in the meantime a divided Scotland might be kept in bondage. In her reply to the letter received from the Queen of Scotland, Elizabeth informed her that she could not be received at court, nor could any help be given to her unless she had cleared herself of the charges brought against her. Both parties in Scotland were commanded to cease hostilities, but at the same time Cecil took care to inform Moray secretly that he should take steps to enforce his authority throughout Scotland. Mary, while repudiating Elizabeth's right to sit in judgment on her conduct, consented that a conference should be held between her commissioners and those appointed by Elizabeth and by the rebel lords. The Dukes of Norfolk, Sussex, and Sir Ralph Sadler were the English commissioners. Bishop Leslie, Lord Livingston, and Lord Herries represented Mary, while Moray, Morton, and Maitland of Lethington appeared to present the case of the rebel lords. The conference opened at York, October 1568. Several days were wasted in attempts made by Maitland to effect a compromise so that the production of charges and counter-charges might be unnecessary, and in considering inquiries put forward by the Earl of Moray regarding Elizabeth's attitude in case the charges against the Scottish Queen were proved. Some of the letters supposed to have been written by Mary to Bothwell were shown secretly to the English commissioners, but they do not seem to have produced any great effect on the Duke of Norfolk or even on the Duke of Sussex, who was certainly not prejudiced in Mary's favour. The latter reported that Moray could produce no proofs except certain letters, the authorship of which the Queen of Scots would deny. In fact, Sussex believed that were the affair to come to trial it would go hard with the Queen's accusers. In a short time Elizabeth ordered that the venue should be changed from York to London, and Mary, believing that she would be allowed an opportunity to defend herself before the peers and representatives of foreign governments, accepted the change. She sent Bishop Leslie and Lord Herries to represent her in London, but on their arrival they found that Mary would not be allowed to appear in person, though her accusers were received by the Queen, nor would the foreign ambassadors be admitted to hear the evidence. The new commission opened at Westminster, 4th December 1568. The Lords brought forward their charges against the Queen, accusing her of complicity in the murder of her husband. In proof of this they produced a number of letters that were supposed to have been contained in a casket left behind him by Bothwell in Edinburgh when he fled from that city in June 1567. This casket contained 8 letters and some sonnets, which, if really written by Mary, proved beyond doubt that she was hand in glove with Bothwell in bringing about the murder of Darnley. The casket letters, considered in the light of her own conduct, furnished damaging evidence of Mary's guilt. Whether these letters were genuine or forged is never likely to be established with certainty, but considering the character of Mary's opponents, their well-known genius for duplicity, the contradictory statements put forward by their witnesses, and the indecent haste with which the whole inquiry was brought to a close, it is difficult to believe that the evidence of Mary's authorship was convincing. The commissioners acting on Mary's behalf laboured under grave disadvantages from the fact that their mistress was not at hand for consultation. As a consequence they made many mistakes in their pleadings, but they were on sure ground when they demanded that copies of the incriminating letters should be forwarded to Mary for examination. This demand, though supported by the French ambassador, was refused, and Mary was never allowed an opportunity to reply to the main charge brought against her. An offer was made that proceedings should be dropped if Mary would consent to resign the throne of Scotland in favour of her son, and when she refused this offer the conference was brought to a sudden termination. Moray and his friends were informed that nothing had been produced against them as yet that might impair their honour and allegiance, and on the other part there had been nothing sufficiently produced or shown by them against the Queen their sovereign, whereby the Queen of England should conceive or take any evil opinion of the Queen, her good sister, for anything yet seen. January 1569. The Earl of Moray and his companions were allowed to return to Scotland, and nothing more was done either to establish the innocence or the guilt of the Queen of Scotland. The object of Elizabeth and her advisers had been attained. They had blackened the character of Mary, they had driven a wedge between herself and her nobles, and had allowed Moray to return to Scotland to rule as an English dependent. To prevent Queen Mary from falling into the hands of the Catholic lords of the north, she was removed from Tutbury to Coventry (26 January 1569). Whatever might be said of Mary's conduct during her early years in Scotland, or whatever doubt might have been entertained about her orthodoxy by the Pope and by the Catholic powers of the Continent, everything unfavourable to her was forgotten by them in their sympathy for her sufferings, and in their admiration for her fortitude and sincere attachment to her religion. Pius V. and Philip II. were as deeply interested in her fate as were the Catholics of Scotland and of England. A scheme was arranged to promote her marriage to the Duke of Norfolk and to secure her succession to the English throne, but Elizabeth anticipated the design by imprisoning the Duke, suppressing the rebellion of the Northern Lords (1569), and by braving the terrors of the papal excommunication levelled against her the following year. When later on a new plot was discovered with the same object in view, Norfolk was put to death (1572). While Mary was alive in England she was a source of constant danger to Elizabeth's throne. English Catholics, driven to desperation by the penal laws, were certain to turn to her as their lawful sovereign, while the Catholic nations on the Continent could fall back on the imprisoned queen whenever they chose to stir up disorder or possibly to attempt an invasion. Dangerous as she was in prison, she might be still more dangerous if she were free to effect her escape either to Scotland or to France. In her death lay Elizabeth's best hope of peace, and as the rigour of her confinement failed to kill her, an attempt was made to induce the Scots to undertake a work that the English feared to undertake. At last an opportunity was given of bringing about her execution and of covering the measure with an appearance of legality. A scheme for her release was undertaken by Babington, with every detail of which the spies of Cecil were intimately acquainted, if they did not actually help to arrange them. Babington's letters to Mary and her replies were betrayed and copied. It is certain that Mary knew what was intended, but there is no evidence to show that she approved of the murder of Elizabeth. When the proper time came, Babington and his accomplices were arrested and put to death (October 1586), and Mary's fate was submitted to the decision of Parliament. Both houses petitioned that the Queen of Scotland should be executed, but Elizabeth, fearful of the consequences and hoping that Mary's jailer Paulet would relieve her of the responsibility, hesitated to sign the death warrant. At last, however, she overcame her scruples, and on the 8th February 1587 Mary Queen of Scots was beheaded at Fotheringay. Her attitude to the last was worthy of praise. She died a martyr for her religion, and by her death she expiated fully the imprudences and waverings of her youth. Elizabeth pretended to be horrified by the action of her ministers. Her secretary was imprisoned and fined to prove to Scotland, France, and Spain that the Queen of England had no responsibility for the tragedy of Fotheringay. Meanwhile, how fared it with Catholicism in Scotland? The Regent Moray returned from England early in 1569. Acting on the repeated requests of the General Assembly, he undertook new measures against the Catholic Church. Catholic officials and professors were removed from Aberdeen University. Several priests were arrested and punished, though the regent was unwilling to inflict the death penalty, and many distinguished clerics and laymen, including the primate and Bishop Leslie, were outlawed and their goods confiscated. The regent was not destined, however, to enjoy long the fruits of his treachery against his sister. In 1570, at the very time when he was plotting with the English government to get the Queen of Scotland into his power, he was shot in Linlithgow by one of the Hamiltons, the hereditary enemies of his house. On his death there were two strong parties in Scotland. The majority of the nobles, including the Duke of Châtelherault, Argyll, Huntly, Atholl, and even Kirkcaldy and Maitland of Lethington, two former supporters of Moray, ranged themselves on the side of their imprisoned queen, and might have succeeded in re-establishing her authority had not Elizabeth espoused the cause of Morton, Mar, Glencairn, and Ruthven, backed as these were by Knox and the preachers. Two English armies were dispatched into Scotland, and with the help of the English forces the Earl of Lennox, Darnley's father, was appointed regent (July 1570). It was not the first time that he had sought to destroy the independence of his country by invoking the assistance of the English, and as he had gone over to Protestantism he was determined to throw himself into the arms of the Reformers. The castle of Dumbarton was still in the possession of the Queen's supporters, He laid siege to it and captured it in April 1571. Here he seized the Primate of Scotland and had him put to death after a summary trial. The chapter met and elected Robert Hay, but he was never consecrated, and for more than 300 years St. Andrew's was without a Catholic bishop. In September 1571 Lennox was slain, and the Earl of Mar was elected regent. During his short reign he was unable to enforce his authority in the country. Negotiations were opened with him by Cecil's agents to induce him to undertake the execution of the Queen of Scotland, who was to be sent back from England for the purpose, but his sudden death in 1572 put an end to the scheme. He was succeeded by the Earl of Morton, another of Elizabeth's agents. At first Morton was not unfavourable to the Catholics, owing to the disputes that arose between himself and the preachers about the re-establishment of the episcopal form of government, but later on he adopted a policy of violent opposition to the old religion. Some of the priests were put to death, others were arrested or banished. A list of Catholics, including Beaton, the Archbishop of Glasgow, Leslie, Bishop of Ross, and Chisholm, Bishop of Dunblane, was drawn up for proscription, and steps were taken to suppress Catholic holidays and to remove from the churches everything that called to mind Catholic devotions. In 1578 the young king demanded Morton's resignation. A council of 12 was appointed in his place, at the head of which stood the Earls of Argyll and Atholl. Elizabeth was annoyed at the fall of her minion, and took no pains to conceal her annoyance from the young king. It looked as if friendly relations between the two courts might be broken, and the Catholic party both at home and on the Continent were filled with new hopes. In 1579 Esme Stuart, Lord d'Aubigny, a nephew of the former Earl of Lennox, arrived from France, where he had been educated as a Catholic. He was welcomed at court by the king and created Earl of Lennox. James fell completely under his sway, though the preachers regarded d'Aubigny as a Catholic spy. Regardless of Elizabeth's friendship, James was induced to open communications with his mother, and when the Earl of Morton rose in rebellion against such a policy, he was arrested and put to death (1582). Though apparently Lennox made profession of accepting the established religion in Scotland, he was endeavouring secretly to bring about an understanding between Mary and her son, to secure the release of the former from captivity, and to assist the Catholic cause. The preachers took alarm at the sudden and unexpected increase of popery. "Before this French court came to Scotland," said Walter of Belcanqual in one of his sermons in 1580, "there were either few or none that durst avow themselves Papists, neither yet publicly in the country, neither in the reformed cities, neither in the king's palace. But since that time not only began the Papists within the realm to lift up their heads, but also our Scottish Papists that were outside the realm swarm home from all places like locusts, and have taken such hardihood unto them that not only have they access to the French court, but also in the king's palace, in the particular sessions of our kirks, and general assemblies thereof, durst plainly avow their papistry, and impugn the truth, both against the laws of the realm and discipline of the Church, contrary to all practice that we have had before." The members of the General Assembly, annoyed at the attempt of the king to support the episcopal system of government, were determined to remove Lennox, whom they regarded as an emissary of Rome. Elizabeth's agents, too, were busy stirring up discontent. A plot formed by Ruthven, Earl of Gowrie, the Earl of Mar, and others, for the capture of the king was carried out successfully during a visit paid by James to Ruthven's castle at Gowrie, the Gowrie plot. He was seized and lodged safely in Stirling. The Earl of Arran, who attempted to rescue his sovereign, was made prisoner, and Lennox was obliged to flee to France (1582). For a time Melville and the preachers who gloried in Gowrie's successful machinations held the king in bondage. The General Assembly of 1582 expressed its approval of what had been done, and renewed its attacks upon the episcopal system. James, however, succeeded in making his escape from confinement. The Earl of Arran was recalled to court. Ruthven was declared a traitor and was beheaded, and the other conspirators were obliged to make their escape to England. James entered into close correspondence with some of the Catholic powers abroad, and even went so far as to appeal to the Pope for assistance against the enemies who surrounded him (1584). For a time it seemed as if a great Catholic reaction was about to set in. Priests who had escaped from England were labouring with success in the Scottish mission fields. A few Jesuits had arrived from the Continent, and France, Spain, and the Pope were in correspondence regarding the assistance that might be given to James and his mother. But the spies of Elizabeth soon obtained knowledge of what was in contemplation. France and Spain were too jealous of one another to undertake an armed expedition, without which success was impossible. Negotiations were opened up with the view of detaching James from the Catholic party and of inspiring him with distrust for his mother. As he was always more anxious to secure his accession to the English throne than to defend either his mother's life or her religion, he succumbed completely to English influence. Not even the execution of his mother in 1587 was sufficient to rouse him to take serious action. Though he was urged by many of the Scottish nobles to declare war, he contented himself with angry speeches and protests that passed unheeded. Even many of the Presbyterian lords were ready to support him had he declared war, and Catholic noblemen like the Earls of Huntly, Errol, and Crawford, Lord Maxwell, and Lord Hamilton offered their assistance. It was well known, too, that Philip II was preparing at the time for an invasion of England. Had Scotland declared war, the results might have been disastrous for England. But James, instead of taking the offensive, accepted a pension from Elizabeth and offered to assist in the defence of the kingdom. He endeavoured at first to conciliate the Catholic party by restoring John Leslie, Bishop of Ross, who had been for years the most zealous defender of Mary, Queen of Scots, to his see and his possessions, and by appointing the exiled Archbishop of Glasgow to be his ambassador at the French court. The General Assemblies, however, backed up by Elizabeth, forced them to take strong measures against the adherents of the old religion. In 1593 a proclamation was issued ordering all Jesuits and seminary priests to leave Edinburgh within 2 hours under pain of death, and a violent campaign was begun in nearly every part of Scotland against the Catholic nobles and clergy. The Catholic lords who were in close communication with Spain were forced to take up arms. Their forces were mustered against the Earls of Huntly and Errol, and gained a complete victory at Glenlivet over the Earl of Argyll, who was dispatched against them. When the news of this defeat reached the king at Dunby, he displayed unwonted activity. He assembled a large army to punish his rebellious subjects, and the Catholic lords were at last forced to make their escape from the country. With the flight of Huntly and Errol, 1595, and the dispersal of their troops, the triumph of Protestantism in Scotland was assured. The great leader in the attack on the Catholic Church in Scotland was John Knox, who belonged to the Geneva school, and who worked hard for the introduction of the Calvinist system of church government. The state of affairs in Scotland at the time was very favourable to his designs. Obviously there could be no question of royal supremacy or of a state church being established after the English model, since the Queen of Scotland was a staunch supporter of the Roman Church. Neither could the principle of parliamentary control be accepted, since the Scottish Parliament was comparatively powerless. Had the revenues and possessions of the Scottish bishoprics and ecclesiastical benefices been left untouched, the democratic form of government would have been impossible. But as the hungry lords of Scotland had appropriated already the wealth of the Church, they had no special interest in the ecclesiastical appointments. The result was that the General Assemblies, composed of both preachers and laymen, became the recognised governing body of the new religion, and they arrogated to themselves full control of ecclesiastical affairs. The bishops who were willing to conform were not, however, removed from office. They were subjected to the control of the General Assembly and were placed on the same level as the recently named superintendents. But the regents who governed Scotland during the minority of James VI. Were not inclined to receive with favour the idea of ecclesiastical independence. In 1571 the Earl of Mar insisted on appointing an archbishop to St. Andrews without reference to the General Assembly, and immediately the preachers were up in arms. They were handicapped in their resistance by the fact that their great leader Knox was too ill to afford them much assistance, and at last they were forced to accept a compromise according to which the old system of ecclesiastical government was left practically untouched. Archbishops, bishops, deans, and chapters were retained. The bishops were to be elected by the chapters with the permission and approval of the king, and were to receive the temporalities by royal grant, and all persons admitted to benefices were to promise obedience to their bishops. At the same time it was agreed that the bishops should be subject to the General Assemblies in spiritual matters as they were subject to the king in temporals. It was hoped that by means of this compromise peace might be secured, but in a short time the attack on episcopal government was renewed with still greater vigour. A new leader had appeared in the person of Andrew Melville, the principal of the College of Glasgow and the friend of the great Swiss reformer Beza. Despite the fact that the regent espoused the cause of episcopacy, the General Assemblies were determined to continue the struggle for its overthrow. The adoption in 1580 of the Second Book of Discipline, involving as it did the overthrow of episcopal authority, the rejection of state interference, and the assertion that spiritual authority was derived only from the people, was a severe blow to the young king and his advisers, but they found some consolation in the fact that the Scottish Parliament reasserted the principle of royal supremacy and recognised the authority of the bishops (1584). A form of declaration was drawn up which all preachers were required to sign under threat of dismissal. During the years 1585 and 1586 serious attempts were made by the government to reduce them to subjection, but without any important result. In fact, at the suggestion of Melville, the General Assembly pronounced sentence of excommunication against Archbishop Adamson (1586), and the archbishop was obliged to submit himself to the judgment of that body. From that time things went from bad to worse, till in 1592 Parliament gave its formal sanction to Presbyterianism, though the Second Book of Discipline was not approved, nor were the bishops deprived of their civil positions. Hardly had James been seated on the English throne than he determined to make another effort to force episcopacy and royal supremacy on the Scottish Church. He appointed several new bishops to the vacant sees (1603). As the preachers still offered a strong opposition, Melville was invited to a conference at Hampton Court (1606), where a warm debate took place between the representatives of the Presbyterians and their opponents. Melville and his friends refused to yield, and when the former was summoned to appear before the Privy Council to answer for certain verses he had composed, he seized the Archbishop of Canterbury by the sleeves of his rochet, denounced him as an enemy of the gospel truth, and assured him that he would oppose his schemes to the last drop of blood. He was arrested and thrown into prison. Parliament supported the king (1609). A High Commission Court was established in 1610 to deal with the preachers, and in the same year the nominees of James were consecrated by English prelates. But despite the efforts of James and of his successor Charles I, Presbyterianism still continued to flourish in Scotland. Though the flight of the Earls of Huntly and Erroll (1595) had assured the triumph of Presbyterianism, many of the people of Scotland, particularly of those in the north, still remained devoted to the old religion. The Jesuit fathers had been untiring in their efforts, and the labours of men like Fathers Creighton, Hay, Gordon, and Abercrombie were far from being unfruitful. Still the ecclesiastical organisation had broken down. The supply of priests was likely to become exhausted, and unless some attempt was made to maintain unity and authority, as well as provide means of education for clerical students, there was grave danger that Catholicism might soon be extinguished. In 1598 George Blackwell received faculties as archpriest or superior of the Scotch mission, and was provided with a number of consultors to assist him in his difficult task. A Scotch college was established at Rome by Clement VIII to supply Scotland with priests (1600). Another college of a similar kind was founded at Tournai in 1576 by Dr. James Chenet. Later on it was removed to Pont-à-Mousson and placed under the control of the Jesuits, and finally it was brought to Douay. The old Irish foundations at Wurzburg and Regensburg were taken over by the Scotch and utilised for the education of priests. Scottish colleges were also established at Paris and at Madrid, transferred to Valladolid. The Catholics of Scotland expected some toleration from James I, but they were doomed to disappointment. The king was unable and unwilling to put an end to the violent persecution carried on by the Kirk, which aimed at wiping out every trace of Catholicity by directing its attacks against the Catholic nobility of the north and against the Jesuits, one of whom, Father Ogilvie, was put to death (1516). Similarly, under Charles I, the persecution continued unabated, but, notwithstanding all the penalties levelled against the clergy, many priests were found willing and ready to help their co-religionists in Scotland. Jesuits, Benedictines, Franciscans from Ireland, Capuchins, and Vincentians vied with each other in their efforts to confirm the faith of those who remained true and to win back those who had fallen away. During the Protectorate the Catholics could hope for no mercy, nor did the accession of Charles II make much change in their sad condition. Under James II they enjoyed a brief spell of liberty. The chapel at Holyrood was opened once again, and some provision was made from the private resources of the king for the support of the missions and of the foreign colleges. But the favour of James II. Led to still greater persecutions once he had been overthrown to make way for William of Orange. During the reigns of William and Mary, of Anne and of George I., the position of the Scotch Catholics was even worse than that of their brethren in England or Ireland. In his anxiety to encourage both the priests and the laity, Innocent XII. Appointed Bishop Thomas Nicholson as Vicar Apostolic of Scotland in 1694, and as it was impossible for him to give sufficient attention to the districts in the north and west where Catholics were still fairly numerous, Dr. Hugh MacDonald was appointed Vicar Apostolic of the Highlands in 1726. When the Pretender arrived in Scotland, the Catholics flocked to his standard, and when he was defeated at Culloden (1746), they were obliged to pay a heavy penalty for their loyalty to the old rulers. The Highland clans were either cut up in battle or deported, the Catholic chapels were closed, and so violent was the persecution that ensued that it seemed as if the wishes of the Kirk were about to be realised. But events soon showed that those who imagined they had seen the extinction of Catholicism in Scotland were doomed to disappointment. End of chapter 6, part 2.